Hello guys, welcome to Black Magic. So in this video, we will see what if Harry could speak to all magical creatures, not just snakes, and built an army before Hogwarts. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The Voice in the Garden. Harry Potter was 8 years old when he first heard someone call him a freak who wasn't completely human. The garden gnome sat in Aunt Petunia's prized petunias, picking dirt from under its fingernails with a twig. Harry had been weeding for 3 hours in the July heat, sweat dripping down his back, while Dudley splashed in an inflatable pool on the patio. Vernon had locked him out with orders not to come back inside until every weed was gone. "Oi, skinny thing," the gnome said. "You gonna pull me out or what? Your fat aunt always sends the big one to chuck us over the fence." Harry froze, his hand halfway to a dandelion. The gnome wasn't moving its mouth like a person would. The words just sort of appeared in Harry's head, crystal clear, alongside images of Dudley grabbing gnomes by their ankles and spinning them like Olympic hammer throwers. "You can talk," Harry whispered. "Course I can bloody talk. What are you, stupid?" The gnome scratched its armpit. "They all can talk. You lot just can't hear properly. Something broken in your big pink ears." It paused, squinting at Harry. "Wait. You hear me?" "Yeah. Properly? Not just noise. I hear you calling me skinny and insulting my ears." The gnome's eyes went wide. It scrambled backward through the petunias, then stopped. "You're having me on." "I'm not." "Prove it." "What am I thinking right now?" "That's not how talking works," Harry said, glancing at the kitchen window. Empty. Aunt Petunia was probably watching her morning show. "I can just understand you when you speak." The gnome tilted its head, studying Harry like he was something rare and possibly valuable. "Huh. Well then. This is new." It picked up a pebble and tossed it from hand to hand. "Name's Silverclaw. Been living in this garden since before the fat humans moved in." "You're the small one they keep locked in the cupboard, yeah?" Harry's chest tightened. "How do you know that?" "We see things. Garden folk always watching." Silverclaw pointed at the fence line where several more gnome faces peeked out from beneath hostas. "Your relatives are right bastards. Feed the big one until he's round as a pumpkin, make you do all the work." "They're not that bad," Harry lied automatically. Silverclaw snorted. "Right. And I'm the Queen of England." The gnome stood up, barely 2 feet tall, brushing dirt off its potato-like body. "Listen, kid. You can hear us, that's special. Means you've got something extra in you. Magic, probably. The real kind, not the parlor tricks your lot does with sticks." "Magic isn't real," Harry said, but his voice wavered. Strange things happened around him sometimes. Things he couldn't explain. Like the time he'd ended up on the school roof, or when Aunt Petunia's hair had turned blue after she'd taken scissors to his. "Right, and you're having a normal conversation with a garden gnome." Silverclaw grinned, showing surprisingly sharp teeth. "If you want to keep being stupid about it, go ahead. But if you want to learn something useful, meet me by the back fence after dark. Bring food if you got it. I prefer cheese." The kitchen door banged open. "Boy." Aunt Petunia's shrill voice cut across the garden. "What are you doing standing about? Those weeds won't pull themselves." Silverclaw was gone, vanished into the flowers like he'd never been there. Harry grabbed a fistful of dandelions and yanked. That night, Harry waited until Uncle Vernon's snores shook the house before creeping from his cupboard. He'd saved half a cheese sandwich from lunch, wrapped in a napkin and hidden under his thin mattress. The lock on the back door was easy to flip from inside. The garden was different at night. Moonlight turned everything silver and strange. Harry's heart hammered as he crossed the lawn, bare feet silent on the grass. Took you long enough, Silverclaw said from the fence. 3 other gnomes sat with him, arranged on an overturned flower pot like it was a throne. Brought friends. That's Rootbite, Mudwhisker, and the pretty one is Thornberry. Pretty one. Thornberry, who had flowers braided into her beard, threw a pebble at Silverclaw. I'll show you pretty when I bite your, oh. He really can hear us. Told you, Silverclaw said smugly. Harry held out the cheese sandwich. The gnomes descended on it like piranhas, tearing it into 4 pieces with surprising coordination. Right then, Silverclaw said through a mouthful of cheese. Basics first. You're a wizard, Harry Potter. Don't make that face, it's obvious. Got the look about you, plus the whole talking to magical creatures thing is a dead giveaway. My name is, how do you know my name? I can read, can't I? Bill's come to the door, says Potter on M. You're the only small one. Rootbite, older and grayer than the others, picked his teeth with a twig. Your parents were magical too. Died when you were small. Whole magical world knows about you, even if your relatives are trying to stamp it out of you. Harry's throat went tight. My parents died in a car crash. Bollocks, Thornberry said flatly. They died fighting. Killed by a dark wizard named Voldemort. Big news, that was. You survived somehow, got that scar to prove it. She pointed at Harry's forehead. Harry touched the lightning bolt scar automatically. He'd had it as long as he could remember. Aunt Petunia said it was from the car crash, the same crash that had made them get stuck with him. If they were magical, why am I here? Why not with magical people? Silverclaw shrugged. Politics, probably. Wizards are idiots about that sort of thing. Point is, you're magical, you can talk to magical creatures, and you're being raised by people who'd sooner see you broken than powerful. That about sum it up. Harry wanted to argue. Wanted to defend the Dursleys, say they were family, say it wasn't that bad. But the words died in his throat because it was that bad, and they weren't really family, not in any way that mattered. What do I do? He asked instead. Learn, Rootbite said. We can teach you things. Creature magic, old magic. The kind that doesn't need wands or fancy words. Basic stuff every magical being knows, except wizards forgot it all when they started relying on tools instead of instinct. Why would you help me? The gnomes exchanged looks. Because wizards treat us like vermin, Mudwhisker said quietly. He was the smallest, with a scar across his face. Throw us out of gardens, set dogs on us, hire degenoming companies. The ministry classifies us as pests. But you're talking to us like we're people. That's worth something. Plus, Silverclaw added, you've got potential. A wizard who can talk to all magical creatures. That hasn't happened in centuries. You could change things. Make it better for creatures like us. But only if you survive long enough to get proper training. And don't get caught, Thornberry said. Your relatives find out you're meeting with gnomes, learning magic, they'll make your life hell. Maybe ship you off somewhere worse. Humans are creative when they're scared. Harry thought about the cupboard under the stairs. The locks on the outside of his door. The way Aunt Petunia's face went pinched when anyone mentioned his parents. The way Uncle Vernon's face turned purple when anything unusual happened. Teach me, Harry said. Silverclaw grinned. That's the spirit. Lesson 1 starts now. Close your eyes. Harry did. Magic is in everything living, Rootbite's voice was soft, almost hypnotic. Feel the grass under your feet. Really feel it. The individual blades, the dirt beneath, the worms moving in the soil. The ants building their colonies. The beetles hiding from the night birds. All of it is alive. All of it has energy. Magic is just learning to touch that energy, bend it, shape it. Harry tried to feel what Rootbite described. At first there was nothing but the cool grass between his toes and the night breeze on his skin. Then, slowly, something shifted. He felt a sort of buzzing underneath everything, like the world was humming at a frequency he'd never noticed before. "There you go," Silverclaw said. "That's the magic field. Everything magical creature can sense it. Wizards used to know how, but they forgot. Now they just force magic through wands, brute strength instead of finesse. What can I do with it?" Harry asked, eyes still closed. "For now. Just feel it. Get used to knowing it's there. Later we'll teach you to pull from it, shape it into something useful. But you gotta walk before you run, kid." They worked through the night. Harry sat in the grass, learning to sense the magical field, to distinguish different types of energy. Living things felt warm, growing. Metal felt cold and dead. The house behind him felt hollow except for 3 warm spots, the Dursleys sleeping, unaware their nephew was becoming something they'd tried so hard to prevent. When the sky started lightening, Silverclaw called it. "Tomorrow night, same time. Don't bring food, bring questions." "And Harry?" The gnome's voice was serious. "Don't tell anyone. Not other kids, not adults, nobody. You're vulnerable right now. Weak. That'll change, but until it does, secrets keep you safe." Harry nodded and crept back inside. He was asleep in his cupboard before Aunt Petunia's alarm went off. The next 3 weeks passed in a blur of garden work by day and magical lessons by night. Harry learned to sense magic in everything around him. He learned the difference between plant magic, slow and patient, always growing, and animal magic, quick and instinctive. The gnomes taught him to pull on the magical field, just tiny amounts at first, directing it to make a flower bloom or convince a worm to surface. "It's not about forcing," Thornberry explained one night while Harry tried to make a dandelion release its seeds. "It's about asking. Everything living wants to grow, wants to thrive. Magic just helps it along. Stop trying to command the flower. Suggest it instead. Show it the benefit of letting go." Harry changed his approach. Instead of pushing magic at the dandelion, he sort of offered it. Showed the plant how good it would feel to spread its seeds, to reproduce, to fulfill its purpose. The dandelion burst into a cloud of white fluff that drifted across the garden. "There." Rootbite clapped his gnarled hands. "That's proper creature magic. Cooperation instead of domination." But Harry's education wasn't just about magic. The gnomes taught him about the hidden world he'd never known existed. "There's magical creatures everywhere," Silverclaw said, sketching crude maps in the dirt. "Most hiding from wizards, who either want to study control or kill You got your sentient races, goblins, centaurs, merepeople, the lot. Then you got your beasts, hippogriffs, unicorns, dragons. Ministry classifies everything as beast or being based on stupid criteria. If you can't speak English and grovel proper, you're a beast. Never mind that centaurs are smarter than most wizards, they refuse to beg for being status so they get classed as beasts. It's all politics and control." "Where are they all?" Harry asked. "I've never seen anything magical except you. Because you weren't looking properly. And because we're good at hiding." Mudwhisker pointed at the bushes along the fence. "See that branch move? That's not wind. That's a botruckle colony. They live in the trees, protect him from pests and disease. Shy little buggers, but they're watching you." Harry squinted at the bushes. Now that he was looking, he could see tiny stick-like creatures peering out from the leaves, their sharp eyes glinting in the moonlight. "Can I talk to them?" "Course you can. You can talk to anything magical. Just gotta get comfortable first." Silverclaw cupped his hands around his mouth. "Oi. Stick boys. Come say hello. He's safe." The botruckles chattered to each other in high-pitched voices that sounded like wind chimes. Harry concentrated, the same way he did with the gnomes, letting the meaning wash over him instead of trying to force understanding. Really talk. Dangerous, could be trap, gnomes trust him, very small for a wizard. One Bowtruckle, braver than the rest, crept down the fence post. It was barely 6 inches tall, with long twig-like fingers and eyes like knots in wood. "Hello," Harry said softly. The Bowtruckle froze. Then it made a sound like creaking branches. He says hello back, root bite translated, even though Harry had understood perfectly. Wants to know if you're really a wizard or just a lost child. Bit of both, I think, Harry said to the Bowtruckle directly. The Bowtruckle's eyes went wide. It scurried back up the fence, chattering excitedly to its colony. Within seconds, a dozen Bowtruckles had emerged, all talking at once, their voices overlapping in Harry's head. "Here's us. A speaker. Thought they were extinct. My branch has beetles, can he help, does he know tree magic, all right, one at a time." Silverclaw's voice cut through the chaos. "You'll overwhelm the poor kid. He's just learning." The Bowtruckles organized themselves with surprising efficiency. The brave one appointed himself spokesperson. "I am Bramble," he said, his voice like rustling leaves. "We guard the trees. We felt your magic when you learned to grow things. It is good magic. Growing magic. We wish to learn more about you. I'm Harry. I live here. The humans don't know I can do magic." Bramble's branch fingers twitched. "The humans here are cruel. We have watched. They hurt you." "They don't hit me," Harry said automatically. "Pain is not only physical," Bramble said, which was surprisingly profound for a stick creature. "We see your spirit. It is wounded. But growing stronger. The gnomes teach you." "Yeah. Basic magic. Sensing and growing things. We could teach you tree magic," Bramble offered. "If you would help us. The big human sprays poison on the trees. Kills our food, makes our home sick. Could you stop this?" Harry thought about Aunt Petunia's arsenal of garden chemicals, which she applied with religious fervor every Saturday. "I can try. Maybe swap the poison for something harmless. Or just dump it out. We would be grateful." Bramble bowed, a strange sight from a creature made of twigs. "In exchange, we teach you to speak with trees, to understand growth, to shape wood. Useful skills for a young wizard." "Deal," Harry said. And just like that, his first alliance was sealed. Over the next month, Harry's nighttime gatherings expanded. The Bowtruckles brought friends, a family of hedgehogs who weren't magical themselves but knew where magical plants grew wild in the neighborhood. A trio of pixies who lived in the Dursley's attic showed up one night, attracted by the concentration of magic in the garden. "You're building yourself a right little court," Silverclaw observed one night. "Better be careful. More creatures means more chance of getting caught." But Harry was getting better at sensing danger. He could feel when Uncle Vernon was restless, when Aunt Petunia was having trouble sleeping. He learned to schedule his lessons around their patterns, to always be back in his cupboard before anyone stirred. The magic was getting easier too. He could coax plants to grow faster now, could sense the health of every living thing in the garden. When Aunt Petunia's prized roses got aphids, Harry eliminated them overnight by asking the ladybugs to help. Petunia bragged about her natural pest control to the neighbors, completely unaware her freak nephew had orchestrated the whole thing. The Bowtruckles taught him to sense the flow of water and nutrients through plants, to understand how roots communicated underground. The pixies, chaotic as they were, showed him how to move without being seen, how to turn attention away from himself just slightly, making people's eyes slide past him even when he was in plain sight. "It's not invisibility," Trixie the pixie explained while demonstrating. "It's just encouraging people not to notice. Humans are good at not noticing things that don't fit their world. We just help that along." Harry practiced while doing chores. He'd stand right in front of Dudley while the boy looked around for him, asking Aunt Petunia where the freak had gone. It was a small, petty victory, but it made the endless chores more bearable. He was learning about the wider magical world too, piece by piece. The creatures were walking encyclopedias of information wizards had forgotten or never known. Dragons are intelligent, Rootbite told him one night. Not human smart, but smart enough. They have their own magic, fire magic, old as the earth. But wizards treat them like animals, lock them up, steal their eggs, slay them for parts. Is it any wonder they're hostile? And unicorns? Harry asked. He'd read about them in a book Dudley had thrown away. Pure magic incarnate, Thornberry said reverently. They can sense intent, truth, purity of purpose. Can't lie to a unicorn. Their horns amplify healing magic, which is why poachers hunt them. Killing a unicorn is one of the darkest acts you can do, they're so pure that murdering one corrupts your soul. But their hair, freely given, is powerful. Most powerful wand core there is. Harry absorbed it all. Every creature had its own perspective, its own knowledge. The magical world was so much bigger and more complex than he'd ever imagined. One night in August, a new visitor arrived. Harry was practicing water magic with the pixies, learning to pull moisture from the air and direct it to thirsty plants, when Silverclaw suddenly went rigid. Everyone hide, the gnome whispered. Now. The bowtruckles vanished into their trees. The pixies shot into the air, invisible against the night sky. The other gnomes melted into the garden. Harry started to run for the house. Not you, Silverclaw hissed. Too late. Just stay calm and don't act guilty. What's coming? Something big. A shadow passed over the garden, blotting out the stars. Harry looked up and his breath caught. A massive creature was descending, wings spread wide, moving with absolute silence. For a terrifying moment he thought it was a dragon, but as it landed on the lawn he saw it was something else entirely. A cat. But not just a cat. It was huge, the size of a large dog, with a lion-like tail that swished back and forth. Its fur was spotted, and it had oversized ears that swiveled independently. Most striking were its eyes, huge, intelligent, amber-colored, studying Harry with unsettling focus. A Kneazle, Bramble whispered from his tree. Be careful. They can sense bad intentions. The Kneazle padded closer, sniffing the air. Harry stood frozen as it circled him, its tail occasionally brushing against his legs. Then it sat down and spoke. You are the one the garden folk speak of. The voice was female, cultured, precise. The human child who can hear us. Yes, Harry managed. Interesting. The Kneazle's tail swished again. I am Whisperwind. I have been observing you for 3 nights now. The pixies said you could speak to creatures. I did not believe them. Pixies lie. We do not. Trixie's offended voice came from somewhere overhead. Whisperwind ignored her. But it appears they spoke truth for once. You truly understand me? Yes, ma'am. Polite too. How unusual for a human. Whisperwind sat down properly, wrapping her tail around her paws. I have a problem, young speaker. Perhaps you can help. I can try. My family, my kittens, are trapped. There is a human who collects exotic cats, keeps them in cages in his home. He has taken 3 of my children. I have tried to free them, but the house has too many locks, and he has guard dogs. Nasty brutes, though not magical, so I cannot reason with them. Harry's hands clenched into fists. Where? 3 streets from here. The house with the red door. The man who lives there is wealthy, cruel. He sells rare animals to other cruel humans. I'll get them out, Harry said immediately. Silverclaw stepped out from the flowers. Hold on now. You're 8 years old with barely a month of training. Breaking into a house is serious business. I can't leave them in cages, Harry said. I wouldn't want to be trapped. I won't leave her kittens there. Whisperwind's eyes gleamed. You speak from experience. Harry thought about his cupboard. The locks. The bars Uncle Vernon had installed on his window after the roof incident. Yeah. I do. Then I will accept your help, young speaker. But not tonight. We must plan carefully. The man is dangerous, and failure would result in harm to you and my kittens both. Tomorrow night, Harry said. I'll bring the others. We'll figure it out together. Whisperwind studied him for a long moment, then nodded. Very well. I will return tomorrow when the moon rises. She spread her wings and launched into the air, disappearing into the darkness as silently as she'd arrived. Well, Silverclaw said into the silence that followed. This just got complicated. The next day dragged. Harry did his chores on autopilot, his mind racing through plans and discarding them. He needed to scout the house first, figure out the layout, where the kittens were kept. But he couldn't just walk up and knock on the door. Unless. I need to borrow Dudley's bike, Harry said that evening at dinner. The Dursleys looked at him like he'd grown a second head. Absolutely not, Aunt Petunia said immediately. That's Dudley's bike. His birthday present. Dudley has 3 bikes and doesn't ride any of them, Harry pointed out, which was true. Dudley had gotten bored of cycling after one day and the bikes now gathered dust in the garage. I just want to ride around the neighborhood a bit. Get some exercise like you're always saying I should. Uncle Vernon's eyes narrowed suspiciously. Why now? Summer's almost over. School starts soon. Just want to do something normal before I'm stuck inside again. Harry kept his voice flat, bored even. Like he didn't really care one way or another. Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon exchanged looks. Harry held his breath. Fine, Vernon grunted finally. Take the old one. But if you damage it, you'll be doing extra chores for a month. Yes, sir. 20 minutes later, Harry was wobbling down the street on a too-big bicycle, getting used to the balance. He'd never ridden before, the Dursleys had never taught him, but he'd watched other kids enough to get the basics. Within a few blocks he had it down. The house with the red door was easy to find. It was bigger than the others on the street, set back from the road with a tall fence around the property. Harry rode past slowly, making note of everything. Security camera above the door, unusual for this neighborhood. Dogs barking from the backyard. Windows on the second floor had bars. He circled the block, approaching from different angles. The back of the property bordered on a small wooded area, separated by the fence but offering potential cover. A large oak tree grew near the fence line, its branches extending over into the yard. Harry smiled. Trees were something he knew. That night, his entire creature council gathered for what Trixie dramatically called a war council. Whisperwind returned with the moon, landing silently among the assembled gnomes, bowtruckles, pixies, and hedgehogs. Right, Silverclaw said, taking charge. Harry scouted the place. 3-story house, fenced yard, guard dogs, security camera. The kittens are inside somewhere. We need to get in, find them, get them out, and make it look like they escaped on their own. Can't have the human suspecting magic. The camera is a problem, Mudwhisker said. Captures images. If it sees creatures moving, the human will know something is wrong. I can handle the camera, Trixie volunteered. Pixies are good with electronics. I'll short it out, make it look like a malfunction. The dogs? Whisperwind asked. Leave them to us, one of the hedgehogs said. Her name was Bristle, and she was the matriarch of the hedgehog family. We know all the neighborhood dogs. These ones are mean, but they're also stupid and food motivated. We'll lead them to the far corner of the yard, keep them occupied. The locks on the doors and windows. Harry asked. Bramble's branches clicked together. My colony can slip through small spaces. If we can find a way inside, we can open windows from within, unlock doors. Wood and metal speak to us. We can convince them to open. What about finding the kittens? Rootbite asked. Big house, could be anywhere. Whisperwind's ears swiveled. I can sense my children. If I can get close enough, I will know where they are. But I cannot approach without alerting the dogs. I'll go, Harry said. Humans don't question other humans being around. I can walk right up to the house, look in windows. If anyone asks, I'm looking for my lost cat. He nodded to Whisperwind. You come with me but stay hidden. When we find them, you signal the others and they move in. The human who lives there is dangerous, Whisperwind warned. If he catches you. He won't. Harry felt the strange certainty settle over him, the same certainty he'd felt when magic worked properly. This was right. This would work. When? Tomorrow is Saturday, Silverclaw said. The human might be home. Better to wait until a weekday when he's likely at work. Monday then, Harry agreed. During the day while the Dursleys think I'm doing garden work. We'll need a backup plan in case something goes wrong. They spent the next hour hammering out details. Escape routes. Contingencies. Who would do what and when? Harry felt something warm growing in his chest as he watched the creatures work together, planning and strategizing like a real team. His team. This is dangerous, Rootbite said as they were wrapping up. We could all get caught. You especially, Harry. Humans don't treat magical children well when they act out. I know, Harry said. But we're doing it anyway. Because it's right. Whisperwind pressed her head against his leg, a gesture of trust and affection. You have a good heart, young speaker. Whatever happens, I am grateful. Monday morning arrived hot and clear. Aunt Petunia sent Harry out to trim the hedges, a task that would keep him occupied for hours. Perfect. Harry worked for exactly 30 minutes, enough to make it look like he'd made progress. Then he stashed the hedge trimmers behind the shed, grabbed the bike, and pedaled toward the house with the red door. Whisperwind was waiting in the wooded area behind the property, along with the rest of the team. Harry leaned the bike against a tree and crouched down with them. Everyone ready? Nods and whispered affirmations all around. Trixie, take out the camera. Bristle, you're on dog duty as soon as I give the signal. Whisperwind, stay close but hidden. Everyone else, wait for my signal. If this goes bad, scatter and meet back at my garden tonight. Be careful, Silverclaw said gruffly. Harry stood, brushed off his two big jeans, and walked around to the front of the house. His heart hammered but his hands were steady. He knocked on the door. No answer. He knocked again, louder. Still nothing. Good. The man was out. Harry walked around the side of the house, peering in windows. Living room, empty. Kitchen, empty. Study, empty but filled with cages. His stomach turned. Exotic birds sat in cramped spaces, a snake coiled in a tank too small for it, and in the corner, 3 tiny Kneasel kittens huddled together in a wire cage. Found them, Harry whispered. Whisperwind appeared at his elbow, silent as shadow. Her eyes locked on the window, seeing her children. A low, dangerous sound rumbled from her chest. I will kill him, she said flatly. Later, Harry said. First we get them out. He moved to the back of the house where the dogs were going crazy, barking and snarling at the fence. Harry gave the signal, a sharp whistle the hedgehogs had taught him. Bristle and her family moved in, carrying pieces of meat they'd scavenged from various neighborhood rubbish bins. The dog's tone changed from aggressive to interested. They followed the hedgehogs to the far corner of the yard, temporarily distracted. Harry tried the back door. Locked, as expected. But it had a window. "Bramble, you're up." The bowtruckle scurried up Harry's arm, perched on his shoulder, and launched himself at the window. His tiny wooden fingers found purchase in the frame. He disappeared through a gap between the window and the sill, barely big enough for a coin to fit through. Harry waited. Seconds felt like hours. Then he heard it, the soft click of a lock disengaging. The door swung open. Harry slipped inside with Whisperwind right behind him. The house smelled like animals and fear and something chemical that made his eyes water. They moved through the kitchen into the study. The cages were worse up close. The birds looked sick, feathers dull. The snake was shedding in patches, a sign of stress. And the Kneasel kittens. They looked up as Whisperwind approached, their tiny faces lighting with recognition and hope. "Mama," one of them mewed. "I am here, little ones. I am here." The cage had a padlock. Harry tried pulling on it, but it held firm. He looked around desperately for a key, for something to break it with. "Let me," Bramble said. The bowtruckle approached the lock, his wooden fingers sliding into the mechanism. Harry felt a small pulse of magic, different from his own, sharper, more precise. Wood magic, tree magic, the kind that could persuade metal to bend. The lock clicked open. The kittens tumbled out, tiny wings flapping, climbing over each other to reach their mother. Whisperwind nuzzled each one, checking for injuries, purring so loudly Harry could feel the vibration in the air. "We need to go," Harry said. Now, before, he heard it. A car engine. Tires on the gravel driveway. "He's back," Whisperwind hissed. "Out the back, go." Harry shoved the kittens toward the door. They ran, ungainly on their tiny legs, wings helping them along. Whisperwind herded them through the kitchen toward the exit. Harry ran behind them but stopped at the door to the study. All these other animals, trapped and suffering. He couldn't just leave them. He ran back, opening cages as fast as his hands could move. The birds burst out in a flurry of feathers. The snake slithered free, its tongue flicking out in what Harry somehow understood was gratitude. "Go," he told them. "All of you, go." The front door opened. What the bloody hell, Harry didn't wait to see the man's face. He ran through the kitchen and out the back door, where Bramble was waiting. The bowtruckle leaped onto his shoulder as Harry sprinted across the yard. The dogs had given up on the hedgehogs and were racing back, but Harry was already at the fence. He jumped, catching the top of the wooden barrier, and hauled himself over with strength born of pure adrenaline. He landed hard on the other side, rolled, and kept running into the woods. Behind him, he could hear the man shouting, the dogs going insane, the sound of birds exploding out of windows he'd opened. Harry didn't stop until he reached the bike. Whisperwind and her kittens were already there, the little ones huddled together while the rest of the creatures stood guard. "Everyone okay?" Harry gasped. "All present," Silverclaw confirmed. "That was bloody brilliant, kid. Chaotic and reckless, but brilliant." "The birds," Whisperwind said, her voice warm. "You freed all of them. You did not have to do that." "Yes, I did," Harry said simply. "They were suffering." He picked up the bike and started pushing it through the woods, away from the house. The creatures followed, a strange parade of magical beings trailing after one small boy. They made it back to Privet Drive without incident. Harry stashed the bike and went back to trimming hedges like nothing had happened. His hands shook slightly, aftershocks of fear and excitement, but inside he felt something new. Pride. Accomplishment. Purpose. That night, Whisperwind brought her kittens to the garden. "We are in your debt, Harry Potter," she said formally. "You risked yourself for my family. That is not something easily forgotten or repaid." "You don't owe me anything," Harry said. "Nevertheless, you have it." Whisperwind's amber eyes gleamed in the moonlight. "My family will watch over you. Where you go, we will follow. You are under our protection now, and the protection of the Kneazle is not given lightly. The kittens mewed their agreement, climbing over Harry's legs and purring. I've been thinking, Silverclaw said. You're getting stronger, learning faster. But you're still stuck here with these awful humans, and we're still just garden creatures. What you need is real allies. Creatures with power and influence. Like who? Harry asked. Goblins, Rootbite said. They run the Wizarding Bank, control most of the gold. Smart, cunning, and they hate wizards almost as much as wizards hate them. If you could talk to them, make alliances there. And centaurs, Thornberry added. They live in forests, see the future in the stars. Very proud, very particular about respect. But if they accepted you? Forest acromantulas, if you're very careful, Mudwhisker suggested. Spiders the size of houses, intelligent and deadly. Most wizards fear them. Merepeople in the lakes and rivers, Bramble contributed. They have magic older than wizard magic, tied to water and tides. Harry listened to them list off creatures he'd only heard about in whispers and fairy tales. The scope of what was possible was expanding in his mind. How do I find them? He asked. I can't exactly leave Privet Drive without the Dursleys noticing. Not yet, Silverclaw agreed. But you will. When you go to Hogwarts, you'll have access to all sorts of magical creatures. The Forbidden Forest is right there, full of centaurs and unicorns and worse things. The lake has merepeople. And there's always creatures in the castle itself, hiding in the walls and towers. 3 more years until Hogwarts, Harry said. 3 years to practice, get stronger, build your network here, Whisperwind said. When you arrive at that school, you will not be a helpless first year. You will be a speaker with a creature army at your back. Harry looked around at his assembled allies. Gnomes, Bowtruckles, pixies, hedgehogs, and now a Kneazle family. It wasn't an army yet. But it was a start. Teach me everything, he said. Everything you know. I've got 3 years to learn. Silverclaw grinned, showing sharp teeth. That's the spirit. The next 2 years passed in a blur of secret education. Harry became a fixture in his garden at night, practicing magic with an ever-growing circle of creature allies. The basic skills he'd learned evolved into something more sophisticated. The Bowtruckles taught him wood shaping. Harry learned to coax branches into growing in specific patterns, to reinforce weak trees, to make walking sticks that were stronger than steel. He started carrying one everywhere, a gnarled piece of oak that Bramble's colony had helped him shape. The Dursleys thought it was just a stick he'd picked up. They had no idea it could defend him if needed, hardened by magic to be nearly unbreakable. The pixies taught him misdirection and illusion. Not real invisibility, that required power he didn't have yet, but the art of being overlooked. Harry got so good at it that he could walk past Uncle Vernon in the hallway and the man wouldn't even register his presence. He used it to steal food from the kitchen, to slip out at night without fear of being caught, to make his life with the Dursleys slightly more bearable. Whisperwind and her kittens, who had taken up residence in the abandoned house behind Privet Drive, taught him about loyalty and family. The Kneazle was fiercely protective, and her kittens followed Harry like ducklings. They also taught him to hunt, to move silently, to read the intentions of others. Kneazles could sense dishonesty and danger, and they shared that gift with Harry. Trust your instincts, Whisperwind told him. When something feels wrong, it usually is. Your magic knows truth from lies. Listen to it. But the most valuable lessons came from new allies who found their way to Harry's growing reputation. It started with a house elf. Harry was 9 when Dobby appeared in his garden one night, sobbing and pulling his ears. Great speaker, sir, Dobby has heard of you from the garden folk, the elf wailed. Dobby needs help, terrible help, but Dobby cannot ask, must not ask, is forbidden to ask. Harry had never seen a house elf before. The creature was tiny, with enormous eyes and ears, wearing what looked like a dirty pillowcase. "What's wrong?" Harry asked, crouching down to the elf's level. This set off a fresh round of sobbing. Great Speaker speaks to Dobby like Dobby is people. Not yelling, not ordering, just asking. "Oh, this is too much, Dobby cannot handle such kindness." "Dobby," Harry said firmly. "Take a breath. Tell me what's happening." The elf story came out in bits and pieces between sobs and attempts at self-punishment. He belonged to a wizarding family, he couldn't say who, his magic prevented it, and they were cruel. They kicked him, worked him to exhaustion, and were planning something dark. Something that would hurt people at Hogwarts when school started. "Can you leave them?" Harry asked. "Only if Master gives Dobby clothes," the elf sobbed. "But Master never will. Master needs Dobby to keep house secrets." Harry thought hard. What if someone helped you get clothes? Tricked your master into giving them to you? Is not possible. Master is too clever, too mean. "Maybe," Harry said. "But you know what? I've got 2 years before I go to Hogwarts. 2 years to figure out how to help you. Come back and talk to me, tell me what you can about your situation. Between all of us," he gestured to the assembled creatures, "we'll find a way." Dobby stared at him with huge, watery eyes. Great Speaker would help Dobby? Of course. Nobody should be trapped and hurt. If I can help, I will. The elf burst into tears again, but happier tears this time. He grabbed Harry's hand and shook it frantically. Dobby will help Great Speaker. Dobby knows many things, magical things. Dobby will teach. And he did. House elves had a completely different type of magic than wizards. Elf magic could bypass wards, teleport through anti-apparition barriers, and manipulate objects without wands. Over the following months, Dobby visited regularly, teaching Harry the basics of elf magic while Harry worked on a plan to free him. Through Dobby, Harry learned about wizarding families, politics, and the dark undercurrents of magical society. He learned about the war that had ended when he was a baby, about Death Eaters and Dark Marks, about the wizard who had killed his parents. "The Dark Lord Voldemort," Dobby whispered, looking terrified even saying the name. "Most evil wizard who ever lived. Great Speaker Harry Potter defeated him as a baby. Is famous. Is a hero." Harry touched his scar. "I don't remember any of it. Was very small," Dobby said. "But the magic remembers. Great Speaker has protection, special protection, from his mother's sacrifice. Is why he lives with horrible Muggle relatives. Blood protection, keeping Great Speaker safe." That explained a lot, actually. Why Dumbledore had left him here. Why the Dursleys couldn't just dump him at an orphanage like they'd threatened so many times. There was magic binding Harry to this place, to his mother's blood through Aunt Petunia. It didn't make living here pleasant, but at least it made sense. Harry's 10th birthday came and went, unmarked by the Dursleys but celebrated by his creature friends. Whisperwind brought him a dead bird, which was apparently a great honor among Measles. The gnomes presented him with a beautifully carved wooden box they'd made for storing his magical items. The pixies threw him a party in the garden that involved a lot of mischief and a minor incident with Aunt Petunia's washing line. But the best present came from an unexpected source. A tawny owl landed in the garden one night carrying a small package. Harry had learned enough about the magical world to know that owls were used for mail delivery, which meant someone in that world knew about him and where he lived. He opened the package carefully. Inside was a book, Basic Magical Theory, by Adalbert Waffling, and a note written in emerald green ink. "Dear Harry, you don't know me, but I knew your parents. I've been keeping an eye on you from a distance, making sure you're safe. I can't reveal myself yet, there are reasons, complicated ones, but I wanted you to have this. Every young wizard should understand the theory behind their magic. Stay safe. Stay hidden. Your time is coming. A friend. Harry read the note 3 times, then showed it to Silverclaw. Someone's watching out for you, the gnome said. From the wizarding world. Could be good, could be trouble. The handwriting is elegant, Whisperwind observed. Educated. Someone with resources, to send an owl and a book. Harry opened the book. It was dense, full of theory and explanation, but as he read he realized it was explaining everything he'd been learning through practice. The magical field the gnomes had taught him to sense was called ambient magic. The cooperation-based magic the Bowtruckles used was sympathetic casting. Even the pixies' misdirection had a formal name, perceptual manipulation. This is useful, Harry said, skimming through chapters. Really useful. It's like having a manual for what we've been doing. Read it carefully, Rootbite advised. But remember, theory and practice are different things. That book will teach you how wizards think magic works. We teach you how magic actually works. Combine both and you'll be stronger than either alone. Harry devoured the book over the next month, practicing the formal techniques alongside the creature magic. He learned to blend both approaches, using wizard theory to understand and refine creature practice. It made his magic stronger, more controlled. By the time Harry turned 11, he could grow plants from seeds to full size in minutes. He could shape wood with a thought, make himself nearly invisible, sense intentions and emotions in others, and had a working knowledge of magical theory that would surprise most first years. He'd also expanded his network beyond the garden. Whisperwind had introduced him to a family of Thestrals living in an abandoned barn outside Little Whinging. The skeletal, winged horses were invisible to most people, you had to have seen death to see them, but Harry saw them clearly. He'd seen death, in dreams and flashes of memory. Green light and his mother's screaming. The Thestrals were gentle despite their frightening appearance. Their magic was tied to death and the thin places between life and whatever came after. They taught Harry to sense the echoes of mortality, to understand that death was part of nature's cycle, not something to be feared. Everything ends, the lead Thestral, whose name translated roughly as Shadowmane, told him. But endings make room for beginnings. Your mother's ending gave you a beginning. Her sacrifice is in your blood, your magic. You carry her love like armor. It was comforting and heartbreaking at the same time. Through the Thestrals, Harry met a colony of doxies living in the barn's rafters. The vicious little fairies were usually considered pests, but they were clever and resourceful. They taught Harry about magical pest control, from the pest's perspective. Wizards try to exterminate us, the doxy queen buzzed. But we always survive. We're small, adaptable, and we breed fast. When you're weak, being small and numerous is strength. I'm not trying to exterminate anyone, Harry said. We know why we talk to you. You're different. You see creatures as allies, not resources or problems. That's rare. Worth remembering. The summer before his 11th birthday, Harry made his boldest move yet. He went to Gringots. Not physically, he couldn't get to London without being caught. But Silverclaw had connections. Garden gnomes were everywhere in magical Britain, and they talked to each other. Word had spread through the gnome network about Harry Potter, the young speaker who treated creatures with respect. A delegation came to his garden one night. 3 gnomes he'd never met, travel-worn and serious. We carry a message from Griphook of Gringots, the lead gnome said. The goblin has heard of you. Wants to meet you. Says there are matters concerning your inheritance that require discussion. My inheritance? Your parents were wealthy, Harry Potter. Their gold sits in Gringots, waiting for you. But there are complications. The goblin thinks you should know about them before you turn 11 and receive your Hogwarts letter. Harry's mind raced. Money meant independence. It meant he could buy things he needed, help the creatures who'd helped him. But it also meant dealing with goblins, who Rootbite had warned were tricky and dangerous to negotiate with. How would I meet him? I can't leave here. He will come to you. If you agree. Harry looked at his assembled advisors. Silverclaw shrugged. Whisperwind's tail swished thoughtfully. Bramble's branches clicked in what Harry had learned was the equivalent of a worried frown. It's risky, Rootbite said. But goblins respect boldness. And you'll need to deal with them eventually. Tell Griphook I'll meet with him, Harry decided. Tomorrow night. Here. The delegation left. Harry spent the next day nervous and distracted, earning him extra chores from Aunt Petunia for dawdling. When night fell, he gathered his core group of allies. Silverclaw, Rootbite, Whisperwind, Bramble, and Dobby, who had insisted on being present. Goblins is tricky, Dobby warned. Always wanting payment for everything. Never do favors without expecting something back. I've got nothing to offer except respect, Harry said. Maybe that's enough, Whisperwind said. Respect is rare currency. Griphook arrived at midnight, appearing with a soft pop of apparition that made Harry jump. The goblin was shorter than Harry expected, barely 4 feet tall, with long fingers and sharp teeth. He wore a well-tailored suit and carried himself with unmistakable authority. Harry Potter, Griphook said, his voice gravelly. You are younger than I expected. Griphook, Harry replied, keeping his voice steady. Thank you for coming. The goblin's eyes glittered. You know my name. Interesting. Most wizards cannot be bothered to learn goblin names. They call us all Goblin, as if we are interchangeable. You're not, Harry said. You're Griphook, senior account manager at Gringots, handler of the Potter family vault. You've been managing my parents' estate since they died. Griphook's eyebrows rose. You have done your research. I have friends who help me learn things. Harry gestured to the assembled creatures. The goblin looked around at the gnomes, the Kneazle, the Bowtruckles, and the house elf. His expression was unreadable. A speaker, Griphook said finally. I had heard rumors. I did not believe them. Speakers are extinct, have been for centuries. I'm here, Harry said simply. Indeed you are. Griphook folded his arms. Very well. I will be direct, as goblins prefer. Your parents left you a considerable fortune. Gold, properties, investments. You are wealthy by any standard. However, there have been irregularities. What kind of irregularities? Withdrawals from your vault. Authorized by Albus Dumbledore, who holds a key and claims to be acting in your best interest. Payments to your Muggle relatives for your care. Donations to various causes in your name. All legal, technically, but none of it approved by you. Harry's hands clenched. How much? Approximately 15,000 galleons over 10 years. Not a devastating amount given your total wealth, but not insignificant either. Dumbledore is taking my money. With authorization from the Wisengamot, granted when you were placed with your relatives. The assumption was that you would need a guardian to manage your affairs. Dumbledore volunteered. Harry's mind churned. The Dursleys had been paid to keep him. And they still treated him like garbage. And Dumbledore was just taking money from his vault. Can I stop it? When you turn 11 and receive your Hogwarts letter, you become legally able to access your vault. You can revoke Dumbledore's access then. However. Griphook paused. The headmaster is a powerful wizard with significant political influence. Directly opposing him could have consequences. I don't care, Harry said. It's my money. My parents left it to me, not him. Griphook smiled, showing sharp teeth. That is the correct answer. Goblins appreciate those who defend their own wealth. He pulled out a piece of parchment. I took the liberty of preparing documents. Sign here, dated for your 11th birthday. The moment you are of age, Dumbledore's access ends. Harry took the offered quill and signed. His handwriting was messy, unpracticed, but his signature was clear. "There is more," Griphook said. "Your parents left you more than gold. They left you properties. The Potter Manor in Godric's Hollow is damaged and sealed. But there are other holdings. A cottage in Wales. A townhouse in London. A hunting lodge in Scotland. All of these are yours." "I didn't know," Harry said quietly. Most wizards orphaned young do not know the extent of their inheritance until they come of age at 17. "But you are not most wizards, are you, Harry Potter?" "I guess not." "Indeed." Griphook tucked the signed parchment away. "I have a proposal. Gringots has long been dissatisfied with how wizards treat goblinkind. We are warriors and craftsmen, yet we are denied wands, restricted from certain magics, treated as inferiors. A speaker, a wizard who respects creatures and treats with them as equals, could change things. Could be a valuable ally to goblinkind. What do you want from me?" Harry asked. "For now. Nothing. Consider this an investment. I help you now, while you are young and vulnerable. In the future, when you have power and influence, you remember who helped you. You advocate for fair treatment of goblins. You do business with Gringots. Simple." It was far from simple. It was a political alliance, the first real one Harry had made. But he'd been making alliances all along, hadn't he? With gnomes and measles and bowtruckles. This was just bigger. "I'll remember," Harry promised. "And I'll do what I can for goblins when I have the power to do so. Then we have an accord." Griphook extended his hand. Harry shook it, feeling the goblin's grip, strong and confident. "One more thing," Griphook said. "You will need money before you access your vault. For preparations, supplies. I can arrange a small withdrawal, delivered discreetly. Say, 100 galleons. That's generous." "It is an investment," Griphook repeated. "Besides, the gold is yours. I am merely facilitating access." The goblin pulled out a small bag and handed it to Harry. It was surprisingly heavy, clinking with coins. "Wizard money," Griphook explained. "Gold galleons, silver sickles, bronze nuts. The bag is charmed to be lighter than its contents. Spend it wisely." "I will." "Thank you, Griphook." The goblin nodded and disapparated, vanishing as suddenly as he'd appeared. Harry stood in the garden, holding a bag of gold, surrounded by creatures who'd become his family. "Well," Silverclaw said. "You're officially a player now. Got allies in Gringots, got gold, got information. Not bad for an 11-year-old. "I've got you," Harry corrected. "All of you. The gold just makes it easier." Whisperwind purred, her kittens, now adolescent measles, circling Harry's legs. "What will you do with it?" Rootbite asked. Harry thought. "First, I'm going to buy books. All the magical books I can find. I need to learn everything before I get to Hogwarts. Second, I'm going to get supplies for all of you. Food, materials, whatever you need. You've been helping me for years. Time I helped back." "And third?" Bramble asked. "Third," Harry said slowly, "I'm going to find out everything I can about Dumbledore, Voldemort, and what really happened to my parents. Because I have a feeling the official story is missing some important parts." The creatures exchanged glances. "That's a dangerous path," Whisperwind warned. "I know. But I can't go to Hogwarts blind. I need to know what I'm walking into." Over the next month, Harry used his new resources carefully. He sent Dobby, who could apparate, to a wizarding bookshop with a list of titles. The elf returned with armloads of books on magical history, defensive magic, creature care, and wizarding politics. Harry read voraciously. He learned about the First Wizarding War, about Voldemort's rise and fall. He read about the Death Eaters, the dark magic they used, the fear they spread. And he read about the prophecy, vague references in historical accounts that suggested his connection to Voldemort was deeper than just being the baby who survived. He learned about Hogwarts, its houses, its history. About famous witches and wizards, about magical creatures and where they lived. About the forbidden forest adjacent to the school, rumored to contain centaurs, acromantulas, unicorns, and worse things. The forest will be useful, Harry said to Whisperwind one night. If I can make contact with the centaurs, convince them I'm different from other wizards. Centaurs are proud, Whisperwind warned. They do not trust easily. But they value respect and knowledge. If you approach them properly, they might listen. Harry also used the gold to help his creature friends. He bought high-quality food for Whisperwind and her family. He purchased materials for the Bowtruckles to strengthen their trees. He even managed to get a catalog of goblin-made items and commissioned a set of proper tools for the gnomes. You didn't have to do this, Silverclaw said, examining a beautiful silver trowel that would never rust or dull. Yes, I did. You've given me everything. Language, magic, friendship. This is the least I can do. The gnome's eyes were suspiciously shiny. You're a good kid, Harry. Better than most wizards I've met. August arrived, and with it came Harry's 11th birthday. He woke up in his cupboard on July 31st, knowing today would change everything. Sure enough, at breakfast, an owl arrived. It flew straight through the kitchen window, dropping a thick envelope on the table before Aunt Petunia could scream. Uncle Vernon's face went purple. No, he said. Absolutely not. I will not have this in my house. But Harry was faster. He grabbed the envelope and ran for his cupboard, slamming the door behind him and bracing it with his body as Uncle Vernon pounded on the other side. Boy! Give that here. You will not be going to that freak school. I forbid it. Harry ignored him, tearing open the envelope with shaking hands. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Source, CHF, Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, International Confeed, of Wizards, dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Harry read the letter 3 times, grinning so hard his face hurt. He had known it was coming, had prepared for years, but seeing it in writing made it real. Uncle Vernon eventually gave up pounding on the door. Harry heard him stomping away, muttering about putting a stop to this nonsense. That night, the entire creature council gathered for an emergency meeting. They'll try to stop you, Silverclaw predicted. The fat humans. They'll run, try to hide you away. Let them try, Harry said. The letter says someone will come to explain things to families who don't know about magic. Probably Hagrid, he's the groundskeeper. I remember reading about him. And if they succeed in hiding you? Whisperwind asked. Then I escape and find my own way to the magical world. I have gold. I have knowledge. I can manage. But he wouldn't have to, because the Dursleys, in their panic, made a mistake. They ran. Harry woke up 3 days after his birthday in a shack on a rock in the middle of the sea. Uncle Vernon had driven them for hours, getting farther from Privet Drive with every mile. He'd rented this miserable place, convinced they'd be safe from those freaks out here. What he didn't account for was Hagrid's determination. The half-giant arrived at midnight on Harry's birthday proper, blasting the door off its hinges and striding in like a force of nature. Harry Potter. Hagrid's voice boomed. Finally found ya. Had ter track ya all over England. What are these muggles thinking, runnin' off with ya like this? Harry stared up at the largest human he'd ever seen. Hagrid was at least 8 feet tall, broad as a wall, with wild hair and a wilder beard. His eyes were kind though, crinkling at the corners as he smiled. Hello, Harry said. You're Rubius Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. Hagrid blinked. How'd you know that? I read about you. In a history of Hogwarts. You've been readin', but how? Your muggles said ya didn't know nothin' about magic. They said a lot of things that weren't true, Harry replied. Uncle Vernon had recovered from his shock and was advancing on Hagrid with a rifle. Get out. We want nothing to do with your lot. The boy isn't going to your freak school. Hagrid casually plucked the rifle from Vernon's hands and bent the barrel into a knot. I'll be talking Harry to get his school things tomorrow. Yeah, can't stop him. He's got a right to his education, and no muggle is gonna prevent it. Vernon tried to argue, but Hagrid was immovable. Eventually, the Dursleys retreated to their corner of the shack, muttering and glaring. Hagrid turned back to Harry, pulling out a slightly squashed box. Got ya a birthday cake. Made it myself. Harry opened the box. The cake was lopsided and messy, but the words, "Happy Birthday Harry," were written in green icing with genuine care. Something in Harry's chest tightened. None of the creatures had been able to bake him a cake. This was the first birthday cake he'd ever received. Thank you, he said quietly. They talked through the night. Hagrid told him about Hogwarts, about magic, about his parents. Harry listened, comparing what Hagrid said to what he'd learned from books and creatures. Most of it matched, but Hagrid's version was more personal, full of stories about James and Lily Potter. Your dad was a brilliant wizard, Hagrid said. A bit of a troublemaker in school, but his heart was in the right place. And your mum, she was the best witches I ever met. Muggle-born, but that didn't matter. She was top of her class, kind to everyone, fierce as a dragon when protectin' what she loved. She died protecting me, Harry said. Her love saved ya. Old magic, the oldest there is. Love stronger than death. Hagrid wiped his eyes. Sorry. Gets me emotional, talkin' about your parents. Harry made a decision. Hagrid was trustworthy. He could feel it, the same way Whisperwind could sense intentions. Can I tell you something? Something secret? Hagrid nodded seriously. Course. Anything ya tell me stays between us. I can talk to magical creatures. All of them. I've been learning magic from them for 3 years. Hagrid's eyes went wide. Blimey. You're a speaker. But those are. I thought they were extinct. Apparently not. Does Dumbledore know? No. And I'd like to keep it that way for now. Harry met Hagrid's eyes. I trust you. But I don't know Dumbledore yet. Don't know if I can trust him with this. Hagrid scratched his beard. That's probably smart, actually. Dumbledore's a great man, greatest wizard alive. But he's also got a lot on his plate, a lot o' plans. Something this big, this unusual, might be best to keep it quiet for now. At least until ya get to know him yourself. You'll keep my secret? On me honor, Hagrid promised. But Harry, this is huge. Ya realize that? Speakers were legendary. They could unite magical creatures, build alliances, stop wars. If the wrong people found out, they'd try to control me or kill me, Harry finished. I know. That's why it's secret. They left the shack at dawn. Hagrid had a flying motorcycle that he claimed to have borrowed from Sirius Black, whoever that was. The flight to London was terrifying and exhilarating in equal measure. They landed in a shabby pub called the Leaky Cauldron. The moment Harry walked in, the whole place went silent. Bless my soul, the bartender whispered. Harry Potter. Then chaos erupted. Everyone wanted to shake his hand, touch his scar, welcome him to the magical world. Harry bore it with as much grace as he could manage, but inside he was overwhelmed. These people saw him as some kind of celebrity, a hero, based on something he didn't remember doing. Hagrid finally extracted him from the crowd and led him to the back courtyard. Now, Hagrid said, tapping bricks with his umbrella, welcome to Diagon Alley. The wall opened, revealing a street full of magic. Shops selling wands, cauldrons, books, robes, and 100 other things Harry couldn't even identify. Wizards and witches bustled about. Owls hooted from shop windows. A group of kids flew past on toy broomsticks. Harry's first stop was Gringots. The white marble building towered over the street, guarded by goblins in uniform. Griphook was waiting inside. Mr. Potter, the goblin said formally. Welcome to Gringots. I have your key prepared. Hagrid looked confused. How'd ya know we were comin'? The Goblin Nation has ways of knowing when important clients approach, Griphook said smoothly. Which was technically true, even if the real reason was that Harry had sent word through the gnome network that he'd be visiting today. The cart ride down to the vaults was stomach-churning. When they finally stopped at Vault 687, Harry got his first look at his inheritance. Gold. Mountains of it. Gold galleons piled high, along with silver sickles and bronze nuts. All yours, Griphook said. Your parents were very successful. They invested wisely. Harry filled a bag with coins, taking enough for school supplies and a bit extra. As they rode back up, Griphook slipped him a small piece of parchment. Harry read it quickly. The papers you signed are in effect. Dumbledore's key no longer works. Your accounts are secure. Harry nodded slightly and pocketed the note. They spent the day shopping. Harry got fitted for robes at Madame Malkin's, where he met a pale boy with blonde hair who bragged about his family and seemed disappointed that Harry didn't recognize the name Malfoy. He bought his books at Flourish and Blots, getting not just the required texts but additional volumes on magical creatures, wand lore, and defensive magic. The shopkeeper was delighted to have such an enthusiastic customer. He got his cauldron, his telescope, his ingredients. At the apothecary, Harry's knowledge of magical creatures surprised the owner. You know the difference between Kneazle hair and cat hair? The man asked, impressed. Kneazle hair has a different texture, and it reacts to magic, Harry explained. Plus it's more valuable for potion making because Kneazles are intelligent and their hair retains magical properties better. Exactly right. Not many students your age would know that. Finally, they reached Ollivander's. The wand shop was quiet, dusty, with thousands of narrow boxes stacked to the ceiling. A tinkling bell announced their arrival, and an old man with wide, pale eyes emerged from the back. Ah yes, Mr. Ollivander said softly. I wondered when I'd be seeing you, Mr. Potter. It seems only yesterday your mother was in here buying her first wand. 10¼ inches, swishy, made of willow. Nice wand for charm work. He circled Harry, studying him with unnerving intensity. Your father favored a mahogany wand. 11 inches. Pliable. Excellent for transfiguration. Ollivander's eyes gleamed. I wonder what you'll get. The fitting process was strange. Wand after wand failed to work. Some did nothing when Harry waved them. Others caused minor explosions of sparks. One set the curtains on fire. Difficult, Ollivander muttered. Very difficult. Not unusual for powerful wizards, of course. The wand must be exactly right. He disappeared into the back and returned with an old, dusty box. Let's try this. Holly and phoenix feather. 11 inches. Nice and supple. Harry took the wand, and the moment his fingers closed around it, he felt warmth spread through his hand. Magic flowed from his core down his arm and into the wood, which responded like it was welcoming an old friend. Golden sparks fountained from the tip, swirling around the room in patterns that looked almost like creatures, a lion, an eagle, a stag. Oh, bravo! Ollivander cried. Yes, yes, very good. But curious, very curious. What's curious? Harry asked. I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter. It so happens that the phoenix whose tail feather is in your wand gave another feather. Just one other. It is curious that you should be destined for this wand when its brother gave you that scar. Harry's hand went to his forehead automatically. Voldemort's wand? We do not speak his name. Hagrid hissed, looking around nervously. But Ollivander nodded. The same phoenix. Brother wands. They will not work properly against each other. Very curious indeed. I expect we will see great things from you, Mr. Potter. After all, he who must not be named did great things. Terrible, yes, but great. Harry paid for the wand and left the shop feeling unsettled. His wand was connected to Voldemort's. What did that mean? Don't worry about it, Hagrid said, sensing Harry's mood. Ollivander's brilliant but a bit odd. Come on, got one more surprise fair yeah. The surprise was an owl. A beautiful snowy owl with amber eyes that studied Harry with obvious intelligence. Every student's allowed a familiar, Hagrid explained. Cat, toad, or owl. Figured yet like an owl. For deliveries and such. Harry approached the cage slowly. The owl clicked her beak. Hello, Harry said quietly, using the mental speech he'd developed with creatures. The owl's head swiveled to stare at him more intently. You speak. Her voice was clear and sharp in Harry's mind. A human who speaks. My name is Harry. Would you like to come with me? Be my friend and companion. I am Hedwig, the owl said. And yes. I have been waiting for a human worthy of partnering with. The shop owner is kind, but I was meant for more than catching mice and delivering letters. I will join you, Harry Potter. We will do great things together. Thank you, Harry said aloud, meaning it deeply. Hagrid bought her without knowing Harry had already made a connection. He thought Harry had just picked a pretty owl. They returned to the leaky cauldron for dinner. Harry was exhausted but happy. He had everything he needed for school, plus new knowledge and connections. When does the term start? Harry asked. September 1st. You'll need to catch the Hogwarts Express from King's Cross Station. Platform 9 3/4. How do I get there from Privet Drive? The letter says someone from the school will arrange transport. Probably the night bus or something. They parted ways at the leaky cauldron. Hagrid was heading back to Hogwarts. Harry was returning to the Dursleys for one final month. Thanks for everything, Harry said. For finding me, for helping me, for being kind. Hagrid's eyes went shiny again. You're a good kid, Harry. Gonna do great at Hogwarts, I just know it. And, if ya ever need anything, yeah, come find me. I'll help however I can. They shook hands, Hagrid's hand swallowed Harry's completely, and Harry took the night bus back to Little Whinging. The Dursleys didn't speak to him when he arrived. Vernon had installed new locks on his cupboard, apparently planning to keep him imprisoned until September. But Harry had his wand now, and more importantly, he had Hedwig. That night, his creature council gathered for the last time before Hogwarts. You've grown so much, Whisperwind said, pride evident in her voice. The scared little boy we met 3 years ago has become a young wizard with power and purpose. I couldn't have done it without all of you, Harry said. You taught me everything. Magic, friendship, how to see beyond appearances to what really matters. What's your plan for Hogwarts? Silverclaw asked. Keep learning. Make contact with the creatures in and around the school. Build alliances carefully. And figure out what Dumbledore and the other adults are really planning. Harry looked around at his friends. I want you all to know, you'll always be family to me. No matter what happens at school, you're my first friends, my first teachers. That doesn't change. We'll keep watch here, Rootbite promised. The Gnome Network will keep you informed of happenings in the wider world. And if you need us, just send word. Hedwig can carry messages, Harry said, gesturing to his owl who sat on a branch nearby. She's agreed to work with all of you. An honor, Hedwig said. The other creatures could hear her now that Harry had introduced them properly. Bramble stepped forward, holding something carefully in his wooden hands. We made this for you. A gift. It was a wooden pendant, beautifully carved, showing a tree with branches that reached up and roots that reached down, forming a perfect circle. The world tree, Bramble explained. Symbol of connection. All creatures, all magic, all life, connected through the tree. Wear it and remember, you're never alone. You have us. Harry put the pendant on. It settled against his chest, warm with the magic woven into it. Thank you. All of you. For everything. The next month passed in a strange limbo. The Dursleys avoided him completely. Harry spent his time reading his new books, practicing magic in his room, and talking to Hedwig about what to expect at Hogwarts. The castle has many creatures, Hedwig told him. Ghosts, portraits, house elves, and hidden things in the walls. The lake has mere-people and Grindylows. The forest has centaurs, unicorns, acromantulas, and worse. You'll have opportunities to build your network. I need to be careful though, Harry said. Can't let anyone know about the speaker ability yet. Not until I know who I can trust. Wise, Hedwig agreed. Trust must be earned. Finally, September 1st arrived. Harry woke early, already dressed and packed. His trunk contained his school supplies, hidden at the bottom were his magical books, the pendant from Bramble, and a few other gifts from his creature friends. The Dursleys drove him to King's Cross in stony silence. They dumped him at the entrance with his trunk and owl and drove away without a word of goodbye. Harry didn't care. He was free. He found platform 9 3/4 by asking Hedwig to scout ahead. The owl returned with directions, straight through the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. Harry pushed his trolley at the barrier, heart pounding. For a moment he thought he'd crash, then suddenly he was through, standing on a platform full of students and parents, with a scarlet steam engine waiting. The Hogwarts Express. Harry loaded his trunk into a compartment and settled in with Hedwig. The train began to fill with students, their voices excited and nervous. A girl with bushy brown hair and an authoritative air poked her head into his compartment. Has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost one. No, sorry, Harry said. Then he added, I could help look if you want. I'm good at finding things. The girl's eyes lit up. Really? That would be wonderful. I'm Hermione Granger, by the way. Harry Potter. Her eyes went even wider. Really? I've read all about you. You're in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century. I'm in books. Of course. You're famous. The boy who lived. She paused. You really don't know. I grew up with muggles who didn't tell me anything about magic until recently. Hermione's expression shifted from excitement to sympathy. That's terrible. Well, I'm muggle-born too, so I understand feeling behind. But I've read all our textbooks already, and several others besides. If you need help catching up, I'd be happy to study together. That would be great, actually, Harry said honestly. Hermione was clearly brilliant and enthusiastic. She could be a useful ally. They found Neville's toad together, Trevor had hidden in the bathroom. Neville was a round-faced, nervous boy who thanked them profusely. I'm rubbish at magic, Neville said miserably. My gran says I'm not like my parents. They were both brilliant. You haven't even started school yet, Harry pointed out. How can you be rubbish at something you haven't learned? I suppose, Neville said doubtfully. They ended up sharing a compartment, along with a red-haired boy named Ron Weasley who had a pet rat. Harry studied the rat curiously. There was something off about it. Most rats lived 2 or 3 years. This one looked old, really old, but was still moving around. And when it looked at him, the intelligence in its eyes was unusual. "How old is your rat?" Harry asked. "Dunno exactly," Ron said. "He belonged to my brother Percy first. Had him for years." The rat, Scabbers, seemed to shrink away from Harry's attention. Interesting. The train journey passed with conversation and snacks from the trolley. Harry learned about Ron's large family, Hermione's excitement about magic, and Neville's fear of not living up to his family's expectations. When the train finally pulled into Hogsmeade Station, Harry felt his heart race. This was it. The next chapter of his life was beginning. "Fur's years. Fur's years over here." Hagrid's voice boomed across the platform. They followed him down to a lake where boats waited. "No more than 4 to a boat," Hagrid called. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville climbed into one together. As they pushed off, Harry dipped his fingers in the water, reaching out with his magic. Below the surface, he felt them. Dozens of presences. The merpeople and other water creatures, aware of the boats passing overhead. "Welcome, speaker," a voice whispered through the water. "We have been waiting." Harry smiled to himself. His army was already here. Chapter 2, The Underground Network. Harry Potter sat beneath an oak tree on Hogwarts grounds, pretending to study his potions textbook. In reality, he was having 3 conversations at once, none of them with humans. "The Centaurs won't meet you yet," said a bowtruckle named Flintwick who lived in the tree above him. "They say the stars aren't aligned for such a meeting. Load of dung if you ask me. They're just testing your patience." "Tell them I respect their decision," Harry replied silently, using the mental speech he'd developed. "I'll wait until they're ready." Meanwhile, a family of mice beneath the roots was updating him on castle gossip. "The caretaker's cat almost caught us yesterday," squeaked the eldest mouse. "But we remembered what you taught us about avoiding predators. Made it back safe." "Good job," Harry nodded slightly. "Any news from the kitchens?" "The house elves talk about you. They know someone's been leaving gifts for them. Small things, polished stones, flowers, ribbons. They're confused but pleased. No wizard's ever given them presents before." The third conversation was with Hedwig, who circled high above, keeping watch. "Hagrid is coming your way," she warned. "Moving fast. Seems excited about something." Harry closed his textbook just as the half-giant came lumbering around the corner of the castle. "Harry! There ya are." Hagrid beamed through his wild beard. "Been lookin' all over. Got something special to show ya. If you're not busy with homework, that is." Harry grinned. "I could use a break." "What is it?" "Can't tell ya. It's a surprise. But I think you'll like it." Hagrid winked mysteriously. Harry followed, knowing exactly what the surprise was. A Kelpie had shown up in the Black Lake 3 days ago, and Hagrid had been beside himself with excitement. The water horses were rare and dangerous, Ministry classified as XXXX creatures, but this one was injured and seeking sanctuary. Surprise meant magical creature. It always did with Hagrid. The gamekeeper led him toward the lake, chattering about classes and how Harry was settling in. 2 months into his first year at Hogwarts, Harry had developed a reputation as a quiet but talented student with an uncanny knack for magical creatures. His friendship with Hagrid was well established. "Here we are," Hagrid said, stopping at the lake's edge. "Stay back a bit. He's a bit skittish with strangers." Harry played dumb. "The Kelpie showed up couple days ago. Got a wound on his flank, nasty one. Looks like someone tried to capture him. Poor fella escaped but got hurt in the process." Hagrid made a clicking sound with his tongue. The lake's surface rippled, then parted as a horse's head emerged. But this was no ordinary horse. Its mane was made of rushes and waterweed, its eyes black as midnight, its coat sleek and shining like wet stone. Beautiful, Harry breathed, and meant it. The Kelpie regarded him warily. All Kelpies were dangerous, they lured unwary travelers onto their backs, then dove beneath the water to drown and eat them. But this one was in no shape to hunt. Its magic was depleted from healing, and it needed help. Careful now, Hagrid warned. Don't get too close. Kelpies are tricky. This one's behaving 'cause he's hurt, but still dangerous. Harry nodded but took a step forward. The Kelpie's eyes narrowed. Speaker, it said in Harry's mind, the voice deep and ancient. The water folk said you might come. I'm here to help, Harry replied silently. You're wound, it's magical, isn't it? Won't heal on its own. Dark magic. Binding spell that went wrong when I fought free. It festers. I might know a way to help. But not with Hagrid watching. Can you meet me tonight? After dark? The Kelpie considered, then nodded almost imperceptibly. Aloud, Harry said, He's amazing, Hagrid. What are you going to do with him? Heal him up, then release him. Can't keep a Kelpie captive, wouldn't be right. They need freedom. Hagrid sighed. Ministry'd have a fit if they knew he was here. Classify Kelpies as dangerous, they do. Our secret then, Harry promised. Hagrid beamed. Knew I could trust ya. Not many first-years understand about creatures like this. If only you knew, Harry thought. That night, Harry slipped out of Gryffindor Tower under the cover of a disillusionment charm. Not a proper one, those were beyond first-year capabilities, but a creature version the Botruckles had taught him. It didn't make him invisible, just easy to overlook, like the pixie magic from Privet Drive. The castle corridors were silent except for the occasional ghost drifting past. Harry moved confidently, guided by Hedwig's directions from her earlier reconnaissance. The owl had mapped the prefect patrol routes, noting which corridors would be clear and when. Outside, the autumn air was crisp. Harry hurried across the grounds to the lake, where a small bag of supplies bumped against his leg. The Kelpie was waiting, just its head above the water. You came, it observed. Bold, for a human foal. I said I would, Harry answered simply. My name is Harry Potter. Names have power, the Kelpie said. I do not give mine lightly. I understand. May I see your wound? The Kelpie emerged further from the water, revealing its full form, horse-like but with scales instead of hair, and fins along its spine. A jagged gash ran along its flank, edges black and pulsing with dark magic. Harry knelt, careful not to touch. This is a binding curse. Someone tried to enslave you. Poachers, the Kelpie hissed. They seek creatures like me for private collections. Rich wizards who display us like trophies. Harry opened his bag and removed several jars. I brought things that might help. Murtlap essence for healing. Powdered unicorn horn to counter the dark magic. And this, he held up a silvery green plant, is mermaid's hair algae. The mere people use it for curse wounds. You know much for a human whelp. I listen to those who know more than me, Harry replied, mixing the ingredients in a small bowl. This will sting, but it should neutralize the curse. May I? The Kelpie stared at him, then inclined its head. Harry carefully applied the mixture to the wound, wincing as the creature tensed in pain. He worked silently, focused entirely on the task. When he finished, he sat back on his heels. It needs time to work. By morning, the dark magic should be gone. The wound will heal naturally after that. Why help me, Speaker? What do you want in return? Harry met the creature's midnight eyes. Information. About the poachers. Who they are, how they operate. I want to stop them. The Kelpie's laugh was like water rushing over stones. A small human cub against wizard poachers. You would be crushed. Maybe. But I'm not alone. Harry gestured to the forest, the lake, the grounds. I have friends everywhere. And I'm building more connections every day. The Kelpie studied him with new interest. Perhaps you are not as foolish as most humans. Very well. I will tell you what I know of the poachers. And if your remedy works. It paused. I am called Riverstrider among my kind. Harry smiled. A name freely given was a powerful alliance. Thank you, Riverstrider. They talked through the night. Riverstrider described a network of magical creature poachers operating throughout Britain. They targeted rare creatures, kelpies, unicorns, even the occasional dragon hatchling, selling them to wealthy collectors or harvesting parts for potions. They're getting bolder, Riverstrider said. Moving closer to magical sanctuaries. Even this lake isn't safe anymore. I'll make it safer, Harry promised. Starting now. The next morning, Harry yawned through breakfast, exhausted but satisfied. Hermione eyed him suspiciously. You look terrible, she said. Were you up all night reading again? Something like that, Harry mumbled, reaching for more toast. Well, you'd better wake up. We've got double potions first thing. Ron groaned. Snape's going to be a nightmare. Did you finish that essay on moonstone properties? Harry nodded. Potions was unexpectedly one of his best subjects. Years of learning herb lore from garden creatures had given him an intuitive understanding of how ingredients interacted. Snape still treated him with contempt, but even he couldn't deny Harry's talent. Potter, a sharp voice interrupted. Professor McGonagall stood behind him, her expression stern. The headmaster wishes to see you after breakfast. The password is acid pops. Harry's heart skipped. Dumbledore wanted to see him. Had someone spotted him last night? Yes, Professor, he said, keeping his face neutral. As McGonagall walked away, Ron whistled low. What did you do, mate? No idea, Harry lied. 30 minutes later, he stood before the stone gargoyle guarding Dumbledore's office. Acid pops, he said, and the statue leapt aside, revealing a spiral staircase. Harry ascended, mentally preparing himself. He'd been avoiding direct interaction with Dumbledore since arriving at Hogwarts, unsure whether to trust the man who'd left him with the Dursleys and helped himself to Harry's gold. The office door swung open before he could knock. Dumbledore sat behind a massive desk, surrounded by whirring silver instruments and portraits of former headmasters. Fawkes the Phoenix perched nearby, regarding Harry with intelligent eyes. Ah, Harry. Do come in, Dumbledore smiled benignly. Thank you for joining me. Harry stepped forward, immediately sensing the magic in the room, layers upon layers of protective spells, detection charms, and other magic he couldn't identify. The portraits were all watching, pretending to sleep but clearly alert. You wanted to see me, Headmaster. Indeed. Please, sit down. Dumbledore gestured to a chair. Lemon drop? No thank you, sir. Very well. Dumbledore steepled his fingers. I wanted to check how you're settling in. Your professors tell me you're doing remarkably well in your classes. Professor Flitwick is particularly impressed with your charm work. Harry relaxed slightly. This was just a check-in, not an accusation. I enjoy learning, sir. Everything here is fascinating. I'm pleased to hear it. And you've made friends? Mr. Weasley and Miss Granger, I believe. Yes, sir. Harry hesitated. Sir, is that really why you called me here? To ask about my classes and friends? Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. Perceptive. No, not entirely. He leaned forward. Harry, several of the castle ghosts have reported seeing a student wandering the grounds late at night. Near the lake. Would you know anything about that? Harry's face remained impassive. "No, sir. I've been in my dormitory every night." "I see." Dumbledore studied him. "The thing is, Harry, Hogwarts has many protections. Ancient magic that keeps track of its students. Magic that sometimes reports interesting things." Harry said nothing, waiting. For instance, it might note when a first-year student performs magic beyond their years. Or communicates with creatures in unusual ways. Dumbledore's voice remained gentle, but his eyes were piercing now. Or accesses parts of the castle that should be locked. So Dumbledore did know something. But how much? "Sir," Harry said carefully, "I've always been good with animals. My relatives used to say it was unnatural." He watched for a reaction. "As for magic beyond my years, I've been reading ahead." Of course," Dumbledore nodded. "Natural talent should be nurtured. However, I must emphasize the importance of following school rules. The Forbidden Forest is forbidden for good reason. The lake contains creatures that could be dangerous. And curfew exists to keep students safe." "I understand, sir." "Good." Dumbledore smiled again. "That's all, Harry. You may return to your classes. And do remember, if you ever need help, my door is always open." Harry stood, recognizing the dismissal. "Thank you, Headmaster." As he turned to leave, Dumbledore added, "Oh, and Harry. Do give my regards to Hagrid when you see him. He seems quite excited about his new project." Harry froze momentarily, then nodded and left. Outside the office, he exhaled slowly. Dumbledore knew something was unusual about Harry, but not the full extent of his abilities. The headmaster was watching him, but not interfering. For now, Harry needed to be more careful. And he needed to strengthen his network, fast. Over the next month, Harry expanded his connections throughout Hogwarts and beyond. Each night, he sent Hedwig with messages to his allies, building a communication web that stretched across Britain. The gnomes of Privet Drive had spread word to their cousins in the wizarding world. Silverclaw now coordinated a network that reached from Surrey to Hogsmeade, passing information through the underground gnome community. "The wizarding gnomes are tougher than garden variety," Silverclaw reported via a letter carried by Hedwig. "Magic-resistant, stubborn as rocks, and everywhere. Nobody notices us, which makes us perfect spies. We've got eyes in the Ministry, Diagon Alley, even some pureblood manners." Whisperwind and her Kneasel family had also expanded their reach. Her children, now fully grown, had scattered across the countryside, joining wild Kneasel colonies and passing information back to their mother, who relayed it to Harry. "The wild ones know things," Whisperwind wrote. "They see wizards when wizards think they're alone. The dark-robed ones are gathering again, meeting in secret places. Old supporters of the Dark Lord, growing bolder." Most valuable of all were Harry's allies inside Hogwarts itself. The House Elves, after months of anonymous gifts and respectful notes, had begun to acknowledge him openly. Dobby visited whenever he could slip away from his cruel masters, bringing gossip from other House Elves who served various wizarding families. Even the castle itself seemed to respond to Harry. Doors that should be locked swung open for him. Staircases moved to create shortcuts when he was late for class. The Room of Requirement, a secret chamber Dobby had told him about, became his private sanctuary for practicing magic and meeting creatures who couldn't be seen openly. But despite these successes, Harry faced a frustrating obstacle: the Centaurs of the Forbidden Forest remained aloof. "They're the key," Harry explained to Hermione and Ron as they studied in the library one evening. "If I want to understand how Voldemort, sorry, you know who, survived, I need to learn more about ancient magic. Centaurs understand that better than anyone." He'd told his friends a carefully edited version of his research interests. They believed he was simply trying to understand his own survival as a baby, not building a network of magical allies. "But the forest is forbidden," Hermione protested. And centaurs are dangerous. They hate humans. Not hate, Harry corrected. They just think we're inferior. Too focused on the immediate, not the cosmic patterns. How do you know so much about centaurs anyway? Ron asked suspiciously. Books, Harry lied. And Hagrid's told me stories. The truth was, Harry had been leaving offerings at the forest edge for weeks, rare herbs, star charts, and poetry about the night sky, trying to entice the centaurs to meet with him. So far, they'd only responded with vague messages left in return, carvings of constellations, cryptic phrases about Mars being bright. Well, forget it, Hermione said firmly. You're not going into that forest alone. It's too dangerous. Harry merely smiled. He had no intention of going alone. But he wasn't taking Hermione and Ron either. That night, he met Riverstrider at the lake. The Kelpie had fully recovered and now served as Harry's primary contact with the aquatic creatures of Hogwarts. The Merchiftainess has considered your request, Riverstrider reported. She will grant you safe passage through their territory to reach the Centaur lands. But only tonight. The water will be cold. I've prepared for that, Harry said, pulling out a vial of gillyweed. This will let me breathe underwater for about an hour. And once you reach the forest, the centaurs may simply kill you for trespassing. Harry patted a pouch at his waist. I'm bringing gifts. And information they'll want to hear. The Kelpie snorted. Your confidence will get you killed someday, young speaker. Probably, Harry agreed cheerfully. But not tonight. Tonight, I make an alliance. He swallowed the gillyweed, gagging as it took effect. Gills sprouted along his neck, his hands and feet elongating into webbed appendages. With a final thumbs up to Riverstrider, Harry dove into the frigid lake. Swimming was initially awkward, but he quickly adapted. Following Riverstrider, Harry moved through the dark waters, passing underwater caves and forests of kelp. Grindylows watched from a distance but didn't approach. Riverstrider's presence kept them at bay. The Merpeople's village appeared out of the gloom, stone dwellings decorated with paintings of battles and hunts. Merfolk with grayish skin and yellow eyes surrounded them, carrying spears and tridents. Their leader, whom Harry recognized from Riverstrider's descriptions as Chief Mercus, swam forward. Her wild hair floated around her face like seaweed, her expression fierce and proud. Speaker, she said, her voice coming through the water with a strange echoing quality. You enter our domain seeking passage. Why should we help you? Harry had practiced Merfolk speech with Riverstrider for weeks. He responded in their language, a combination of sounds and gestures that few land dwellers could master. Honored chieftain, I seek alliance, not just passage. What affects the centaurs affects the lake. What threatens the forest threatens your waters. Unity brings strength to all magical beings. Mercus's eyes narrowed. Pretty words. But humans have spoken pretty words before, only to betray us later. Judge me by my actions, not humanity's past, Harry replied. I healed Riverstrider when poachers wounded him. I've kept your existence secret from curious students. And I bring information about a threat to all magical creatures. This caught her interest. What threat? The one who murdered my parents is not truly dead. He seeks to return, to dominate not just wizards but all magical beings. When he ruled before, mere people were hunted for their tridents and blood. Harry met her gaze steadily. I stand against him. And I seek allies who value their freedom. Mercus considered this, conferring briefly with her advisors. Finally, she nodded. We will grant passage. And we will listen to future messages. But alliance? That must be earned with more than words. Fair enough, Harry agreed. 2 mermen escorted him through underwater tunnels that connected to a stream within the forbidden forest. As the gillyweed's effects began to wear off, Harry emerged onto a mossy bank, gasping as his gills receded. He was in the heart of the forest. Ancient trees towered overhead, their branches blocking the moonlight. Strange sounds echoed in the darkness, rustling leaves, distant howls, the buzz of magical insects. Harry dried himself with a quick charm, then pulled his cloak tighter. Now came the dangerous part. He moved deeper into the forest, following a faint path that appeared to be made by hooves. The trees grew denser, the darkness more complete. Harry lit his wand, keeping the glow dim. A twig snapped behind him. Harry froze, then slowly turned. 3 centaurs stood watching him, arrows nocked in bows. The leader, a palomino with white blonde hair and startling blue eyes, stepped forward. "Human foal," he said, voice deep and resonant. "You trespass in our territory." "Forenza," Harry greeted him by name, causing the centaur to blink in surprise. "I come seeking wisdom from those who read the stars. I bring gifts and information." He lowered his wand, showing he meant no threat. "How do you know my name?" Forenza demanded. "The same way I know Bane stands to your right, and Ronan to your left. The same way I know centaurs are not horses, not humans, but a proud race with magic and knowledge all your own." Harry slowly reached for his pouch. "May I show you what I've brought?" Bane, a dark-haired centaur with a black coat, stamped angrily. "We should kill him and be done. Human children have no place here." "Yet the stars spoke of his coming," Ronan said quietly. His coat was reddish, his face thoughtful. "Mars has been bright." "Mars is the harbinger of war," Harry said. "It grows brighter because conflict approaches. The Dark One stirs." This silenced them. Forenza nodded once, lowering his bow. "Show your gifts, human child. Then we will decide if you live or die." Harry reached into his pouch and pulled out a crystal vial filled with a silvery substance. "Freely given memory from a unicorn. A birth witnessed in this very forest last spring. Something few humans have ever seen." The centaur's eyes widened. Unicorn memories were incredibly rare and valuable, containing pure magic that could enhance divination. "How did you obtain this?" Ronan asked. "I asked politely," Harry replied. "The mare gave it willingly when I explained my purpose. She wants peace in the forest as much as you do." Next, he removed a star chart unlike any made by humans. Rather than flat parchment, it was a 3-dimensional crystal model showing the positions of celestial bodies from multiple perspectives. "Goblin made," Harry explained. "Commissioned specially for the centaur herd of the Forbidden Forest. It shows true positions, not the distorted views human astronomers create." Forenza reached for it with evident wonder. "This is remarkable craftsmanship." "And finally," Harry said, removing a small wooden box, "this contains information. About poachers targeting magical creatures. About dark wizards gathering strength. And about a prophecy concerning the Dark Lord and myself. Information I believe the centaurs should have." Bane snorted dismissively, but his eyes showed interest despite himself. "You bring valuable gifts," Forenza acknowledged. "But why? What do you seek from us?" "An alliance," Harry said simply. "Not servitude. Not obedience. A free exchange of information and mutual aid when needed. I respect your sovereignty in this forest and ask only that you consider me a friend rather than an enemy." The centaurs exchanged looks, having a silent conversation. Finally, Forenza spoke. "We will take these gifts to our council. Your request will be considered. That is all we can offer now." "That's fair," Harry nodded. "I'll leave now if you'll point me toward the castle." "I will escort you," Forenza offered, ignoring Bane's scowl. "There are dangerous creatures abroad tonight." As they walked, Forenza studied Harry curiously. "You are not what I expected, Harry Potter." "What did you expect?" "A typical wizard child. Arrogant. Entitled. Seeing centaurs as half-breeds to be commanded or pitted." Firenze's tone was matter-of-fact. Instead, you speak to us as equals. You bring thoughtful gifts. You know our names and customs. How? Harry considered how much to reveal. I've always been able to understand magical creatures better than most wizards. It's a gift, or a curse, depending on who you ask. A speaker, Firenze said quietly. The stars whispered of your return, but we did not believe. The last true speaker died centuries ago. I'd appreciate if you kept that knowledge within your herd, Harry said carefully. There are those who would misunderstand. Centaurs do not reveal secrets to humans, Firenze assured him. But hear this warning, Harry Potter, the gift you bear comes with great responsibility. Speakers before you have walked dark paths, controlling creatures instead of allying with them. I don't want to control anyone, Harry said firmly. I just want friends. Firenze smiled slightly. Perhaps that is why the gift chose you. They reached the forest edge, Hogwarts visible in the distance. Go now. We will send word when the council has decided. Harry thanked him and hurried back across the grounds, invisible under his creature charm. Despite the cold and danger, excitement bubbled through him. The centaurs hadn't killed him outright. They'd accepted his gifts. It was a start. The Cerberus on the third floor is guarding something, Harry announced casually at breakfast a week later. Ron choked on his pumpkin juice. Hermione's eyes widened comically. How do you know about Fluffy? She hissed, looking around to make sure no one was listening. Fluffy? Harry repeated, genuinely surprised. That thing has a name. It's Hagrid's dog, Ron explained, wiping his mouth. He told us when we asked about the third floor. But how do you know about it? Harry shrugged. Heard some older students talking. In reality, the castle mice had told him weeks ago, along with the fact that the dog was guarding a trapdoor. Any idea what it's protecting? Hermione leaned forward, lowering her voice. We think it's connected to a break-in at Gringots. Remember that article in the Daily Prophet? Someone tried to rob a high-security vault, but it had been emptied that same day. Hagrid was at Gringots with you, right? Yes, Harry nodded, remembering. He had some secret mission from Dumbledore. Picked up a small package. Well, we think that package is what Fluffy's guarding, Ron said. Something valuable enough to keep in Gringotts and then bring to Hogwarts. And something someone wants to steal, Harry added thoughtfully. Someone willing to risk breaking into Gringotts and facing a three-headed dog. The question was, who? And what exactly were they after? Harry had his suspicions about what lay beneath the trapdoor. His gnome network had reported rumors of Nicholas Flamel visiting Dumbledore over the summer. Flamel, the famous alchemist, creator of the Philosopher's Stone. A stone that could transform metal to gold and produce the elixir of life. The perfect tool for someone seeking to return from near death. That afternoon, Harry received two pieces of news that confirmed his worst fears. First, a letter from Griphook, smuggled in with his regular mail, speaker, unusual withdrawals from Gringotts. Dark artifacts changing hands. Old Death Eater families liquidating assets. Something approaches. Be vigilant. Then, during care of magical creatures, a Bowtruckle discreetly passed him a message from the Centaur Council. Mars grows brighter. The stars speak of death in the forest. Unicorn blood has been spilled. The council accepts your alliance. Meet at the stream crossing when the moon is full. Unicorn blood. Harry's stomach clenched. Killing a unicorn was a terrible crime, but drinking its blood was worse. It could sustain life even if you were inches from death, but at a terrible price. A half-life. A cursed life. Someone desperate was hiding in the forest. Someone willing to commit the darkest acts to survive. Someone who might know about the Philosopher's Stone beneath Fluffy's paws. Voldemort. I need a favor, Harry told Dobby during their next secret meeting in the Room of Requirement. The house elf bounced eagerly. Anything for the great Harry Potter. Dobby is honored to help. It's dangerous, Harry warned. I need information about your masters. About any connection they might have to Voldemort. Dobby flinched violently at the name, his ears flattening against his head. The Dark Lord. Dobby's masters were his loyal servants. They claimed they were bewitched, but Dobby knows better. They were proud to serve. And now? Are they in contact with anyone suspicious? Are they planning anything? Dobby twisted his pillowcase nervously. Master has been meeting with others. Late at night. They speak of the old days returning. Of someone coming back. Harry nodded grimly. I thought so. Dobby, I promise I'll help you get free. But first, I need you to be my eyes and ears in that house. Can you do that? Safely? Dobby can be very sneaky, the elf assured him. Masters never notice Dobby unless they want something. Good. If you hear anything about Hogwarts, about the third floor, or about the forest, anything at all, I need to know immediately. After Dobby left, Harry paced the room of requirement, which had configured itself as a comfortable study space with bookshelves and a fireplace. He needed to organize his information, connect the dots. Someone, almost certainly Voldemort or an agent working for him, was after the Philosopher's Stone. They were killing unicorns in the forest to sustain themselves. And based on Dobby's information, former Death Eaters were expecting their master's return. But who was helping Voldemort inside Hogwarts? Someone had to get past the castle's formidable defenses. Harry pulled out a piece of parchment and began listing suspects. Snape was the obvious choice, former Death Eater, hostile personality, constantly lurking around the third floor. But that seemed too obvious. Quirrell was suspicious too, the stuttering seemed fake, and Harry's scar hurt whenever the defense professor was nearby. Then there was Filch, who had access to the entire castle. A tap at the window interrupted his thoughts. A forest raven, one of his newer messengers, perched on the sill. Harry let it in, taking the tiny scroll attached to its leg. Urgent, it croaked. Forest. Now. The message was from Firenze. Harry checked his watch, nearly curfew. Getting to the forest would be risky, but Firenze wouldn't summon him without good reason. Tell him I'm coming, Harry told the raven. But it will take time to avoid detection. The raven cawed in understanding and flew off. Harry grabbed his invisibility cloak, a Christmas gift from an anonymous sender, though Harry suspected it was Dumbledore, and consulted the crude map he'd made of secret passages. The fastest route to the grounds was behind a mirror on the fourth floor, but Filch often patrolled there. The safer option was the one-eyed witch statue on the third floor, which led to Honeydukes in Hogsmeade. He'd have to backtrack, but at least he'd avoid castle security. 20 minutes later, Harry emerged from the passage into Honeyduke's cellar. The shop was closed, but he slipped out through a back door he'd discovered on a previous excursion. From Hogsmeade, it was a short walk to the forest edge where Firenze had first met him. The Centaur was waiting, his palomino coat gleaming in the moonlight. Harry Potter, he greeted solemnly. Thank you for coming quickly. What's happened? Death in the forest. Another unicorn, but this time we have captured the culprit. Firenze's expression was grim. It is not what we expected. He led Harry deeper into the trees, to a clearing where a group of centaurs stood in a circle. In the center, bound with vines and magical restraints, was a woman Harry had never seen before. She was middle-aged, with sharp features and expensive-looking robes now torn and dirty. Who is she? Harry whispered. She gives no name, Bane answered. But she carries this. He held out a medallion on a chain. The symbol etched into it made Harry's blood run cold, a triangle containing a circle and a line. The mark of the Deathly Hallows. She is part of a cult, Ronan explained. They call themselves the Seekers of the Way. They hunt creatures they believe possess secrets to immortality. Unicorns are their primary targets, but they take others too. Phoenixes. Ancient bowtruckles. And he glanced at Harry, speakers. Harry's hand went to his throat reflexively. They're hunting me. Not you specifically, Firenze clarified. They hunt anyone with your gift. Their beliefs say that the power to communicate with all creatures was originally stolen from a great wizard. That those born with it now are vessels containing fragments of this wizard's power. According to their scriptures, Bane added with disgust, consuming the heart of a speaker will grant the eater a portion of this power. Harry felt sick. And you captured her killing a unicorn? Attempting to, Firenze corrected. We stopped her before she could take the blood. But others have succeeded recently. The question is, why now? Unicorns have always lived in this forest, but they were never hunted like this before. Harry stared at the woman, who glared back defiantly. She's working for someone. Someone who needs unicorn blood desperately. Indeed, Firenze agreed. And we thought you should know. If they hunt speakers as well as unicorns, you are in danger. What will you do with her? Harry asked. Centaur justice is not human justice, Bane said ominously. She invaded our territory and killed one of the forest's sacred creatures. She will not leave this place. Harry nodded, understanding the implication. I should get back to the castle. But first, may I speak with her? The centaurs exchanged glances, then moved aside to give Harry access to their prisoner. He approached cautiously. The woman spat at his feet. Child of abomination, she hissed. Thief of sacred power. Who sent you here? Harry asked, ignoring the insult. Who needs the unicorn blood? She laughed, a brittle sound. The master returns. The worthy will be rewarded. The thieves will be punished. Voldemort, Harry said flatly. You're helping Voldemort. Her eyes widened slightly at the name, confirming his suspicion. Why? Why help a monster who kills indiscriminately? He'd kill you too, once you've served your purpose. You understand nothing, she sneered. The Dark Lord appreciates true loyalty. He rewards those who serve faithfully. When he returns to power, the old ways will be restored. Creatures like these, she jerked her head toward the centaurs, will know their proper place. And what place is that? Harry asked quietly. Servitude or death, she said simply. As nature intended. Harry stepped back, disgusted. Thank you for showing me who my enemies are, he said. Goodbye. He turned to Firenze. I've heard enough. Thank you for bringing me here. We honor our alliance, the centaur replied. Be vigilant, Harry Potter. If they hunt in these woods, they may hunt in the castle too. Harry returned to Hogwarts with a heavy heart, his mind racing. The cult member's words echoed in his thoughts. The master returns. The worthy will be rewarded. Voldemort was getting closer to returning. And he had more allies than Harry had realized, not just former Death Eaters, but cult members fanatically devoted to the old ways. People who viewed magical creatures as slaves or tools. Everything Harry stood against. He needed to accelerate his plans. Build more alliances. Strengthen his network. And most importantly, he needed to stop whoever was helping Voldemort get the Philosopher's Stone. We need to talk, Harry said to Ron and Hermione the next day, pulling them into an empty classroom. It's about the third floor. About what Fluffy's guarding? Hermione looked alarmed. Harry, we're not supposed to be investigating that. It's dangerous. More dangerous to ignore it, Harry countered. I think someone's trying to steal whatever's hidden there. Someone working for Voldemort. Ron flinched at the name, but Hermione's eyes widened. What makes you think that? Harry told them a carefully edited version of what he knew, leaving out the centaurs and his creature network, but including enough to make his case. So you think you know who is trying to come back, and whatever's under the trapdoor could help him? Ron summarized, looking pale. I think it's the Philosopher's Stone, Harry said. Created by Nicholas Flamel. It can make gold and produce the elixir of life, perfect for someone trying to return from near death. Hermione gasped. Of course. How did I miss that? Flamel is mentioned in Dumbledore's Chocolate Frog card, they're old partners. Exactly, Harry nodded. And I think we need to figure out who's helping Voldemort get to it. Because once he has it, he'll come back. And a lot of people will die. The three spent the next week observing suspicious staff members, pooling their information with what Harry gathered from his creature network. The house elves reported Quirrell wandering the corridors at night. The portraits noticed Snape lurking near the third floor. Even Mrs. Norris, whom Harry had reluctantly befriended despite her nasty temperament, admitted that her master Filch had been acting strangely, avoiding certain areas he normally patrolled obsessively. It has to be Snape, Ron insisted. He's evil, everyone knows it. I'm not so sure, Hermione countered. Professor Quirrell has been acting very strange lately. Less scared, more calculating. Harry didn't share his own leading suspicion, that Quirrell was the culprit, possibly possessed by Voldemort himself. His scar burned too consistently around the defense professor for it to be coincidence. Their investigation was interrupted by an unexpected development. Hagrid won a dragon egg in a card game. A dragon egg? Hermione repeated incredulously when Hagrid told them. But that's illegal. Dragon breeding was outlawed by the Warlocks Convention of 1709. Shoo. Hagrid looked around nervously, though they were alone in his hut. I know it's not strictly legal, but it's a Norwegian ridgeback. Rare, they are. Couldn't pass it up. Harry examined the egg, which Hagrid had placed in the fireplace. Who would gamble with a dragon egg? They're worth thousands of galleons. Stranger in the pub, Hagrid said vaguely. Kept his hood up. Seemed quite relieved to get rid of it, actually. Harry exchanged looks with Ron and Hermione. A hooded stranger just happening to offer Hagrid, who openly loved dangerous creatures, a dragon egg. That was too convenient. Hagrid, Harry said carefully, what did you talk about with this stranger? Did they ask you questions? Well, sure. Wanted to know if I could handle a dragon. I told M, after Fluffy, a dragon would be easy. You mentioned Fluffy? Hermione asked sharply. Might have, Hagrid frowned, trying to remember. Yeah, said the trick with any beast is knowing how to calm it. Like Fluffy, play a bit of music and he falls straight to sleep. Harry's stomach dropped. You told the stranger how to get past Fluffy? Hagrid's face paled as realization hit. I shouldn't have told you that. Forget I said it. That's top secret, that is. But it was too late. The damage was done. Someone now knew how to get past the first obstacle guarding the Philosopher's Stone. They left Hagrid's hut in grim silence. We need to tell Dumbledore, Hermione said as they walked back to the castle. He's not here, Harry replied. I overheard Professor McGonagall say he was called to the Ministry of Magic for an emergency meeting. Won't be back until tomorrow. That's too convenient, Ron muttered. You think someone lured him away on purpose? Definitely, Harry nodded. Which means they're making their move tonight. What do we do? Hermione asked, her voice small. Harry took a deep breath. This was the moment he'd been preparing for since discovering his abilities. The moment to use all his connections, all his allies. We stop them, he said simply. That night, Harry activated his network. Hedwig carried urgent messages to key allies, the gnomes, the Bowtruckles in the castle walls, the house elves, even the centaurs. Each group had a role to play in his hastily assembled plan. This is madness, Hermione whispered as they huddled under the invisibility cloak, making their way to the third-floor corridor. We should be getting a professor, not doing this ourselves. By the time we convinced someone, it would be too late, Harry replied. Besides, we're not alone. As if on cue, a house elf appeared in the corridor ahead. It wasn't Dobby, but one of the Hogwarts elves Harry had befriended. "Third floor clear, Harry Potter sir," the elf squeaked. "Bad professor already inside. Doggy sleeping." "Thank you, Tippy," Harry said. "Remember, just watch and report. Don't put yourself in danger." The elf nodded and disappeared with a soft pop. "You've got the house elves helping you?" Ron asked, astonished. "How?" "I'm nice to them," Harry shrugged. "Most wizards aren't." They reached the forbidden corridor, finding the door already ajar. Soft flute music drifted from inside. "He's here," Harry whispered. "Fluffy's asleep. We need to move fast." They slipped inside. The enormous three-headed dog was indeed sleeping soundly, all 6 ears drooping. An enchanted flute played itself in the corner. The trapdoor beneath one massive paw lay open. "Who is it?" Hermione whispered. "Snape or Quirrell?" "We'll find out soon," Harry replied grimly. "Let's go." One by one, they dropped through the trapdoor, landing on something soft and yielding. "Lucky this plant thing's here," Ron said. "Lucky?" Hermione's voice rose in panic. "Look at us." The plant, Devil's Snare, Harry recognized immediately, was wrapping tendrils around their legs and waists. "Don't struggle," Harry instructed calmly. "It reacts to movement." "Hermione, can you conjure fire?" "Devil's Snare hates light and warmth." Hermione, despite her panic, managed to produce blue flames from her wand. The plant recoiled, dropping them through to a stone passage below. "How did you know that?" Ron asked as they dusted themselves off. "Herbology," Harry said simply. They continued down the passage, encountering a room full of flying keys, which Harry caught easily thanks to his seeker reflexes, a giant wizard's chess set, which Ron navigated brilliantly, and a logic puzzle involving potions, solved by Hermione's quick thinking. But each challenge showed signs of someone having passed through already: the door unlocked, chess pieces broken, potion bottles rearranged. They were following someone. Finally, they reached the last chamber. Harry stopped his friends at the entrance. "Let me go first," he said. "I've got backup coming." "What backup?" Ron demanded. "We're hundreds of feet under the school." Harry smiled mysteriously. "Trust me." He stepped through the doorway into a large chamber. At its center stood the Mirror of Eriste, which Harry had discovered months earlier during his nighttime wanderings. And before it stood Professor Quirrell, Harry said, unsurprised. "I thought it might be you." Quirrell turned, smiling. There was no trace of his usual stutter. "Potter. I wondered if you'd follow." "Clever boy." "Not clever enough," came a high, cold voice that seemed to emanate from Quirrell himself. "He brings no professors. No real help. Just children." Harry's scar exploded with pain. "Voldemort," he gasped. "You're sharing his body." Quirrell laughed. "Sharing is a generous term. My master is with me wherever I go." He began unwrapping his purple turban, revealing a terrible sight on the back of his head, another face, chalk white with glaring red eyes and slits for nostrils. Voldemort's face. "Harry Potter," the face hissed. "See what I've become. Mere shadow and vapor. Form only when I can share another's body. But once I have the stone, I can create a body of my own. Now, tell me. Where is it?" "I don't know," Harry answered honestly. "I thought you'd have it by now." "It's in the mirror," Quirrell snarled. "But I cannot determine how to extract it. I see myself presenting it to my master, but I cannot grasp it." Use the boy, Voldemort commanded. He has a gift for finding hidden things. Quirrell beckoned Harry forward. Come here, Potter. Look in the mirror. Tell me what you see. Harry approached cautiously, his mind racing. Where was his backup? Had his messages failed to get through? He looked into the mirror. At first, he saw only his reflection, scared but determined. Then the reflection smiled, reached into its pocket, and pulled out a blood-red stone. It winked and put the stone back, and Harry felt something heavy drop into his real pocket. He had the stone. Well? Quirrell demanded impatiently. What do you see? I see myself shaking hands with Dumbledore, Harry lied. I've won the House Cup. He lies, Voldemort hissed. Seize him. Quirrell lunged, grabbing Harry by the wrist. Immediately, searing pain coursed through Harry's scar, but astonishingly, Quirrell let go with a howl of agony. His hands were blistering, the skin turning red and raw. What is this magic? He screamed. Fool! Voldemort screeched. Kill him. Use your wand. Quirrell raised his wand, but before he could cast a spell, the chamber erupted into chaos. Bowtruckles dropped from cracks in the ceiling, dozens of them, landing on Quirrell and jabbing their sharp fingers into his eyes and face. House elves appeared with loud cracks, throwing pots and pans at the possessed professor. And most surprisingly of all, a contingent of armored goblins materialized, led by Griphook himself. The speaker sends his regards, Griphook said coldly, before his team moved in with military precision. Quirrell screamed, thrashing wildly as creatures attacked from all sides. Voldemort's face contorted with shock and rage. What is this? He shrieked. What creatures are these? My friends, Harry replied, backing away toward the entrance where Ron and Hermione watched in astonishment. Turns out I'm good with animals. It wasn't a fair fight. Quirrell might have been possessed by the most powerful dark wizard of the age, but he was outnumbered 30-1, attacked by creatures whose magic operated differently from wizards. The goblin's weapons sliced through his defensive spells. The house elves' magic bypassed his shields. The Bowtruckles, small but vicious, left him bleeding from dozens of puncture wounds. Fall back. Harry called to his allies as Quirrell collapsed to his knees. He's weakening. The creatures retreated, forming a perimeter around the failing professor. Quirrell's body began to smoke and blister all over, as if the conflicting magics, Voldemort's possession, the creature's attacks, and whatever protection Harry had, were tearing him apart from inside. With a final, inhuman scream, Quirrell's body crumbled to dust. A dark, wraith-like mist rose from the remains, Voldemort's spirit now without a host. The shade let out a howl of fury and shot toward Harry. But it never reached him. A silver doe Patronus galloped into the chamber, interposing itself between Harry and the wraith. Behind it came Severus Snape, his face a mask of shocked calculation as he took in the scene, the goblin squad, the house elves, the Bowtruckles, and Harry Potter standing in the midst of it all. Potter, Snape said slowly, what have you done? Before Harry could answer, Dumbledore himself arrived, his expression grave as he surveyed the chamber. The Wraith of Voldemort, confronted with two powerful wizards and a chamber full of hostile magical creatures, fled through a crack in the wall with a final scream of rage. Extraordinary, Dumbledore murmured, his eyes fixing on Harry with new intensity. Truly extraordinary. Harry met the headmaster's gaze steadily. I had help, he said simply. So I see. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled, but there was calculation behind them now. Perhaps we should discuss this in my office. After the hospital wing, of course. Griphook stepped forward. The speaker is under goblin protection, he announced formally. As per our alliance agreements. Alliance? Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. With the Goblin Nation? Most unusual for a first-year student. Harry shrugged. I'm good with creatures. Sir. The aftermath was complicated. Harry spent 3 days in the hospital wing recovering from magical exhaustion and the effects of his brief contact with Quirrell. Dumbledore visited daily, asking carefully worded questions that Harry answered with equal care, revealing enough to satisfy but keeping his full abilities secret. "The stone will be destroyed," Dumbledore informed him. "Nicholas and I agree it's for the best." "But he'll die, won't he?" Harry asked. "Flammel, I mean. To a well-organized mind, death is but the next great adventure," Dumbledore replied serenely. "And Nicholas has had 600 years to organize his." They discussed Voldemort, who had escaped but was greatly weakened. They discussed the protection in Harry's blood, his mother's sacrifice, which had made it impossible for Quirrell to touch him. But they did not discuss the creature army that had appeared at Harry's command. Not directly. "You have a remarkable gift for friendship, Harry," Dumbledore observed on his final visit. "A gift your mother shared, though perhaps not quite so extensively." Harry nodded, saying nothing. "Such gifts are precious," the headmaster continued. "But they can also be dangerous, both to oneself and others. I hope you will exercise caution in how you develop this particular talent." "Yes, sir," Harry agreed politely. After Dumbledore left, Harry received a more unusual visitor. Professor Snape glided into the hospital wing, scowling as usual, but there was something different in his eyes as he regarded Harry. "Potter," he said stiffly. "I find myself reassessing certain assumptions about you." "Sir." "The creatures that aided you. They did so willingly, I presume? Without coercion?" "Of course," Harry replied, surprised by the question. "I'd never force anyone to help me. They're my friends, not my servants." Snape's expression remained impassive, but something shifted in his posture. "Your mother had a similar philosophy. It was one of her more admirable traits." With that cryptic comment, Snape departed, leaving Harry bewildered. Had that been a compliment from Snape? His friends were more straightforward in their reactions. "That was bloody brilliant," Ron exclaimed when they were finally allowed to visit. "Goblins. And house elves. And those stick things." "Bowtruckles," Harry corrected. "How long have you been able to do that?" Hermione demanded. "Call creatures to help you? Why didn't you tell us?" Harry sighed. "It's complicated. I've always been good with animals. Magical ones especially. I didn't tell you because, well, it's not exactly normal, is it? Even in the wizarding world. Normal is boring," Ron declared loyally. "But it could be dangerous," Hermione pointed out. "If the wrong people found out." "Like Voldemort," Harry nodded. "That's why I need to keep it quiet. But I trust you too. You're my friends." They beamed at him, and something warm expanded in Harry's chest. His creature network was valuable, but these human friendships were precious too. The end of term approached rapidly after that. Gryffindor won the House Cup, thanks partly to the points Dumbledore awarded Harry, Ron, and Hermione for their exceptional courage and loyalty. The exams, which had seemed so important before the stone incident, now felt trivial. On their last night at Hogwarts, Harry slipped out to meet Firenze by the forest edge. "You succeeded," the Centaur said without preamble. "The Dark One is driven back." "For now," Harry agreed. "But he'll return. Stronger next time." "Indeed." Firenze looked up at the sky. "Mars still burns bright. The war is merely postponed, not averted." "I'll be ready," Harry promised. "My network is growing. I have allies now, you, the Mere People, the Goblins, the House Elves. But I need more." "You seek power." "I seek friends," Harry corrected. "People and creatures who'll stand together when Voldemort returns. Because he won't just come for me or for wizards. He'll come for everyone who doesn't fit his vision of the world." Firenze nodded solemnly. A worthy goal. The council has a gift for you, to strengthen our alliance. He produced a horn, not unicorn horn, which would require the creature's death, but a shed antler from a centaur stag. It had been carved with symbols and runes, forming a kind of flute. A calling horn, Firenze explained. Blow this in the forest, and any centaur who hears will come to your aid. But use it only in dire need. We do not come at a wizard's summons lightly. I understand, Harry said, accepting the gift reverently. Thank you. I won't abuse your trust. We believe you will not, Firenze replied. That is why we give it. The next morning, trunks packed and goodbyes said, the students boarded the Hogwarts Express for the journey home. Harry wasn't looking forward to another summer with the Dursleys, but he had plans. Big plans. I'll write every week, Hermione promised as they found a compartment. Me too, Ron added. And you have to come visit the burrow. Mum's already planning to invite you. I'd like that, Harry smiled. But I might be busy part of the summer. I've got projects. Creature projects. Hermione guessed shrewdly. Harry nodded. And something else. I've been thinking. You know how my parents left me some gold? Well, they might have left other things too. Properties. Family heirlooms. Information. You're going to look for a Potter family home? Ron asked. Something like that, Harry confirmed. Griphook, my goblin friend, has been helping me track down some old records. There might be a place I can stay, somewhere besides Privet Drive. But what about the blood protections? Hermione frowned. Dumbledore put you with your aunt for a reason. I'm not abandoning them completely, Harry assured her. Just exploring my options. Besides, there are other kinds of protection besides blood wards. Like an army of magical creatures loyal to a young speaker. The train sped through the countryside, carrying them back to London, back to the Muggle world. But Harry's mind was already elsewhere, planning, strategizing, building for the future. Because Voldemort would return. And when he did, Harry Potter would be ready, with allies no dark wizard could anticipate. They're expecting you to write, dear, Petunia Dursley said stiffly, 2 weeks into the summer holiday. Your school friends. The letters keep coming. Harry looked up from where he was weeding the garden, actually having a quiet conversation with a family of gnomes. I know. I've been busy. Well, write them back so they stop sending those birds to our house. The neighbors are talking. Harry nodded, hiding a smile as Petunia stomped back inside. The Dursleys had been walking on eggshells around him since his return from Hogwarts. Uncle Vernon no longer shouted or threatened. Dudley gave him a wide berth. Even Aunt Petunia seemed uncertain how to treat him now that they knew he was actively learning magic. The gnome he'd been talking to, not Silverclaw, who was coordinating the wider network now, but a younger one named Pebble, snickered. They're scared of you, Pebble observed. The fat one nearly wet himself when your owl came through the window yesterday. Good, Harry replied without remorse. Fear works better than affection with the Dursleys. He finished the weeding and headed inside to wash up. His room, Dudley's second bedroom, not the cupboard under the stairs, was piled with books, parchment, and magical items he'd smuggled from school. His summer homework was already complete, leaving him free to focus on his real projects. First was expanding his network. Hedwig carried messages daily to creatures across Britain, to Silverclaw and the Gnome Network, to Griphook at Gringots, to Whisperwind and her Kneasel family, to new contacts Griphook had introduced him to. Second was his research into forgotten magics. The Room of Requirement had provided books on ancient spells tied to natural forces, earth, air, fire, water. The kind of magic creatures used instinctively but wizards had forgotten in favor of wand work. Harry practiced late at night, drawing power from the earth beneath Privet Drive, from the air currents that swept through Surrey, from the rainwater that filled puddles and streams. But his most important project was finding his family legacy. Griphook had sent him detailed records of Potter holdings, properties, investments, heirlooms stored in various vaults. Most interesting was a reference to the Old Potter Sanctuary, in Wales, a property so ancient it predated modern mapping. Its precise location was described using landmarks and ley lines rather than addresses or coordinates. The sanctuary has been abandoned for generations, Griphook wrote. Your grandfather closed it after an incident involving magical creatures the ministry deemed dangerous. But the protections should recognize Potter blood. If you can find it, you can claim it. That was Harry's mission for the summer. Find the sanctuary. Claim his birthright. Create a base of operations beyond Dumbledore's direct supervision. 3 weeks after returning from Hogwarts, Harry was ready to make his move. I need to visit the property my parents left me, he told Vernon over breakfast. It's in Wales. Vernon's fork clattered to his plate. Wales? You expect us to drive you to Wales? No, Harry replied calmly. I've arranged transport. I'll be gone for a week. Maybe 2. Now see here, boy, Vernon began, his face purpling. It wasn't a request, Harry interrupted. I'm telling you so you don't report me missing. I'll be back before school starts. Petunia's lips thinned to a white line. And how exactly is a 12-year-old boy traveling alone to Wales? Harry smiled slightly. I have friends. That afternoon, a battered Ford Anglia pulled up outside number 4, Privet Drive. It was driven by a tall, balding man with friendly eyes and a nervous expression. Harry. Arthur Weasley called, waving enthusiastically. Ready for our camping trip? This was the cover story, that Harry was joining the Weasleys for a camping holiday in Wales. Only Ron knew the real purpose, and he promised to keep it secret even from his parents. Harry grabbed his backpack, expanded inside with an undetectable extension charm, courtesy of Hermione's research, and hurried out to the car. Thank you for this, Mr. Weasley, he said sincerely as they drove away. Not at all, Arthur beamed. Ron's told us so much about you. And Molly's been desperate to meet you. We'll have a lovely week camping, then you'll stay with us until school starts. If that suits, of course. That sounds perfect, Harry agreed. The Weasley family was everything the Dursleys weren't, warm, chaotic, and genuinely caring. Mrs. Weasley enveloped Harry in a bone-crushing hug the moment he arrived at the burrow. Fred and George immediately tried to rope him into pranking Percy. Ginny, the youngest, took one look at him and fled the room blushing furiously. And Ron was right there, grinning widely. Brilliant. You're really here. They spent 2 days at the burrow, gathering supplies for the camping trip and finalizing plans. Then Arthur drove them to a remote area of Snowdonia National Park, where they set up tents in a picturesque valley. Dad'll be back in 5 days, Ron told Harry as they waved goodbye to Arthur. That gives us plenty of time to find your mystery house and get back. If we can find it, Harry said, studying Griphook's cryptic directions again. The landmarks are hundreds of years old. That's what the local guide is for, Ron reminded him. Their guide arrived an hour later, a mountain troll named Gnarltooth who owed Griphook a favor. Trolls weren't known for their intelligence, but they had an innate connection to the land and could sense old magic better than most wizards. Potter Sanctuary, the troll grunted after examining the parchment. Old place. Hidden place. Follow Gnarltooth. They hiked for 2 days, following game trails and ancient paths that didn't appear on any modern map. The troll moved with surprising grace through the rugged landscape, occasionally stopping to sniff the air or press a massive hand against stone outcroppings. Magic here, he would grunt. Old magic. Getting closer. On the 3rd day, they entered a mist-shrouded valley that seemed to shift and change as they walked. Ordinary landmarks, trees, rocks, streams, appeared to move when not directly observed. Disorientation enchantments, Harry guessed. To confuse muggles and unwelcome wizards. Bloody effective, Ron muttered, looking slightly green. Feel like I'm walking sideways. Blood magic ahead, Gnarltooth announced, pointing to a seemingly ordinary rock face. Potter magic. Need Potter blood. Harry approached the stone. Up close, he could see faint carvings, a coat of arms featuring a stag and what appeared to be a bowtruckle. My family crest, he wondered aloud. That's not in any book of wizarding heraldry I've seen, Ron said, frowning. Most pureblood crests feature magical creatures, but not bowtruckles. They're not impressive enough. Unless your family had a special connection to them, Harry murmured thoughtfully. He placed his hand on the crest. Nothing happened. Then, remembering Gnarltooth's words, he pulled out a small knife and pricked his finger, smearing a drop of blood on the stone. The effect was immediate and dramatic. The rock face shimmered, then simply ceased to exist, revealing a hidden valley beyond. And in the center of that valley stood a structure unlike anything Harry had ever seen. It wasn't a house, exactly. Not in the conventional sense. It was a complex of buildings that appeared to have grown rather than been built, stone and living wood intertwined, with roots forming walls and branches creating arches and corridors. Some parts looked like traditional cottages, while others resembled treehouse platforms or caves integrated into the hillside. And it was alive with magical creatures. Bowtruckles scurried along the wooden portions. Garden gnomes tended plots of magical plants. What appeared to be a small hippogriff soared overhead. A family of nifflers burrowed near a stream that wound through the property. Bloody hell, Ron breathed. It's not a house. It's a sanctuary, Harry finished, understanding flooding through him. A place where magical creatures could live safely. Where they could be studied and protected rather than hunted or controlled. They stepped through the gateway, and Harry felt a tingle of magic washing over him, ancient wards recognizing his blood, accepting him as a Potter. A figure approached from the main building, not a human, but a house elf. Unlike any house elf Harry had seen before, this one stood tall and proud, wearing not a pillowcase but a proper uniform with the same crest Harry had seen on the gateway. Master Potter returns, the elf said formally. After 3 generations. The sanctuary welcomes its rightful guardian. Who are you? Harry asked, amazed. I am Eldrin, chief steward of the Potter Sanctuary. My family has served the Potters here since the sanctuary's founding in 1624. But I thought this place was abandoned, Harry said, gesturing to the thriving community of creatures around them. Eldrin smiled slightly. To the wizarding world, yes. When your grandfather closed the sanctuary officially, the magical creatures who called this place home faced expulsion. Your grandmother refused to allow this. She maintained the sanctuary in secret, asking those of us bound to this land to continue its mission after her death. Which was to provide refuge to magical creatures who cannot find safety elsewhere. To preserve knowledge that the ministry would rather suppress. And to maintain the Potter legacy as friends to all magical beings. Harry felt something click into place inside him, a sense of homecoming, of rightness. This explained everything. His natural affinity for creatures, his speaker ability, the ease with which he formed alliances with beings wizards typically feared or dismissed. It wasn't random. It was inheritance. Legacy. Birthright. I had no idea, he whispered. Few did, Master Potter. Your father knew, of course, but he chose a different path, an Auror, fighting dark wizards directly rather than preserving creature knowledge. After your parents' death, Headmaster Dumbledore sealed most Potter properties. This one, hidden by old magic and unplottable enchantments, continued its work in secret. Ron was gaping at the sanctuary in awe. Harry, this is incredible. Your family built all this. Grew it, Eldrin corrected. Potter Sanctuary was not built in the traditional sense. It was grown through a partnership between wizards and magical creatures, particularly botruckles, whose wood-shaping magic forms the foundation of many structures here. He led them through the sanctuary, introducing them to creatures Harry had only read about, a colony of moon calves that emerged at dusk to dance in the light of the rising moon, a pair of ancient jarvies whose vocabulary of insults had evolved beyond mere mimicry into creative profanity, even a small phoenix nest where 3 chicks were being raised after their mother was killed by poachers. "Your grandmother's final project," Eldrin explained, gesturing to the phoenix chicks. "She rescued their eggs days before her death. We have been caring for them since they hatched." "This changes everything," Harry said, watching the phoenix chicks hop about their nest, tiny flames flickering from their still-forming wings. "I thought I was building something new with my creature network. But I'm just continuing what my family started." "Not just continuing," Eldrin corrected. "Expanding. Your grandmother spoke of you before she died. She had visions, she was a seer of some talent, though she kept it private. She saw you uniting creatures against a coming darkness. She called you the last speaker and said your voice would either save or doom the magical world." Harry felt the weight of those words settle on his shoulders. "No pressure," he muttered. Ron squeezed his arm supportively. "If anyone can do it, it's you, mate." They spent the next 3 days exploring the sanctuary. Harry discovered a library filled with books on creature lore, some written in languages he'd never seen, others penned by his ancestors documenting their discoveries. He found journals belonging to his grandmother, detailing her visions and her hopes for her grandson. "She knew I'd have the speaker ability," Harry told Ron as they pored over Euphemia Potter's final journal. "She saw it in her visions. That's why she kept this place going, even after my grandfather officially closed it. She was preserving it for me." "Did she know about you know who?" Ron asked hesitantly. "About what happened to your parents?" Harry nodded grimly. "She saw possibilities, not certainties. She wrote that she saw 2 paths, one where Voldemort killed my parents and marked me, another where they escaped. She died before knowing which came true." "That's horrible," Ron said. "Seeing your family in danger but not knowing if you could prevent it." "She tried," Harry said, touching a page where his grandmother's handwriting had grown shaky with emotion. "She warned them to go into hiding. She just didn't know if it would be enough." The most valuable discovery came on their 4th day. In a hidden chamber beneath the main building, accessible only to someone with Potter blood, Harry found what appeared to be a communication hub. Crystal orbs arranged on a circular table, each connected to different parts of Britain. Touching one showed real-time images of the location, the Forbidden Forest at Hogwarts, Diagon Alley, the Ministry of Magic, even Platform 9 3/4. "Surveillance crystals," Eldrin explained. "Your great-grandfather developed them. They allow communication with creatures in those locations who have been bound to the sanctuary." "Bound?" Harry frowned. "You mean like slaves?" "No, Master Potter," Eldrin looked horrified. "Bound by oath and choice, not by force. Creatures who voluntarily serve as the sanctuary's eyes and ears. They can speak through the crystals, report dangers, request aid." Harry touched one of the crystals, and it glowed softly. An image appeared, the Forbidden Forest, and a centaur's voice spoke. "Sanctuary? Is someone finally there?" "Forenza," Harry said in amazement. "Harry Potter." The centaur sounded equally shocked. "How are you speaking through the ancient crystal? The sanctuary has been silent for decades." "I'm actually at the sanctuary," Harry explained. "I found it." "Did you know about this connection?" "Our elders did," Forenza replied. "They spoke of the human family who maintained communication with centaur herds across Britain. But when the crystals went silent, we assumed the family had abandoned their old ways." "Never," Harry said firmly. "I'm reclaiming my family's legacy. The sanctuary is active again." He spent hours reaching out through the crystals, connecting with creatures who had nearly forgotten their oaths to the Potters. Some were suspicious, others overjoyed. All were astonished that a young speaker had returned to reactivate the ancient network. "This changes our strategy completely," Harry told Ron that night as they sat by a fire outside the main building. "I don't need to build a network from scratch. I just need to revive one that already exists." "But will they follow you?" Ron asked pragmatically. "These creatures made promises to your grandparents, not to you." "I'm a Potter," Harry said. "And more importantly, I'm a speaker. That's what this place was built for, a center for creatures and speakers to work together. My ancestors created something incredible here, and then it was forgotten. I'm going to bring it back." "What about Dumbledore?" Ron looked worried. "He clearly didn't tell you about this place. What if he doesn't want you running a secret creature sanctuary?" Harry's expression hardened. "Dumbledore doesn't get to decide what I do with my family legacy. He kept me in the dark for 11 years. He let me think I was alone. That ends now." The day before they were due to meet Arthur Weasley, Harry made his decision. "I'm staying," he told Ron. "At least for the rest of summer. There's too much to learn here, too many connections to rebuild." "But my dad's expecting both of us," Ron protested. "And what about the blood protections at your aunt and uncle's?" "The wards here are just as strong," Harry countered. "Different, but powerful. Blood magic tied to generations of Potters. And as for your dad..." He hesitated. "I need you to cover for me. Tell him I left early to meet Hermione's family or something." "Harry, that's mental. My parents will freak out if I come back without you." "Please, Ron," Harry said earnestly. "This is important. I need time here without Dumbledore or anyone else knowing. Once school starts, I won't have this freedom again." Ron looked torn, but finally nodded. "Fine. But you'll owe me. And you'd better be on the Hogwarts Express, or Hermione will murder both of us." "I promise," Harry grinned. "And thank you. This means everything to me." After Ron departed with his father the next day, Harry threw himself into learning everything about the sanctuary. Eldrin proved to be a fountain of knowledge, explaining the complex enchantments that kept the valley hidden, the magical ecosystems that sustained various creature communities, and the history of the Potter family's involvement with magical beings. "Your ancestors were always different," the house elf explained as they toured the Phoenix nursery. "While other wizarding families sought to control magical creatures, the Potters sought to understand them. The first Potter to establish this sanctuary, Ignotus Potter, believed that cooperation between species was the key to powerful magic." "Ignotus?" Harry frowned. "Like Ignotus Peverell? From the tale of the three brothers?" Eldrin looked surprised. "You know the connection?" "Yes, the Potters are descendants of Ignotus Peverell. It is from that line that certain gifts have manifested in your family. Like being a speaker?" "Among others," Eldrin said cryptically. "Your invisibility cloak, for instance, is not an ordinary magical artifact. It is the third hallow, passed down through your family for generations." Harry's eyes widened. "The Deathly Hallows are real?" "But that's just a children's story. Many truths hide in children's stories, Master Potter. The Hallows are quite real. Your cloak is proof of that. And the cult that hunts speakers, the Seekers of the Way, they're after the Hallows too?" Eldrin nodded gravely. "They believe the Hallows are the key to immortality. And they believe speakers possess knowledge about the Hallows that other wizards lack." Harry thought back to the woman the Centaurs had captured, her fanaticism, her medallion with the Hallows symbol. "Do speakers have special knowledge about the Hallows?" "Not inherently," Eldrin replied. "But historically, many speakers have been Peverell descendants, particularly through the Ignotus line. The gift often manifests alongside other unusual magical traits." Harry spent his remaining weeks at the sanctuary absorbing everything he could, studying his family's journals, practicing forgotten spells, and rebuilding connections with creatures bound to the Potter legacy. Most valuable was the communication network. Through the crystal orbs, Harry coordinated with magical beings across Britain, warning them about Voldemort's potential return, establishing emergency protocols, creating a system for passing information quickly and securely. The mere people of Hogwarts Lake are willing to resume their ancient alliance, he told Eldrin after one such communication session. They'll monitor the forest edge and report any unusual activity. Excellent, the house elf nodded. And the goblins? Griphook is coming to visit next week. He nearly fell off his chair when I contacted him through the crystal. Said he'd heard rumors about the Potter Sanctuary but thought they were myths. The goblin's visit proved enlightening. Griphook surveyed the sanctuary with obvious appreciation for its magic and security. This explains much about your affinity for creatures, he commented as they toured the grounds. It's in your blood, generations of Potters working with magical beings as equals rather than servants. Quite contrary to mainstream wizarding attitudes. Which is probably why my grandfather officially closed it, Harry guessed. The ministry wouldn't have approved. Indeed not, Griphook agreed. The ministry's classification of beings versus beasts is deeply political. Creatures capable of human speech and complex reasoning are still classified as beasts if they refuse to adopt wizarding customs or submit to wizarding authority. Like centaurs and mere people, Harry nodded. They choose beast status rather than accepting the ministry's terms for being recognition. Precisely. Your family understood this injustice centuries before others. Griphook studied Harry thoughtfully. You realize this sanctuary places you in a politically complex position. Many powerful wizards would consider this place, and its purpose, directly contrary to their interests. I know, Harry said quietly. But I can't ignore my heritage. This is who I am, who the Potters have always been. Friends to those the wizarding world rejects. Then we shall help you protect it, Griphook decided. Gringots can establish additional security measures, ones that even Dumbledore cannot easily bypass. By the time September 1st approached, Harry had transformed from a boy struggling to understand his unusual abilities into a young wizard confident in his family legacy. The sanctuary, his sanctuary now, hummed with renewed purpose. Creatures arrived daily, drawn by word spreading through the magical community that a Potter speaker had returned to claim his birthright. On his final night, Harry sat on a hilltop overlooking the valley, watching magical creatures go about their evening activities. Eldrin joined him, bringing tea. Will the sanctuary be safe while I'm at school? Harry asked. As it has been for decades, Eldrin assured him. But now, it will also be active. The communication network is fully restored. You can speak with us through your crystal at Hogwarts, and we will maintain your alliances in your absence. Harry nodded, fingering the small crystal he would take to school, a portable version of the larger orbs in the communication hub. Everything's changing, isn't it? I came looking for a house and found a mission. Your grandmother would say you found your destiny, Eldrin replied softly. She believed the speaker gift returned to the Potter line for a reason, that you would need it to face what lies ahead. Voldemort, Harry said grimly. Not just him. The divisions in the magical world. The prejudices that separate wizards from other magical beings. The knowledge lost through fear and arrogance. Eldrin gazed at the sanctuary below. This place represents a different path, cooperation instead of domination. Understanding instead of fear. Harry took a deep breath of the cool night air. Then that's the path I'll follow. For my parents. For my grandmother. For all the Potters who built this place. The sanctuary is yours now, Master Harry. Use it wisely. Platform 9 3/4 was chaotic as always. Harry pushed his trolley through the barrier, Hedwig's cage balanced precariously on top. He traveled directly from the sanctuary via a portkey Griphook had arranged, bypassing the Dursleys entirely. He spotted the Weasleys immediately, hard to miss with their flaming red hair. Ron broke away from his family, grinning broadly. You made it. I was starting to worry. Told you I'd be here, Harry replied, smiling. How bad was the fallout from our little deception? Not too terrible. Told my parents you'd gone to meet Hermione early. They were disappointed but understood. Ron lowered his voice. So. How was the rest of your time at the sanctuary? Life-changing, Harry said simply. I'll tell you and Hermione everything on the train. As they boarded the Hogwarts Express, Harry felt the weight of the communication crystal in his pocket, his connection to the sanctuary, to his family legacy, to the network of creatures now actively working as his allies. This year would be different. He was no longer just Harry Potter, the boy who lived. He was Harry Potter, speaker, heir to the Potter Sanctuary, friend to magical creatures everywhere. And if Voldemort was planning to return, he would find a very different opponent waiting for him. Chapter 3, The Gathering Storm. The owl slammed into Harry's bedroom window at exactly midnight on his 12th birthday. It was an enormous screech owl with official-looking ministry bands on its legs and an expression that suggested it would rather be delivering howlers to convicted felons than letters to underage wizards. Harry bolted upright in bed, already half awake. He'd been expecting his Hogwarts letter, but not this massive bird trying to headbutt its way through glass. All right, I'm coming, he muttered, stumbling to the window. The owl glared as he let it in, dropped a thick parchment envelope on his desk, and immediately turned to leave. No waiting for treats or water like Hedwig would have. All business, this one. Thanks. I guess, Harry said to the owl's retreating form. The envelope was heavier than last year's, with the familiar Hogwarts crest stamped in green wax. Harry broke the seal and pulled out several sheets of parchment. The standard welcome back letter, a book list for second years, and, something new. A small card with a line of runes along the edge. Ministry of Magic Underage Magic Detection Exemption, Harry read aloud. By order of the Department of Magical Education, the bearer is permitted limited practice of non-destructive spells during summer holidays for educational purposes only. Harry flipped the card over, finding a note in Professor McGonagall's precise handwriting. Mr. Potter, due to your exceptional circumstances and demonstrated responsibility last term, the headmaster has arranged this limited exemption. Use it wisely. Any detected spells beyond basic charms or transfigurations will result in immediate revocation. Professor M. McGonagall, Harry grinned, sliding the card into his pocket. Exceptional circumstances, was putting it mildly. After the Philosopher's Stone incident, Dumbledore clearly wanted to keep him happy, and perhaps, Harry suspected, monitored. The exemption card likely had tracking charms all over it. Still, it was useful. He'd been practicing wandless creature magic all summer, but some of the spells in his family grimoires required a proper wand. Harry set his school letter aside and moved to the small crystal orb on his nightstand. The communication device from the sanctuary glowed faintly in the dark room, reacting to his touch as he picked it up. Eldrin, he called softly. Are you there? The crystal's surface swirled, then cleared to show the elderly house elf's face. Master Harry, Eldrin nodded. Happy birthday. I trust your Hogwarts letter arrived? Just now. Along with a surprise, a magic exemption card from Dumbledore. Eldrin's expression turned thoughtful. Interesting. The headmaster seeks to curry favor. Or perhaps to monitor your activities more closely. That's what I thought too, Harry agreed. But it'll still be useful for practicing Potter family spells. Indeed. Speaking of which, your grandmother's personal grimoire has been located in the East Wing Library. I've placed it in your study for your next visit. Harry felt a surge of excitement. Euphemia Potter's spell collection was legendary among the sanctuary's inhabitants. His grandmother had combined traditional wizarding magic with creature techniques to create entirely new spells, many designed specifically for protecting magical beings. Brilliant. Any news from the network? Several reports, Master Harry. Eldrin's tone turned more formal. The Gnome Collective reports increased ministry activity in creature communities. The term compliance sweeps is being used. Compliance sweeps? Harry frowned. What does that mean? Ministry officials checking that magical creatures are properly registered and controlled. Those found in violation are being relocated or... Eldrin hesitated, eliminated. Harry's hands tightened on the crystal. When did this start? 3 days ago. Most aggressively near wizard populations. Like Little Whinging. Like the sanctuary he'd built behind the Dursleys' house. Who's behind it? The Department for Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures officially. But funding is coming from private donors. The Malfoy family is particularly generous, according to our goblin sources. Harry's mind raced. Lucius Malfoy, father to Draco, the arrogant blonde boy he'd met in Madame Malkin's last year. Known former Death Eater who claimed to be under the Imperious Curse during Voldemort's reign. And now funding creature sweeps. This isn't random, Harry concluded. Malfoy's targeting me. It appears likely, Eldrin agreed. The timing is suspicious. And the gnomes report that sweeps are planned for Surrey next week, your neighborhood specifically. Harry stood abruptly. I need to warn everyone. My friends at Privet Drive, they're in danger. Already done, Master Harry. Silverclaw initiated emergency protocols the moment we received the intelligence. The sanctuary inhabitants are preparing to evacuate to the Welsh location. Relief flooded through Harry. Of course Eldrin had acted immediately. The house elf had been managing crises since before Harry was born. Thank you. I'll head to Privet Drive tomorrow to help coordinate. Is that wise? The ministry will be watching for unusual magic. Harry patted his pocket containing the exemption card. Let them watch. I'll be careful, but I won't abandon my friends. The crystal darkened as Harry set it down. He moved to the window, staring out at the moonlit garden where he'd first met Silverclaw and begun this journey. 4 years ago, he was a lonely boy living in a cupboard. Now he was coordinating an underground network of magical creatures against ministry persecution. And someone, probably Lucius Malfoy, knew enough about him to target his allies. Sleep was impossible now. Harry pulled out parchment and began drafting evacuation plans. If the ministry wanted a fight, he'd give them one they wouldn't forget. It's not safe, Whisperwind hissed, her nasal eyes gleaming in the moonlight. The ministry has detection charms all over Little Whinging. They'll trace any magical transport. 3 days later, Harry crouched in the bushes behind the Dursleys' house, surrounded by his core allies. The garden sanctuary, once a vibrant hub of creature activity, had been dismantled, leaving only the most mundane plants behind. That's why we're not using magical transport, Harry explained. We're going Muggle. He pointed to the street where Uncle Vernon's company car sat parked. The Dursleys were away for the weekend, visiting Aunt Marge. Harry had convinced them he was staying with Hermione's family, a lie they were all too happy to believe. You want us to travel in a Muggle vehicle? Thornberry the gnome looked appalled. Those metal death traps. Just to get outside the detection perimeter, Harry assured her. 10 miles should do it. Then we can use the Portkeys grip hook provided. It wasn't an ideal plan, but options were limited. The ministry sweeps were scheduled to begin tomorrow, with teams of exterminators armed with detection equipment and containment units. Any magical creature caught would be processed, a bureaucratic euphemism that meant different things for different species, none of them good. What about the larger creatures? Rootbite asked. The Thestrals won't fit in your metal box. They're meeting us at the rendezvous point, Harry said. They can fly above detection height as long as they stay under the clouds. The Botruckles will travel in their trees, we're shrinking 3 key specimens to transport them. Silverclaw nodded approvingly. Not bad, kid. You've thought this through. Over the past 4 years, Harry had developed from a naive child into a strategic leader. His natural talent with creatures had matured into something more, an ability to coordinate diverse groups, to understand their unique needs and abilities, to forge them into a cohesive unit. "We move at dawn," Harry decided. "Everyone finish your preparations tonight. Take only what's necessary. The Welsh sanctuary has supplies and accommodations for everyone." The creatures dispersed to spread the word and complete final arrangements. Only Whisperwind remained, her tufted tail swishing thoughtfully. "The Malfoys," she said quietly. "This is deliberate, isn't it? They know about you." "They suspect," Harry corrected. "I don't think Lucius Malfoy knows exactly what I can do, but he's heard rumors. Probably from Death Eater contacts who've heard whispers about a new speaker. He's probing, trying to flush me out." "Dangerous game," Whisperwind observed. "For him as much as you. He doesn't know who he's dealing with." Harry's expression hardened. "He thinks he's hunting some isolated boy with a peculiar talent. He doesn't realize he's attacking a network that spans all of magical Britain." That night, Harry barely slept. He lay in Dudley's second bedroom, listening to the sounds of creatures making final preparations in the garden below. By morning, over 60 magical beings would be evacuated: gnomes, bowtruckles, pixies, a family of Jarvies that had moved in last spring, Whisperwind's extended Kneasel clan, and various other creatures who'd found refuge in Harry's sanctuary. His sanctuary. Not just a collection of random creatures anymore, but a functioning community. One he was responsible for protecting. Dawn arrived with a light fog, perfect cover for their operation. Harry dressed quickly in Muggle clothes, tucked his wand into his sleeve, and slipped downstairs. Uncle Vernon's car keys hung on the hook by the door. Harry grabbed them, feeling only the slightest twinge of guilt about borrowing the car. Compared to the Dursleys' treatment of him over the years, it was nothing. The garden was alive with activity when Harry stepped outside. Creatures moved with quiet efficiency, gathering at designated collection points. Silverclaw directed operations like a miniature general, clipboard in hand. "Status?" Harry asked quietly. "All groups accounted for. Trees shrunk and contained. Supplies packed." Silverclaw checked his notes. "Scouts report no ministry presence yet, but magical detection equipment registered near Magnolia Crescent. They're setting up perimeters." Sooner than expected, Harry frowned. "We need to move now." Harry pulled Uncle Vernon's car around to the back of the house, where it would be hidden from street view. Using an enlargement charm on the interior, one of the first spells he'd mastered after receiving his exemption card, he created space for far more passengers than the vehicle should logically hold. The loading process was organized chaos. Gnomes piled into the expanded trunk space, complaining loudly about the indignity. Bowtruckles arranged themselves in cup holders and door compartments. Pixies zipped into the glove box, giggling at the adventure. The Kneasels took the back seat, while Whisperwind rode shotgun, her intelligent eyes surveying the road ahead. "Everyone in?" Harry called, doing a final head count. Silverclaw gave him a thumbs up from the dashboard. "All present. Let's roll, kid." Harry started the engine, wincing at the noise. He'd practiced driving in the empty field behind the Dursleys' house after watching Uncle Vernon for years, but this would be his first time on actual roads. At 12 years old, he wasn't exactly legal, but magical emergencies called for bending certain Muggle rules. "Here goes nothing," he muttered, putting the car in gear. They rolled slowly down Privet Drive, Harry hunched low in the seat to avoid being spotted by nosy neighbors. The early morning fog provided some cover, but his heart still pounded as they passed Mrs. Fig's house. The cat-loving old woman was at her window, and for a moment, Harry could have sworn she looked directly at him and nodded slightly. Strange. But he had bigger concerns right now. "Ministry vehicle ahead," Whisperwind hissed suddenly. "Turn left." Harry swerved onto Wisteria Walk, narrowly avoiding a white van with Ministry of Agriculture markings, a common cover for wizarding operations in Muggle areas. "They're early," Silverclaw growled. "Someone tipped them off." "Or they detected my enlargement charm," Harry suggested grimly. "Hold tight, everyone. We're taking the back routes." What followed was a tense game of cat and mouse through little whinging suburban streets. Harry avoided main roads, sticking to residential areas where the early hour meant few witnesses. Twice more they spotted ministry vehicles, forcing detours that took them in frustrating loops. "We're never going to clear the perimeter at this rate," Thornberry worried from her position in the cup holder. "They're boxing us in." Harry's mind raced. They needed a diversion, something to draw ministry attention away from their escape route. "Trixie," he called to the lead pixie. "Still got those fireworks we confiscated from Fred and George last term?" The tiny blue pixie poked her head out of the glove compartment, grinning wickedly. "Course we do. Saving them for a special occasion. This qualifies. Take 4 of your fastest flyers and head to the shopping center. Create a magical disturbance, nothing harmful, just flashy. Something to pull resources away from the east side." Trixie saluted. "On it, boss." Operation Chaotic Distraction commencing. Harry pulled into an empty garage attached to a house for sale, providing cover while Trixie and her team slipped out. The pixies were nearly invisible in the morning fog, zipping away toward the town center. They waited, tension mounting. 5 minutes passed. 10. Then they heard it, distant pops and whistles, followed by flashing lights visible even through the fog. Wizard-made fireworks, enhanced by pixie magic, exploding in spectacular fashion over Little Whinging's main shopping area. "That's our cue," Harry said, starting the engine again. "East route, fast as we can." He gunned it, the car lurching forward with more speed than finesse. The gnomes in the trunk cursed as they tumbled over each other, but Harry couldn't slow down now. This was their chance. They sped through increasingly empty streets, heading for the countryside. Harry's hands were sweaty on the wheel, but his mind remained focused, alert for dangers. In the rearview mirror, he could see ministry vehicles converging on the distant firework display. "It's working," Whisperwind confirmed, her keen eyes spotting details Harry missed. "Detection teams are being pulled from the perimeter. East boundary is thinning." After 15 tense minutes of driving, they reached the edge of town, where fields replaced houses. Harry felt a subtle change in the air, like passing through a soap bubble, as they crossed the magical detection perimeter. "We're clear," Silverclaw announced, consulting a detection charm of his own. "No ministry traces active here." Harry pulled onto a farm access road, hidden from the main highway by a row of trees. The rendezvous point, an abandoned barn, was visible in the distance. Several dark shapes circled overhead, the Thestrals, right on schedule. Perfect timing, Harry smiled, relieved. "Everyone get ready for transfer. Portkeys activate in exactly 8 minutes." They piled out of the car, creatures stretching and complaining after the cramped journey. Harry quickly shrank the transported trees back to their original size, allowing the Botruckle colonies to re-establish themselves. The Thestrals landed gracefully nearby, greeting Harry with soft nickels. "Smooth escape," Silverclaw nodded approvingly. "Not bad for a 12-year-old getaway driver." "We're not safe yet," Harry cautioned, checking his watch. "Trixie and her team still need to make it." A flash of blue interrupted him as the pixies zoomed into the clearing, laughing hysterically. "You should have seen their faces." Trixie cackled. "Total chaos. We set off everything at once, wildfire whiz-bangs, color change comets, even those experimental atmospheric adjusters. Half the magical reversal squad is trying to make it stop raining inside the grocery store." "Any pursuit?" Harry asked sharply. "Nope. Clean getaway. They're all too busy trying to modify memories and fix the weather." Harry exhaled in relief. "Well done. Get in position for Portkey transport." The group organized themselves around the various Portkeys Grip Hook had provided, Ordinary objects like old boots and broken tennis rackets, each programmed to activate simultaneously and transport them to different arrival points near the Welsh sanctuary. 60 seconds, Harry called, checking his watch. As the creatures took hold of their designated port keys, Harry felt a surge of pride. They'd pulled it off, evacuated an entire hidden sanctuary right under the Ministry's nose. No casualties, no captures. 30 seconds. A sharp crack broke the silence, followed by another. Apparition. Harry spun around, wand drawn, as two figures in Ministry robes appeared at the edge of the clearing. "Halt," the first wizard called. "Department for Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. You are in violation of the Magical Creatures Registration Act. Port keys." Harry shouted. "Now." 10 seconds early, Silverclaw warned. "They might not all be, no choice. Go." The lead Ministry wizard raised his wand, but Harry was faster. With a quick flick, he cast a wandless disorientation charm, creature magic the wizard wouldn't recognize or easily counter. The man stumbled, his spell going wide. "Accio port keys," the second wizard shouted. Harry felt the tug as the port keys tried to respond to the summoning charm, but the goblin enchantments held. 3 seconds. 2. Stupefy. Harry cast, buying those crucial final moments. The red bolt struck the second wizard just as the port keys activated. With a massive whoosh of displaced air, the entire assembly of creatures vanished, leaving Harry alone with two Ministry officials, one disoriented and one unconscious. Not quite the clean getaway he'd hoped for. The remaining wizard was recovering from the disorientation charm, shaking his head to clear it. He focused on Harry with growing anger. "You," he spat. "Interfering with Ministry business. That's a criminal offense, boy." Harry kept his wand steady. "Those creatures were under my protection. They've committed no crimes." "Protection?" The wizard laughed harshly. "What are you, 12? You have no authority to protect anything. And harboring unregistered magical creatures is illegal." "So is attacking a minor," Harry countered. "I have a magic exemption card. I'm legally practicing defensive spells. Can you say the same about firing at a child?" Uncertainty flickered across the man's face. He glanced at his unconscious colleague, then back at Harry. "You're Potter, aren't you? The boy who lived." "That's right." "Well, Mr. Potter, you've just complicated your life significantly. Lucius Malfoy won't be pleased to hear his creature sweep was disrupted." So Malfoy was behind it. Confirmation, not that Harry needed it. "Tell him Harry Potter sends his regards," Harry said coolly. "And that next time he comes after my friends, I won't be so gentle." Before the wizard could respond, Harry activated his personal emergency port key, a small wooden pendant carved with the Potter family crest. The world spun away in a blur of color and sound. He landed hard on soft grass, rolling with the impact. The Welsh sanctuary spread out below him, its ancient trees and integrated structures glowing with welcoming magic. Home. His real home. Eldrin was waiting at the arrival point, his expression concerned. "Master Harry. The creatures arrived safely, but separately. We feared you'd been captured when you didn't arrive with your group." "Minor complication," Harry explained, dusting himself off. "Ministry officials showed up just as we were leaving. I stayed behind to cover the retreat." "You confronted Ministry officials directly?" Eldrin looked alarmed. "That will have consequences." "I know." Harry wasn't too worried. "But what choice did I have? Let them capture 60 magical creatures for Lucius Malfoy's twisted agenda?" The house elf sighed. "Your father had the same protective instinct. Always charging into danger to save others. Is everyone settled in?" "Getting there. The gnomes are arguing over garden territory, the botruckles are assessing the trees, and the pixies have already caused 3 minor explosions. Normal relocation chaos. Harry laughed. Despite the danger and the close call, he felt strangely exhilarated. They'd done it, outmaneuvered the Ministry, rescued dozens of magical creatures, and established a new sanctuary community. Not bad for a morning's work. But as the adrenaline faded, sobering reality set in. He directly opposed Ministry officials. Revealed himself as someone who protected magical creatures outside official channels. Made an enemy of Lucius Malfoy. School hadn't even started yet, and Harry Potter was already at war. The response came 3 days later, delivered by a severe-looking Ministry owl. Ministry of Magic, Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Improper Use of Magic Office. Dear Mr. Potter, we have received intelligence that you performed a stunning spell and unauthorized spatial modification magic in a Muggle area at 6:47 a.m. on July 31st. The severity of this breach of the decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery has resulted in the immediate revocation of your magic exemption privileges. Further magical activity will result in formal charges before the Wizengamot. As a one-time exception due to your status as the boy who lived, no disciplinary hearing has been scheduled. However, a formal reprimand has been placed in your permanent record. Yours sincerely, Mafalda Hopkirk. Improper use of magic office, Ministry of Magic. A second letter accompanied the official notice, this one on expensive parchment with an ornate M. wax seal. Harry didn't need to open it to know who it was from. Malfoy? Silverclaw asked, peering over Harry's shoulder as he broke the seal. Who else? Harry unfolded the letter. Mr. Potter, my son has spoken often of your unusual proclivities. While childhood fascinations with magical creatures are not uncommon, interfering with Ministry operations crosses into criminal territory. The creature sweep you disrupted was a legally sanctioned control measure to protect both wizarding and Muggle communities from unregistered magical beings. Your actions have endangered public safety and violated numerous regulations. As a concerned citizen with your best interests at heart, I would strongly advise you to focus on your studies at Hogwarts and leave creature management to qualified Ministry professionals. Your continued interference will only result in increasingly severe consequences, for yourself and your unusual friends. Consider this friendly advice from someone who understands how the wizarding world truly operates. Regards, Lucius Malfoy. Hogwarts Board of Governors. Friendly advice, Harry snorted. More like a thinly veiled threat. Not very thin, really, Silverclaw observed. Pretty explicit threat when you read between the lines. Harry crumpled the letter, tossing it into the fireplace of his sanctuary study. The flames turned momentarily green as they consumed Malfoy's expensive parchment. He's fishing, Harry said, watching the letter burn. Doesn't know exactly what I can do or how extensive my network is. Just that I'm protecting creatures and disrupted his operation. What's his endgame? The gnome wondered. Why target random creatures in Little Whinging? Not random. Not really. Harry paced the study, thinking aloud. Malfoy was one of Voldemort's inner circle. Claimed imperious afterward, but everyone knows he was loyal. Last year, Voldemort nearly returned using the Philosopher's Stone. And you stopped him, Silverclaw nodded. With creature help. Exactly. Word got back to Malfoy somehow, maybe from his son, maybe through Ministry channels. He heard about magical creatures appearing to help Harry Potter and decided to investigate by targeting the area around my relative's house. Testing your response, Silverclaw concluded. And you confirmed his suspicions by reacting. I had no choice, Harry said firmly. I couldn't let them capture you all. Not saying you should have, the gnome clarified. Just analyzing the situation. Malfoy pushed, you pushed back. Now he knows there's something unusual about your connection to magical creatures. Question is, what will he do with that information? Harry stared out the window at the sanctuary grounds, where the relocated creatures were gradually settling into their new home. Bowtruckles were integrating with the ancient trees, gnomes establishing new garden territories, pixies exploring the upper branches of the forest canopy. They were safe here, protected by generations of Potter family enchantments. But what about creatures who couldn't come to the sanctuary? The network he'd built across Britain included hundreds of beings in forests, lakes, mountains, and hidden corners of wizarding communities. They couldn't all be evacuated. We need to adapt, Harry decided. Make the network more resilient. Establish emergency protocols, safe houses, evacuation routes. Like a resistance movement, Silverclaw said thoughtfully. Exactly like that. Harry turned, eyes blazing with determination. If Malfoy wants a war on magical creatures, we'll give him a war he's not prepared for. The next 2 weeks were a flurry of activity. Harry coordinated with Eldrin and Griphook to strengthen the magical creature network across Britain. Using the communication crystals, he established contact with key leaders in various communities, the Centaur herds, mere-people colonies, goblin outposts, and even representatives from more reclusive species like the Sphinx Pride in the Scottish Highlands. We need early warning systems, Harry explained during a leadership council meeting in the sanctuary's Great Hall. Ways to detect ministry sweeps before they happen. The gnome network has contacts in most ministry departments, Silverclaw reported. Not high level, but cleaning staff, maintenance workers. They hear things. Good. Coordinate with them to establish intelligence channels. Gringots can monitor financial transactions, Griphook added. Major operations require funding approval. We'll see the gold move before the Aurors move. The house elves are key, Harry continued. They work in many pure-blood homes, including Malfoy Manor. If we can get more of them on our side. Dobby's already recruiting, Eldrin confirmed. Carefully, of course. House elves must remain loyal to their families, but many find ways to help without breaking their magical bonds. The plans expanded beyond mere defense. Harry established magical creature sanctuaries throughout Britain, smaller than the Welsh location, but sufficient for temporary refuge. Goblin-made portkeys were distributed to vulnerable communities. Communication protocols were standardized across species barriers. We're building something unprecedented, Griphook observed one evening as they finalized the emergency response network. Never before have so many magical species cooperated at this scale. Not since the Great Gathering, Eldrin corrected. Over 1,000 years ago, when the founders of Hogwarts united magical beings against a common threat. What threat? Harry asked, intrigued. This wasn't in any history book he'd read. The Muggle witch hunts were beginning, the house elf explained. All magical beings were at risk. The founders, particularly Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw, sought alliances with non-human magical communities. Together, they established the early protections that would eventually evolve into the Statute of Secrecy. But the alliance didn't last, Griphook added grimly. Once the immediate danger passed, wizards began restricting creature rights. The unity fractured. It won't fracture this time, Harry promised. This isn't just about Malfoy or temporary threats. It's about building something permanent. A voice for magical creatures in the wizarding world. August passed in a blur of planning, organizing, and occasional field missions to establish new sanctuary outposts. Harry traveled extensively under various disguises, meeting with creature communities and building personal connections. The communication crystal network expanded, allowing instantaneous contact across vast distances. With each passing day, Harry grew more confident in his role. This was his purpose, not just defeating Voldemort or surviving school, but creating a unified community where all magical beings could thrive. The Potter legacy, reborn. As September approached, however, Harry faced a dilemma. Hogwarts awaited, but leaving the sanctuary meant entrusting operations to others. Could the network function without him physically present? You've built a strong foundation, Eldrin assured him as they discussed the transition. The council can manage day-to-day operations. You've established clear protocols. But if there's an emergency, Harry began. The communication crystals work anywhere, even at Hogwarts, the house elf reminded him. And you've trained deputies for each major region. It was true. Harry had appointed leaders he trusted, Silverclaw for the Gnome Network, Whisperwind for the Magical Feline Coalition, Riverstrider for aquatic communities, Firenze for forest dwellers, and Griphook for official liaison with the wizarding world. I suppose you're right, Harry conceded. And I need to return to school. Not just for education, but to maintain my cover as a normal student. Eldrin smiled kindly. There is nothing normal about you, Master Harry. But yes, Hogwarts provides necessary protection and opportunity. The night before Harry was due to return to London for the Hogwarts Express, he called a final council meeting. Representatives from all major creature groups gathered in the sanctuary's stone circle, an ancient meeting place where magic naturally amplified voices and translations happen automatically. Tomorrow I return to Hogwarts, Harry addressed the assembled leaders. Our network will continue growing, but more discreetly. Malfoy and his allies are watching now. We must be cautious. Murmurs of agreement rippled through the gathering. Each community has emergency protocols. Each leader knows their responsibility. If the ministry launches another sweep, activate the response network immediately. Don't wait for my approval. Griphook stepped forward. The goblins have prepared documentation legitimizing portions of our activities. We've established a foundation, officially registered with the ministry, for the study and conservation of magical creatures. This provides legal cover for many of our operations. Brilliant, Harry grinned. Who's listed as founder? A consortium of anonymous magical conservationists, the goblin replied with a sly smile. The paperwork is extensive and confusing. It would take ministry officials months to untangle the actual ownership. Silverclaw reported next. Gnome Network fully operational. We've got ears in the Department for Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, the Auror Office, and even the Minister's administrative staff. Any move against us, we'll know. One by one, the leaders shared their preparations. Firenze confirmed the Centaur herds were coordinating across forests throughout Britain. Whisperwind reported that Measles had integrated with wizarding households strategically placed near ministry officials. Riverstrider detailed how mere-people colonies had established warning systems in lakes and rivers nationwide. It was impressive, far beyond what Harry had imagined when he'd first spoken to a garden gnome 4 years ago. From a boy discovering his abilities to the leader of an organized, nationwide network of magical creatures. The transition seemed impossible, yet here they were. I'm proud of what we've built together, Harry concluded. This isn't just about protection or survival anymore. It's about creating a better world for all magical beings. A world where cooperation replaces control. Where understanding replaces fear. The gathered creatures, gnomes and goblins, measles and centaurs, house elves and botruckles, and dozens more species, raised their voices in approval. The speaker has united us, Firenze announced, stamping his hoof for attention. As the stars foretold. But challenges remain. The Dark One stirs. His servants gather strength. The coming year brings danger. We'll face it together, Harry promised. Whatever comes. As the meeting concluded, Harry felt a curious mixture of pride and anxiety. He'd built something extraordinary, something that could change the wizarding world forever. But he'd also painted a target on himself. Malfoy was just the beginning. Others would notice. Others would fear what he represented. And somewhere out there, a disembodied Voldemort was gathering strength, planning his return. What would the Dark Lord make of Harry Potter, the boy who lived, now leading an army of magical creatures? Harry suspected he'd find out all too soon. King's Cross Station buzzed with the usual September 1st chaos, families saying goodbyes, trolleys piled with trunks, owls hooting indignantly at the noise and confusion. Harry pushed his own trolley toward platform 9 3/4, Hedwig's cage balanced precariously on top. He'd spent the night at the Leaky Cauldron after traveling to London via a series of portkeys designed to confuse any magical tracking. The Dursleys believed he'd been staying with school friends all month, a fiction they readily accepted to avoid dealing with their strange nephew. Harry! Over here! He turned to see Hermione waving frantically, her parents standing nearby looking slightly bewildered by the magical commotion. Harry grinned and wheeled his trolley toward them. Hermione! Good to see you. He embraced his friend warmly. How was your summer? Fascinating. We went to France and visited some historical magical sites. They were mentioned in a history of magic, so my parents agreed to add them to our itinerary. The magical section of Mont Saint-Michel is spectacular. But what about you? We hardly heard from you all summer. Harry had kept his correspondence deliberately vague, mentioning visits to wizarding locations without specifying the sanctuary or his creature network. Been busy, he said simply. Lots of independent study. Hermione's eyes narrowed suspiciously. Independent study? That doesn't sound like you. I've matured, Harry replied with mock seriousness. Discovered the joy of learning. Right, Hermione said skeptically. And I've decided to drop out and become a professional Quidditch player. Before Harry could defend his fictional scholarly pursuits, the Weasley family arrived in their typical whirlwind of red hair and controlled chaos. Ron broke free from the group, grinning widely. There you are. Mum's been worried sick, thought you might have been kidnapped or something when you didn't answer our last owl. Sorry about that, Harry said. I've been moving around a lot. Owls had trouble finding me. This was partly true. He'd established multiple secure locations that were specifically warded against tracking, including by owls. Only Hedwig, with her enhanced magical abilities as his familiar, could reliably find him at the sanctuary. Mrs. Weasley swept him into a smothering hug. Harry, dear. So thin. Didn't those muggles feed you properly? Never mind, we'll fatten you up at Christmas, you're coming to stay with us, no arguments. Sounds brilliant, Mrs. Weasley, Harry managed, extracting himself from her embrace. You missed all the excitement, Ron said as they moved toward the barrier. Dad almost got fired. Ministry raided our house looking for dark artifacts, complete rubbish, of course, but someone tipped them off. Dad says it was political, someone trying to discredit him. Harry's interest sharpened. When was this? Couple weeks ago. Right after that business with the creature sweeps. The connection was obvious. Arthur Weasley was known for his pro-Muggle views and relatively progressive stance on magical creatures. If Lucius Malfoy was targeting Harry's creature network, going after potential allies in the Ministry made sense. Was anyone specifically behind it? Harry asked carefully. Dad wouldn't say officially, but... Ron lowered his voice. Lucius Malfoy's name came up a lot in the arguments afterward. Another piece of the puzzle. Malfoy was systematically targeting anyone associated with creature rights or protection. First Harry's sanctuary, then Arthur Weasley. Who would be next? They passed through the barrier onto platform 9 3/4, where the Scarlet Hogwarts Express waited amid billowing steam. Harry helped Ron and Hermione find an empty compartment, then stowed his trunk. Save my spot, he told them. Need to check something first. Harry moved through the crowded platform, eyes alert for a specific face. He found her near the back of the train, a small, wispy-looking blonde girl standing alone while her father chatted animatedly with another parent. Luna, Harry called softly. Luna Lovegood. The girl turned, her protuberant silver eyes widening slightly in recognition. Harry Potter, she said dreamily. The blibbering humdingers said you'd find me today. Harry smiled. Luna Lovegood was one of his more unusual contacts, not a magical creature herself, but uniquely attuned to beings others couldn't perceive. Her father published the Quibbler, a magazine most wizards dismissed as nonsense but which occasionally contained genuine information about rare magical species disguised as outlandish conspiracy theories. "Your father's article was helpful," Harry said quietly. "The Ministry never suspected the heliopath migration route you documented." Luna beamed. Daddy was so excited when those anonymous sources confirmed his theories. "The fire spirits are safely relocated then. Safe in the northern sanctuary. They send their thanks." What the Quibbler had published as a fanciful piece about imaginary heliopaths had actually been coded information about a rare species of fire-dwelling salamanders threatened by Ministry regulation. Harry's network had used Luna's carefully disguised migration maps to rescue an entire colony before they could be captured for their valuable fire glands. "Will you be all right at Hogwarts?" Harry asked, genuinely concerned. Luna's unusual perceptions and behavior often made her a target for bullying. "Oh yes," she replied serenely. "I'll have friends this year. The Nargles told me so." "Yes, you will," Harry confirmed firmly. "Find me if you need anything. Anything at all." As the warning whistle blew, Harry returned to his compartment where Ron and Hermione waited, now joined by Neville Longbottom, who clutched his toad Trevor protectively. "Where'd you disappear to?" Ron asked as the train began moving. "Just saying hello to someone," Harry replied vaguely. "How was your summer, Neville?" As Neville launched into a detailed description of his grandmother's greenhouse renovations, Harry felt his communication crystal warm in his pocket, the signal for an incoming message. He'd check it later, when he had privacy. The journey to Hogwarts passed pleasantly enough. Harry bought sweets from the trolley, caught up with friends, and deflected Hermione's increasingly pointed questions about his mysterious summer activities. Through it all, the crystal in his pocket occasionally warmed with incoming updates from the network. Late in the afternoon, just as they were changing into their school robes, the compartment door slid open. Draco Malfoy stood there, flanked as usual by Crabbe and Goyle, his pointed face set in its customary sneer. "Well, well," Draco drawled. "If it isn't Potter and his fan club. Have a nice summer with your Muggle relatives, Potter. Father mentioned you had some troubles with the Ministry." Harry met Malfoy's gaze evenly. "Your father seems unusually interested in my summer activities. Doesn't he have more important things to do? Like explaining why he had dark artifacts hidden under his drawing room floor?" Draco's pale face flushed. "Watch yourself, Potter. Things are changing at Hogwarts this year. Father says it's time certain elements were cleared out." "Is that a threat, Malfoy?" Ron demanded, half rising from his seat. "Not at all, Weasley. Just a prediction." Draco's eyes returned to Harry. "Father says those who consort with creatures lower than themselves will learn their proper place soon enough." With that cryptic warning, he departed, leaving an uncomfortable silence in his wake. "What was that about?" Hermione asked, frowning. "Consorting with creatures?" Harry shrugged, aiming for nonchalance. "Who knows? Malfoy talks rubbish half the time." But internally, he was calculating rapidly. Draco's warning confirmed his suspicions. Lucius Malfoy knew something about Harry's creature connections and planned to act against him at Hogwarts somehow. But how much did he know? And what exactly was he planning? The train slowed as they approached Hogsmeade Station. Harry excused himself to use the bathroom, but instead found an empty compartment where he could check his communication crystal privately. The orb glowed softly as he activated it, revealing multiple stored messages. He reviewed them quickly, Ministry officials questioning centaurs in Forbidden Forest. Claiming routine census. Forenza advises caution. Goblin intelligence confirms Lucius Malfoy meeting with Board of Governors today. Pushing new security measures for Hogwarts. Marepeople report unusual activity in Black Lake. Something large moving in the depths. Not natural. Harry frowned, committing the information to memory before deactivating the crystal. Something was definitely happening at Hogwarts, coordinated moves against magical creatures connected to the school. Malfoy wasn't just targeting Harry's network, he was bringing the conflict directly to Hogwarts. As the train pulled into Hogsmeade Station, Harry rejoined his friends, his mind racing with contingency plans. Whatever Malfoy had planned, Harry would need his allies inside Hogwarts ready to respond. They disembarked into the cool evening air, Hagrid's familiar call of "Furs years. Furs years over here," carrying over the crowd. Harry caught the half-giant's eye and waved. Hagrid winked back, another ally, though one who didn't know the full extent of Harry's network. "No boats for us this year," Ron grinned as they followed older students toward a line of carriages. "Second years get to ride in style." Harry stopped abruptly, staring at the carriages. Unlike his classmates, he could clearly see what pulled them: skeletal, winged horses with reptilian features and blank, white eyes. "Thestrals. What's wrong?" Hermione asked, noticing his expression. "The carriages," Harry said quietly. "They're pulled by Thestrals." Ron looked confused. "By what?" "The carriages pull themselves, don't they? You can see Thestrals?" Neville asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Harry nodded, forgetting momentarily that this ability wasn't common knowledge. "You can too?" "Yeah." Neville looked down. "Gran says it's because I saw my grandfather pass." "You can only see them if you've seen death." Hermione's expression shifted from confusion to sympathy. "Oh, Harry, your parents?" "I guess so," Harry replied, though he wasn't certain whose death he'd witnessed. Probably his mother's, though he had no conscious memory of it. As they approached the carriages, Harry reached out to touch the nearest Thestral's flank. The creature turned its head, recognizing him immediately as a speaker. "Young master," it greeted in the hollow, whispery voice characteristic of its kind. "The herd has awaited your return." "You know about me?" Harry asked silently. "All Thestrals know of the speaker who builds bridges between our worlds. The Hogwarts herd stands ready to serve." Another unexpected ally. Harry smiled gratefully, patting the creature's neck. "Thank you. I may need your help soon." They climbed into the carriage, which set off toward the castle with a gentle lurch. As they rounded the lake, Hogwarts came into view, towers and turrets silhouetted against the darkening sky, windows glowing warmly. Home, Harry thought. His second sanctuary. But unlike last year, he returned not as an isolated boy with unusual abilities, but as the coordinator of a nationwide magical creature network. A network that Lucius Malfoy and his allies were actively targeting. The coming year would be a test of his leadership, his abilities, and his vision for a unified magical world. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, was now Harry Potter, the speaker. The last speaker, according to his grandmother's visions. And the gathering storm was about to break directly over Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The great hall buzzed with conversation as returning students found their seats at house tables. Harry settled between Ron and Hermione at the Gryffindor table, nodding greetings to housemates while discreetly scanning the staff table. Dumbledore sat in his ornate central chair, resplendent in purple robes sprinkled with silver stars. McGonagall's seat was empty, she would be escorting the first years. Snape glowered from his usual position, while Flitwick chatted animatedly with Sprout. But one face was new and immediately recognizable. "Is that Gilderoy Lockhart?" Hermione whispered, voice rising in pitch. Indeed it was. The blonde-haired, blue-robed wizard smiled dazzlingly at the student body, occasionally pausing to wave at admirers or adjust his perfectly coiffed hair. The new defense teacher, Harry guessed. "Looks like a prat." "Harry." Hermione sounded scandalized. "He's brilliant. Written dozens of books about his adventures fighting dark creatures. Banshees, werewolves, vampires, he's saved countless communities." "If you believe his books," Ron muttered. "Dad says half of it's probably made up." Before Hermione could defend her literary hero, the great hall doors opened to admit Professor McGonagall leading a line of nervous first years. Harry immediately spotted Luna's distinctive silver blonde hair among them. The Sorting Hat sang its yearly song, something about house unity and ancient bonds, before McGonagall began calling names. Harry applauded politely as each house received new members, paying special attention when Lovegood, Luna, was sorted into Ravenclaw. Good, he thought. Ravenclaw's intellectual atmosphere would suit her unique perspective. And he had contacts in that house who could watch out for her if needed. After Weasley, Ginevra joined Gryffindor to enthusiastic applause from her brothers, Dumbledore rose to make his start-of-term announcements. Welcome, welcome to another year at Hogwarts. Before we begin our excellent feast, a few start-of-term notices. First years should note that the Forbidden Forest is, as its name suggests, forbidden to all students. A few of our older students would do well to remember that as well. His twinkling gaze seemed to linger on Harry momentarily. Mr. Filch has asked me to remind you that magic is not permitted in corridors between classes, and that the list of banned items has expanded to include fanged frisbees and ever-bashing boomerangs. The complete list comprises some 437 items and can be viewed in Mr. Filch's office. We also have two staffing announcements. First, please welcome Professor Gilderoy Lockhart, who has kindly consented to fill the position of defense against the dark arts teacher. Lockhart stood and bowed flamboyantly, his smile nearly blinding. Female students throughout the hall sighed dreamily, while most boys looked unimpressed. Additionally, Dumbledore continued after the applause died down, I must inform you that Professor Kettleburn, our Care of Magical Creatures teacher, has retired to enjoy more time with his remaining limbs. His position will be filled by none other than our own Rubius Hagrid, who has agreed to take on teaching duties in addition to his gamekeeping responsibilities. Harry cheered loudly at this news, genuinely delighted for his friend. Hagrid's love of magical creatures, especially dangerous ones, was legendary. Making him a professor was either inspired or insane, possibly both. Finally, Dumbledore's tone grew more serious. The Board of Governors has implemented new security measures this year. All students should be aware that certain areas of the grounds are now subject to monitoring charms. This includes the boundaries of the Forbidden Forest, the shores of the Black Lake, and all entrances to the castle. Murmurs swept the hall. Increased security was unusual at Hogwarts, where students typically enjoyed considerable freedom within the castle's protective enchantments. These measures, Dumbledore continued, his expression carefully neutral, are designed to ensure compliance with ministry regulations regarding interaction with magical creatures. Students are reminded that unauthorized contact with beasts classified as XXXX or XXXXX is strictly prohibited without proper supervision. Harry's eyes narrowed. This had Lucius Malfoy's fingerprints all over it, new restrictions specifically targeting contact with magical creatures. The monitoring charms would make it significantly harder for Harry to meet with his non-human allies on Hogwarts grounds. But enough of regulations. The feast awaits. Food appeared on golden plates, temporarily distracting students from thoughts of new restrictions. As everyone dug in, Hermione leaned closer to Harry. Those new security measures seem aimed at Hagrid, don't they? Everyone knows he keeps unauthorized creatures. Not just Hagrid, Harry replied quietly. Did you notice the emphasis on the forest and lake? That's Centaur and Merepeople territory. Ron spoke through a mouthful of potato. Why's the board suddenly care about that stuff? Been going on for years. Harry chose his words carefully. Someone's pushing an agenda. Probably Malfoy's father. But why? Hermione pressed. What does Lucius Malfoy gain from monitoring students' interactions with magical creatures? More than you realize, Harry thought. Aloud, he said, control. Information. Anything he can use against Dumbledore or people he considers enemies. The conversation shifted to lighter topics as the feast continued, but Harry remained preoccupied. The new security measures complicated his plans significantly. He'd intended to establish regular contact with the Forbidden Forest Centaurs, the Black Lake Mare people, and even the house elves in the kitchens. Now all those locations would be monitored. He needed to adapt. Find new meeting places. Create secure channels of communication that wouldn't trigger the monitoring charms. As the feast concluded and students filed out toward their dormitories, Harry felt his communication crystal warm again. He fell behind the group, pretending to tie his shoelace, and quickly checked the message. Security charms activated at forest boundary. Goblin made, powerful. Detection range approximately 30 feet. Mapped safe approach routes. We'll send details tomorrow. Griphook, so his goblin allies were already on it, analyzing the new security measures and finding weaknesses. Good. Harry tucked the crystal away and hurried to catch up with his housemates. In the familiar comfort of Gryffindor Tower, Harry unpacked his trunk, carefully hiding his more sensitive items, the communication crystal, a small journal containing coded network information, and several magical tools provided by Griphook for emergency use. As his dorm mates fell asleep, Harry sat by the window, gazing out at the moonlit grounds. Somewhere in the Forbidden Forest, centaurs were discussing the new security measures. Beneath the dark surface of the Black Lake, Mare people were establishing alternate meeting locations. In the castle kitchens, house elves were creating safe channels for passing messages. His network adapting, evolving, preparing for whatever came next. Harry Potter had returned to Hogwarts, but not as a simple student. He was the coordinator of a vast magical creature alliance, the heir to a forgotten sanctuary tradition, the last speaker in a world that had nearly forgotten such abilities existed. And despite Lucius Malfoy's attempts to contain him, Harry's influence was growing. The very restrictions designed to limit his contact with magical creatures would only drive his network deeper underground, make it more resilient, more determined. The gathering storm wasn't coming. It was already here. And Harry Potter stood at its eye, ready to fight for a vision of the wizarding world that most purebloods couldn't even imagine, a world where creatures and wizards stood as equals, where ancient rivalries gave way to cooperation, where power came not from domination but from mutual respect. A world worth fighting for. Harry's first week back at Hogwarts proved more challenging than expected. Beyond the usual academic demands, he faced new obstacles to maintaining his creature network. The monitoring charms Malfoy had convinced the board to implement were sophisticated, goblin-made, according to Griphook's analysis, but modified by wizards to specifically detect unauthorized creature interactions. They covered not just the obvious locations like the forest edge and lake shore, but also lesser-known access points, certain hidden passages, and used classrooms with windows overlooking the grounds, even the kitchens where house elves worked. "They're more thorough than we anticipated," Harry told Ron and Hermione as they studied in the library Saturday afternoon. He'd finally revealed a carefully edited version of his creature communication abilities, explaining it as a natural extension of his Parseltongue gift. "So you can talk to any magical creature?" Hermione clarified, her expression fascinated. "Not just snakes." "Most of them," Harry nodded. "Some better than others. It's not always clear communication, more like impressions or emotions with simpler creatures." "Wicked," Ron grinned. "Is that how you got all those magical creatures to help against Quirrell last year?" "Yeah. I'd been building connections all year, just in case. Came in handy." "That explains why Malfoy's father is targeting creature interactions," Hermione said thoughtfully. "He must have heard about what happened. He's trying to limit your advantage." "Exactly," Harry confirmed. "But he doesn't know how extensive my network is, or he'd be doing much more." "So what's the plan?" Ron asked. "How do you keep your creature friends without getting caught?" Harry glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping. "We adapt. Find blind spots in the monitoring system. Create secure meeting locations. Use intermediaries." Hermione looked troubled. "Harry, this sounds dangerous. If you're caught deliberately circumventing security measures the board implemented, I know," Harry cut her off. But these creatures are my allies, Hermione. My friends. I'm not abandoning them because Lucius Malfoy is paranoid about what his son told him. Before Hermione could respond, a commotion near the library entrance drew their attention. Colin Creevey, an enthusiastic first-year Gryffindor with a permanent camera attachment, was attempting to photograph Draco Malfoy, who looked furious. "Get that thing out of my face, mudblood," Malfoy snapped, shoving Colin roughly. The slur echoed through the library. Students gasped. Madame Pants emerged from behind a bookshelf, looking scandalized. Harry was on his feet instantly, moving toward the confrontation with Ron and Hermione right behind him. But someone else got there first. "That's quite enough, Mr. Malfoy." Professor McGonagall's voice cut through the tension. 20 points from Slytherin for language. And detention. Malfoy's pale face flushed. "My father is not present at Hogwarts," McGonagall finished crisply. "I suggest you consider your words more carefully in the future, regardless of your parentage." As Malfoy slunk away, Harry approached Colin, who looked shaken. "You okay?" Harry asked kindly. "Why yeah," Colin stammered. "What did he call me? Mud something?" Harry exchanged uncomfortable glances with his friends. "It's a really foul name for someone with non-magical parents," he explained gently. "Some pure-blood wizards think they're better than everyone else." "Like magical racism," Colin said, surprising Harry with his quick understanding. "My dad says people who need to put others down are just insecure about themselves." Harry smiled. "Your dad sounds smart." The incident, while unpleasant, gave Harry an idea. Colin's enthusiasm for photography and his constant presence around the castle could be useful. A first-year wandering everywhere with a camera wouldn't attract the same suspicion as Harry Potter visiting unusual locations. "Hey Colin," Harry said casually. "Do you ever photograph the grounds? The forest, the lake?" Colin's face lit up. "All the time. The lighting over the lake at dawn is brilliant, and the forest edge has these amazing wildflowers that bloom after rain." "I'd love to see your photos sometime," Harry said, planting the seed. "Especially any with magical creatures in them." "Really? I've got loads. There's this family of rabbits near Hagrid's hut that I think might be magical. They have silver fur that changes color in different light. And sometimes I see strange shadows moving in the forest canopy." Perfect. Colin had already been documenting magical creatures without realizing it. With a bit of guidance, he could become an invaluable scout, documenting security measures and creature activities while appearing to be nothing more than an enthusiastic photographer. "Maybe we could look at them together sometime," Harry suggested. "I know a bit about magical creatures." Colin nearly exploded with excitement at the prospect of Harry Potter taking an interest in his photography. They arranged to meet the following afternoon, giving Harry time to prepare questions that would guide Colin's future photographic expeditions. As they left the library, Hermione gave Harry a knowing look. "Using Colin as a scout? That's either brilliant or exploitative." "I'm not using him," Harry protested. "I'm genuinely interested in his photos. If they happen to provide useful information while encouraging his hobby, that's a bonus." "Just be careful," Hermione cautioned. "He worships you. Don't take advantage of that." "I won't," Harry promised. "I'll make sure he stays safe." That evening, Harry made his first attempt to contact the forest allies directly. Using information from Griphook about the monitoring charm's blind spots, he found a section of castle wall that offered a direct line of sight to the forest edge without triggering alarms. From this vantage point, Harry used a simple light signal, 3 quick flashes from his wand, followed by 2 longer ones, a code established before leaving the sanctuary. He waited, watching intently, until an answering pattern came from the shadows beneath the ancient trees. Contact established. Now for communication. Harry had prepared for this. From his pocket, he withdrew what appeared to be an ordinary paper airplane, but was actually an enchanted messenger crafted by the sanctuary's botruckles. The paper contained wood fibers from the ancient world tree at the sanctuary's heart, allowing it to carry messages through magical barriers that would stop normal owls. He whispered his message to the paper, which absorbed his words, then launched it toward the forest with a gentle flick of his wand. The airplane soared gracefully across the open ground, its enchantments making it nearly invisible to monitoring charms. Minutes later, the paper returned, now bearing a response written in the angular script of the Centaurs. Speaker, Council acknowledges contact. Forest monitoring extends 20 lengths from tree lean, variable depth. Acromantula colony disturbed by ministry inspection yesterday. Unicorns retreated to inner sanctuary. Forenza will meet at arranged location 3 nights hence when moon is dark. Ronan, Harry memorized the message before destroying the paper with a quick charm. The situation was tense but manageable. The Centaurs had already mapped the monitoring boundaries and identified safe meeting locations. Now he needed to establish similar channels with his other Hogwarts allies. Over the next several days, Harry systematically connected with various creature groups around the castle. Colin's photographs proved invaluable, revealing patrol patterns, monitoring charm locations, and even capturing images of magical creatures responding to Harry's coded signals. The house elves were the easiest to contact. Despite the kitchen monitoring, they moved throughout the castle freely. Harry left small gifts, polished stones, carefully folded origami animals, tiny vials of fresh honeysuckle, in specific locations, and the elves responded by leaving their own messages hidden in his dormitory. The merpeople required more creativity. Direct approaches to the lake were monitored, but the plumbing system connecting to the Black Lake wasn't. Harry discovered a rarely used prefect bathroom on the 5th floor with a large stained glass window featuring merpeople. By tapping specific patterns on the glass while running bath water, he could send vibrations that carried his messages to the real merpeople below. By the end of the week, Harry had established secure communication channels with most of his Hogwarts allies, all while maintaining the appearance of a normal second-year student. He attended classes, completed homework, practiced Quidditch, and spent time with friends, the perfect cover for his clandestine network operations. But maintaining this double life took its toll. Harry often stayed up late coordinating messages or slipped away between classes to check dead drops. Dark circles formed under his eyes, and his attention sometimes wandered during lessons. "You look exhausted," Hermione commented during breakfast Friday morning. "Are you sleeping at all?" "Enough," Harry shrugged, stifling a yawn. "Just busy. With your creature network," Ron said quietly. "Mate, you can't keep this pace up. You'll collapse." "I'm fine," Harry insisted. "Just adjusting to the new security. Once the systems are established, it'll get easier." Before his friends could argue further, the morning mail arrived. Hundreds of owls swooped into the Great Hall, delivering packages and letters. Hedwig appeared with a letter for Harry, unusual, as most of his important communications now came through magical channels rather than owl post. The envelope bore the official Gringots seal. Harry opened it carefully, extracting a formal-looking document. "Mr. Potter, pursuant to your inquiry regarding property acquisition, Gringots is pleased to inform you that the transaction has been completed. The building formerly known as Shrieking Shack in Hogsmeade Village is now property of the Potter Conservation Trust. All legal documentation has been filed with the appropriate ministry departments. As requested, renovations will begin immediately under the supervision of our approved contractors. The special accommodations you specified will be incorporated discreetly. Completion is estimated within 6 weeks. Your account manager sends his regards and wishes to remind you that the annual sanctuary inspection is scheduled for December 15th. Yours in profitable partnership, Garnock Gringotts Property Division. What's that about?" Ron asked, trying to read the letter upside down. "Just some family business," Harry replied casually, tucking the letter away. "Inheritance stuff." In reality, it was much more significant. The Shrieking Shack, long believed haunted and therefore avoided by Hogsmeade residents, would become the new headquarters for Harry's Hogwarts operations. Its proximity to both the school and the village made it ideal, and its reputation would ensure privacy. The special accommodations referenced in the letter included underground chambers for creature meetings, magical communications equipment linked to the sanctuary network, and security systems designed by goblins to prevent unauthorized access. Once completed, Harry would have a secure base just minutes from Hogwarts. A perfect response to Malfoy's monitoring charms. The day proceeded normally until Defense Against the Dark Arts, where Professor Lockhart announced his first practical lesson. Today, children, you will witness true mastery of magical creature handling. Lockhart proclaimed, gesturing dramatically to a covered cage on his desk. Within this enclosure are creatures so mischievous, so potentially destructive, that only the most skilled wizard should attempt to manage them. Harry exchanged skeptical glances with Ron. Lockhart's classes so far had consisted mainly of acting out scenes from his books and taking quizzes about his personal preferences. Freshly caught Cornish pixies. Lockhart announced, whipping the cover off the cage to reveal electric blue pixies about 8 inches tall, with pointed faces and shrill voices. Harry stifled a groan. After dealing with true pixie magic through Trixie and her clan, these common Cornish variants were hardly impressive. Still, they could cause chaos if mishandled, which seemed Lockhart's specialty. Let's see how you handle them. Lockhart declared, opening the cage door. Pandemonium erupted immediately. Pixies shot in every direction, destroying everything they could reach. 2 seized Neville by the ears and lifted him to the chandelier. Others shredded books, broke windows, sprayed students with ink, and generally wreaked havoc. Come now, round them up, they're only pixies. Lockhart shouted, before attempting a useless spell that did nothing. When a pixie stole his wand, he dived under his desk, leaving the students to fend for themselves. Harry sighed. Typical show-off with no actual skill. Well, time to demonstrate some real creature handling. Instead of using his wand, Harry focused on the magical field connecting all living beings, the technique the gnomes had taught him years ago. He reached out specifically to the pixies, not with dominance but with understanding. Enough, he communicated, not with words exactly, but with intent and emotion. You've had your fun. Time to calm down. The pixies paused, surprised at being addressed in their own magical language. They chattered amongst themselves, darting glances at Harry. Back to your cage, Harry directed, adding a sense of benefit, rest, safety, treats later. You've proven your point about the professor. To the astonishment of the class, the pixies gradually ceased their destruction. They didn't immediately return to the cage, pixies were too mischievous for perfect compliance, but the worst of the chaos subsided. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were able to capture them with simple freezing charms and return them to their enclosure. Lockhart emerged from under his desk, attempting to salvage his dignity. Well done. Excellent. Just a test to see how you'd react. Full marks to Mr. Potter and his friends. As they left the classroom, Hermione gave Harry a significant look. That wasn't just the freezing charm, was it? You communicated with them somehow. Harry nodded slightly. Basic pixie interaction. They're not hard to reason with if you know how. Blimey, Ron shook his head. Lockhart's completely useless, isn't he? If you hadn't stepped in, the classroom would be destroyed. Which makes me wonder, Hermione said thoughtfully, about all his books. If he can't handle simple pixies, how did he defeat werewolves and vampires? He didn't, Harry said flatly. The books are fiction. Probably stole the stories from wizards who actually did those things. Hermione looked personally offended at the suggestion her literary hero might be a fraud, but didn't argue. The evidence was rather damning. That evening, Harry slipped out of Gryffindor Tower under his invisibility cloak for his scheduled meeting with Firenze. Using the map of monitoring charm blind spots Griphook had provided, he made his way to the pre-arranged location, a small clearing just beyond the charm perimeter, accessible through a rarely used path behind the greenhouses. The Centaur was waiting, his palomino body gleaming in the faint starlight. "Harry Potter," he greeted. "You come at great risk." "Worth it," Harry replied, folding his cloak. "We need to coordinate our response to these new security measures." "The stars speak of restrictions that will fail," Firenze said cryptically. "Of barriers erected that will strengthen that which they seek to contain." Harry smiled slightly. "That's encouraging. But in the meantime, we need practical solutions." "What's the situation in the forest?" Firenze's expression darkened. "Ministry officials conducted what they called a census 3 days ago. They attempted to count our herd, catalog our weapons, map our territory. Bane drove them off before they penetrated to our main encampment." "Legal harassment," Harry nodded. "They're establishing baseline information for future control measures." "Indeed. The Acromantula colony was similarly invaded. Even the unicorns were tracked and counted." "And the Thestrals?" "Hidden," Firenze confirmed. "The herd moved to the deepest parts of the forest where ministry officials fear to tread. The same location where our council now meets." Harry absorbed this information, mind working through implications and responses. "We need multiple secure communication channels. Too risky to meet in person regularly." "Agreed. The council has prepared this." Firenze handed Harry what appeared to be an ordinary stone, smooth and oval, with faint runes carved around its edge. "A speaker's stone. Place it on bare earth at night, speak your message, and the matching stone in our council chamber will relay your words." "Brilliant," Harry examined the stone admiringly. "Ancient magic?" "From the days before wizards relied on wands," Firenze confirmed. "When they lived in greater harmony with magical beings. They spoke for nearly an hour, establishing protocols and sharing intelligence. The Centaur community had extensive information about ministry movements, gathered through their connections with other forest dwellers throughout Britain." "One more thing," Firenze said as their meeting concluded. "The stars speak of danger within Hogwarts itself. A shadow moves in the castle, something ancient awakening." Harry frowned. "Not Voldemort again?" "Different, yet connected. Watch for signs of the Serpent King." With that cryptic warning, Firenze departed, melting into the forest shadows. Harry made his way back to the castle, pondering the Centaur's words. A shadow in Hogwarts? Something ancient. The Serpent King. As he reached the entrance hall, a noise made him freeze beneath his invisibility cloak. Footsteps, coming from the dungeon stairs. Harry pressed himself against the wall as Snape emerged, followed by Lucius Malfoy. "I assure you, Severus, the board's decision is final," Malfoy was saying. "The monitoring charms stay in place. If Dumbledore cannot control the creature situation at this school, others must take measures. And these measures coincidentally restrict Hagrid's movements as the new Care of Magical Creatures professor," Snape observed neutrally. "A position your vote opposed. Half-breeds should not be teaching children," Malfoy sneered. "But my concerns extend beyond staffing. There are unusual elements at Hogwarts. Students with inappropriate affiliations. Potter," Snape said flatly. "Among others. My son reports disturbing behavior. Students communicating with beasts, creatures responding to human direction outside standard magical control." Snape's expression revealed nothing. Children imagine many things. And Potter has always attracted unusual attention. Perhaps. But the monitoring remains. And if certain students are found circumventing these security measures, the consequences will be severe. Malfoy's tone left no doubt about his intentions. The two men moved toward the main doors, their conversation fading as they exited. Harry remained still, processing what he'd heard. Malfoy suspected something but didn't have proof. He'd implemented the monitoring specifically to catch Harry interacting with magical creatures, to confirm his suspicions and potentially create grounds for expulsion. The game had higher stakes than Harry realized. This wasn't just about limiting his creature connections, it was about removing him from Hogwarts entirely. He needed to be even more careful. More strategic. And he needed allies beyond just magical creatures, human allies within Hogwarts who could help counter Malfoy's influence. By the time Harry returned to Gryffindor Tower, a plan was forming. Malfoy might have the Board of Governors and Ministry connections, but Harry had something potentially more powerful, the truth about Lucius Malfoy's activities during Voldemort's reign, gathered through his creature network. Information was power. And Harry Potter had access to information sources Lucius Malfoy couldn't possibly imagine. The gathering storm was intensifying. But Harry was no longer a boy seeking shelter, he was becoming the storm itself. October arrived with howling winds and lashing rain that matched the increasingly tense atmosphere at Hogwarts. The monitoring charms remained in place, forcing Harry to develop ever more creative ways to maintain his creature network. Meanwhile, rumors spread among students about the true purpose of the increased security. "I heard they're looking for illegal animagi," Seamus Finnegan claimed one evening in the common room. "Someone in the Ministry thinks Sirius Black might try to infiltrate Hogwarts." "That's ridiculous," Hermione countered. "Black is in Azkaban under maximum security. And why would he come here anyway?" "My dad says it's about werewolves," Lavender Brown whispered dramatically. "Apparently one was spotted near Hogsmeade last full moon." Harry listened to these theories with detached amusement. Let them speculate. The more misinformation circulated, the better cover for his actual activities. His network was not merely surviving but thriving under pressure. The restrictions had forced Harry to develop more sophisticated communication methods, resulting in a more secure and efficient system. The renovations on the Shrieking Shack were proceeding rapidly, with the basic structural work already complete. Most importantly, his human allies within Hogwarts were growing. Beyond Ron and Hermione, who knew a carefully edited version of his abilities, Harry had cultivated relationships with key students in each house, individuals who either had natural affinity for magical creatures or stood to benefit from alliance with Harry's network. Luna Lovegood and Ravenclaw served as his eyes and ears among the more intellectually curious students. Her reputation for eccentricity meant people underestimated her, speaking freely around her about things they'd conceal from others. Neville Longbottom, with his extensive herbology knowledge, provided valuable insights about plant-based magical beings and created legitimate reasons for Harry to visit the greenhouses, where several important communication drop points were located. Susan Bones in Hufflepuff, whose aunt headed the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, unwittingly provided insider information about Ministry movements through her regular family letters. Even in Slytherin, Harry had found an unlikely contact in Blaise Zabini, a pragmatic boy who cared more about personal advantage than house prejudices, and whose mother's connections in international magical communities proved invaluable for monitoring global creature rights developments. None except Ron and Hermione knew the full extent of Harry's network, but each contributed pieces to a comprehensive intelligence-gathering operation that gave Harry unprecedented awareness of events at Hogwarts and beyond. On the morning of Halloween, Harry received an update from Griphook that changed everything. Chamber of Secrets mentioned in Malfoy correspondence, the Goblin wrote in their coded communication. Senior Malfoy instructed Junior to watch for signs and stay clear when it begins. Warning or instruction? Unclear. The Chamber of Secrets. Harry had never heard the term before. After breakfast, he pulled Ron and Hermione into an unused classroom to discuss the cryptic message. The Chamber of Secrets? Hermione frowned. I've read about that in Hogwarts, a history. It's supposedly a hidden chamber Salazar Slytherin built before leaving the school. Legend says it contains a monster that only Slytherin's true heir can control. A monster? Harry's interest sharpened. What kind? The book doesn't say. Just that it's supposed to purge the school of those Slytherin considered unworthy to study magic. Muggleborns, Ron translated grimly. Like you, Hermione. Harry paced the room, connecting dots rapidly. Firenze warned me about the Serpent King and danger within Hogwarts. If the chamber contains a monster controlled by Slytherin's heir. And Malfoy knows something about it, Hermione added, that would explain his father's confidence in implementing these security measures now. He's using the creature monitoring as cover for something else. Or as preparation, Harry suggested. If he knows the chamber is opening, the monitoring charms would identify unusual creature activity, like a monster moving through the castle. But why? Ron asked. What does Lucius Malfoy gain from releasing some ancient monster in Hogwarts? Chaos, Harry said simply. Discredit Dumbledore. Potentially harm Muggle-born students. Push his pure-blood agenda. And distract from whatever else he's planning. They spent the day researching the Chamber of Secrets, but found little beyond what Hermione already knew. The legend was vague, details lost to history. The only consistent elements were Salazar Slytherin, his heir, a hidden chamber, and a monster that targeted Muggleborns. The Halloween feast that evening was its usual spectacular affair, floating jack-o'-lanterns, live bats, and tables groaning with food. Harry ate distractedly, his mind still working through the chamber mystery. He had contacted his creature network, asking for any information about Hogwarts' original construction or ancient monsters that might be hidden within the castle. As the feast concluded, students filed out of the Great Hall in high spirits. Harry, Ron, and Hermione followed the crowd up the marble staircase toward Gryffindor Tower, only to find their path blocked by a gathering of students. What's going on? Ron asked, standing on tiptoe to see over the crowd. Why isn't anyone moving? Harry pushed forward, working his way to the front where the corridor opened into a wide space. What he saw there made his blood run cold. Foot-high words had been daubed on the wall between two windows, shimmering in the torchlight, the Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the heir, beware. Beneath the ominous message hung Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat, rigid and immobile, suspended from a torch bracket. And on the floor, a large puddle of water spread outward from the scene. Enemies of the heir, beware, Draco Malfoy's voice rang out from the crowd, his pale face animated with malicious glee. You'll be next, mudbloods. A piercing scream cut through the stunned silence as Filch arrived, saw his beloved cat, and collapsed in grief-stricken rage. Seconds later, Dumbledore appeared, followed by several other teachers. The headmaster quickly detached Mrs. Norris and announced that she was not dead but petrified. Ask him. Filch shrieked, pointing at Harry. He did this. He knows I'm a squib. Found out I can't do magic and attacked my cat. I didn't touch Mrs. Norris, Harry said firmly. I was at the feast the whole time, like everyone else. Dumbledore studied Harry carefully before turning back to Filch. No second year could have done this, Argus. This is advanced dark magic. Mrs. Norris has been petrified, but she can be cured. Professor Sprout has a flourishing crop of mandrakes which, when matured, can be made into a restorative draught. As the teachers dispersed the crowd and examined the scene, Harry remained behind, studying the message and the surrounding area. Something about the water puddle tickled his memory. Firenze's warning about the Serpent King, the Chamber of Secrets. And then it clicked. It's a snake, he whispered to Ron and Hermione as they walked back to Gryffindor Tower. The monster in the chamber. Has to be. That's why Slytherin could control it, he was a Parselmouth, like me. But what kind of snake can petrify people? Hermione wondered. I've never heard of any serpent with that ability. I need to contact my network, Harry said urgently. If it's a magical creature, someone will know about it. That night, while his dormmate slept, Harry activated his communication crystal. One by one, he contacted key allies, the Centaurs, the Mere People, the Sanctuary Leadership, the Goblin Researchers, even the Hogwarts House Elves. Each received the same query, information about serpents capable of petrification, specifically any connected to Salazar Slytherin. While he waited for responses, Harry considered the implications of the chamber's opening. If Lucius Malfoy had orchestrated this, possibly through his son or another agent, his goals were clear: create fear, target Muggleborns, undermine Dumbledore. But how was he controlling the monster? And why now? The crystal glowed, indicating an incoming message. It was from Eldrin at the sanctuary. Master Harry, your query about petrifying serpents has yielded a disturbing possibility. Our archives contain references to only one such creature, the basilisk, king of serpents. Created by hatching a chicken egg beneath a toad, it grows to enormous size, can live for centuries, and kills with a direct gaze. However, indirect viewing, reflection, through water, etc., results in petrification rather than death. Most concerning, basilisks can be controlled by parselmouths, which may explain the connection to Salazar Slytherin. If such a creature exists within Hogwarts, all inhabitants are in grave danger. Even magical creatures fear the basilisk, as few have immunity to its deadly gaze. Harry's blood ran cold. A basilisk, a giant, ancient, deadly serpent hidden somewhere in Hogwarts. Capable of killing with a look, controlled by Slytherin's heir, and now apparently active within the castle. This wasn't just about creature rights or Malfoy's political agenda anymore. This was life and death. He had to act quickly. First, warn his friends and allies to avoid direct eye contact in corridors, carry mirrors for checking around corners, be vigilant near water sources, which seemed to be how the basilisk was moving, based on the puddle. Second, locate the Chamber of Secrets. If the basilisk was housed there, finding the entrance was crucial. Third, determine who was controlling the creature. Slytherin's heir, but who? Draco Malfoy was the obvious suspect given his father's involvement, but he seemed too obvious, too boastful. Someone else might be pulling the strings. As Harry finally drifted off to sleep, one thought kept circling: he was possibly the only person in Hogwarts who could stop the basilisk. Not because of his magical power or knowledge, but because of his unique ability. He was a parselmouth. He could speak to snakes. Including, potentially, the king of serpents itself. The question was, would it listen? The attack on Mrs. Norris transformed Hogwarts overnight. Students moved in tight groups, fearful of being caught alone. Rumors spread like fiendfire, each more outlandish than the last. A thriving black market emerged for protective talismans and charms, most completely useless. Harry took immediate action, using his network to spread accurate information about basilisks and basic protection methods. Through strategic discoveries, in the library, Hermione found information about the deadly serpent and shared it with trusted classmates, who passed it along to others. Within days, many students were carrying small mirrors and avoiding traveling alone, not understanding why these precautions worked, but following them anyway. Meanwhile, Harry's creature allies searched for the chamber's entrance. House elves checked abandoned corridors and unused rooms. Ghosts, particularly Moaning Myrtle, whom Harry had befriended through an offering of ghost-appropriate gifts, explored areas inaccessible to the living. Even the castle's portraits contributed, watching for unusual movement and listening for Parseltongue commands. 2 weeks after the initial attack, Harry received his first breakthrough from an unexpected source. "Pipes," Colin Creevey whispered excitedly, showing Harry his latest photographs. "I was developing these pictures of the second-floor corridor, and look what I caught." The image showed the wall where Mrs. Norris had been found. Nothing unusual was visible to the naked eye, but Colin had used a special magical development process that revealed traces of recent magic. Faint glowing lines ran inside the walls, the castle's plumbing system. "Brilliant, Colin!" Harry exclaimed genuinely. "This could be important. Mind if I keep this photo?" "Keep it. I took it for you." Colin beamed at Harry's approval. "I've been photographing all the places people say are connected to the chamber. Mostly getting strange looks from prefects, but I tell them it's for my photography club." "Photography club?" Harry repeated, amused. "Well, it doesn't exist yet," Colin admitted. But I thought it would be a good cover for taking pictures all over the castle. You said you were interested in unusual magical phenomena, so. Harry felt a twinge of guilt for using Colin's hero worship, but pushed it aside. The boy genuinely enjoyed photography, and his work was providing crucial information. No one was being exploited here, it was a mutually beneficial arrangement. Keep it up, Colin, Harry encouraged. But be careful. Travel with groups, use your mirror before turning corners, and if you hear any strange noises, especially hissing, run the other way immediately. That evening, Harry shared Colin's discovery with Ron and Hermione in their usual secure meeting place, a disused classroom Harry had swept for monitoring charms. Pipes! Hermione exclaimed. Of course. That's how the basilisk is moving around the castle without being seen. It's using the plumbing system. Explains the water by Mrs. Norris, Ron nodded. Probably came up through a sink or toilet nearby. And if it's using pipes, Harry reasoned, then the entrance to the chamber might be connected to the castle's plumbing. Possibly a bathroom or washroom. There are dozens throughout the castle, Hermione pointed out. How do we narrow it down? History, Harry said. The chamber was built by Salazar Slytherin 1,000 years ago. We need to find the oldest plumbing in the castle, or areas that have been renovated over original structures. The library will have architectural records, Hermione suggested. I can research when bathrooms were added to Hogwarts. And I'll talk to the ghosts, Harry added. They've been here longest. Might remember changes to the castle over centuries. Their investigation progressed slowly but steadily over the next week. Hermione discovered that Hogwarts plumbing had been installed in the 18th century, replacing the medieval equivalent. The renovation had been extensive, particularly on the lower floors. Harry's conversations with ghosts proved more illuminating. Nearly Headless Nick recalled significant work on the second floor during that renovation. And Moaning Myrtle, when carefully questioned about her bathroom's history, revealed something fascinating. Oh yes, she said, floating dreamily above her favorite toilet. This bathroom was completely rebuilt. The sinks especially. There used to be just one big fountain in the center, very old and covered in carvings. They replaced it with these boring individual basins. I remember because I used to hide behind the fountain when Olive Hornby teased me. Carvings? Harry's interest piqued. What kind? Snakes, I think, Myrtle said vaguely. Curly ones. I didn't pay much attention. I was too busy crying most of the time. And when exactly did you become a ghost? Harry asked delicately. 1943, Myrtle replied, suddenly animated. June 13th. In this very bathroom. I died right there in that stall. How did you die? Harry asked, though he was beginning to suspect the answer. No idea, Myrtle said with macabre cheerfulness. I just remember seeing a pair of great big yellow eyes by that sink, and then my body sort of seized up, and I floated away. She gestured dramatically, mimicking her soul leaving her body. Harry fought to keep his expression neutral despite the bombshell Myrtle had just dropped. She had been killed by a basilisk, those great big yellow eyes matched the description perfectly. And it had happened in this very bathroom, nearly 50 years ago. Do you remember anything else from that time? Harry pressed. Anyone unusual coming into the bathroom? Maybe speaking strangely? Myrtle thought hard, clearly enjoying being the center of attention. There was a boy. A prefect. Very handsome. He came in sometimes when he thought the bathroom was empty. Talked to himself in a funny hissing language. A parselmouth. A male prefect in 1943. Speaking to the basilisk in the girls' bathroom. Harry had another piece of the puzzle. That night, he connected these new discoveries with his network's intelligence. The chamber had been opened once before, in 1943. A student, Myrtle, had died. A male Slytherin prefect had been involved. Shortly afterward, the attacks had ceased, and a student named Rubius Hagrid had been expelled, blamed for raising dangerous creatures. But if Hagrid had been framed, who was the real culprit? Who was Slytherin's heir in 1943? And more importantly, who was controlling the basilisk now? The answer came from an unexpected source. Dobby, who had been monitoring Malfoy Manor, sent an urgent message through the House Elf network. Master Lucius has ancient diary. Speaks of it as, weapon against mudbloods. Given to young master to bring to Hogwarts. Very dark magic. Makes Dobby's ears burn to be near it. A diary. A weapon. Connected to the Chamber of Secrets. The pieces were falling into place. Lucius Malfoy had somehow acquired an artifact connected to the original chamber opening, possibly belonging to the Slytherin heir from 1943. He'd passed it to his son or another student, who was now using it to control the basilisk. But why give up such a powerful weapon? What did Malfoy hope to achieve beyond terrorizing Muggleborns? The answer hit Harry like a bludger: Dumbledore. The ultimate goal was to discredit the headmaster so thoroughly that the board would have no choice but to remove him. With Dumbledore gone, Lucius Malfoy's influence over Hogwarts would increase exponentially. Harry needed to find that diary. And to do that, he needed to watch Draco Malfoy more closely. The first Quidditch match of the season, Gryffindor vs Slytherin, provided an unexpected opportunity. Harry had commissioned Colin to photograph both teams during the game, ostensibly to study flying techniques, but actually to monitor Draco's interactions with other Slytherins. The match itself was brutal. Slytherin's new Nimbus 2001 brooms, a gift from Draco's father, gave them a significant advantage. But Harry's superior seeking skills kept Gryffindor competitive. Until the bludger went rogue. "Watch yourself, Harry!" Fred Weasley shouted, batting away a bludger that immediately curved back toward Harry like a heat-seeking missile. For the next 10 minutes, Harry performed increasingly desperate aerial maneuvers to avoid the clearly tampered-with bludger. Fred and George tried to protect him, but the bludger's single-minded focus on Harry made normal play impossible. "This is no accident," Harry thought as he narrowly dodged another attack. "Someone's trying to injure me specifically." During a timeout, Harry insisted the Weasley twins leave him to handle the bludger alone while they focused on the rest of the game. "I'll deal with it," he assured them. "Just win this match." Back in the air, Harry implemented a desperate strategy. Rather than avoiding the bludger entirely, he lured it into increasingly complex patterns, forcing it to expend magical energy maintaining its pursuit. If his theory was correct, even enchanted objects had limitations. Meanwhile, he scanned for the snitch, spotting it hovering near Draco Malfoy's left ear. The Slytherin seeker, too busy laughing at Harry's predicament, hadn't noticed it. Harry made his move. Accelerating directly toward Malfoy, bludger hot on his tail, he caused the Slytherin to panic and veer sideways, exposing the snitch completely. With a final burst of speed, Harry grabbed the golden ball just as the bludger slammed into his extended arm. Pain exploded through Harry's right forearm as bone shattered. He barely maintained consciousness while guiding his broom to a rough landing. The rogue bludger continued its attack, forcing Harry to roll aside repeatedly despite his injury. "Someone destroy that thing!" Ron shouted from the stands. George Weasley finally managed to wrestle the violent ball into its case. What happened next would become legendary in Hogwarts lore. Gilderoy Lockhart, ever the spotlight seeker, pushed through the crowd to help the injured seeker. "Not to worry, Harry. I'll fix that arm straight away," Lockhart declared, pulling out his wand. "No," Harry protested, recognizing the danger immediately. "I'll go to Madame Pomfrey." Too late. Lockhart had already cast his spell. A strange, sickening sensation spread through Harry's arm, not pain exactly, but wrongness. Looking down, he discovered why. His arm was completely boneless, flopping uselessly like a rubber glove filled with water. "Ah yes, that can happen sometimes," Lockhart said blithely. But the point is, the bones are no longer broken. They're no longer there. Ron corrected furiously. Harry was escorted to the hospital wing, where an exasperated Madame Pomfrey confirmed she could regrow the bones, a painful process requiring skill grow and an overnight stay. You should have come straight to me, she scolded, pouring out a steaming cupful of the vile potion. I can mend bones in a second, but growing them back. Harry drank the skill grow, nearly gagging on its awful taste. As his friends were shooed away and evening fell, he found himself alone in the hospital wing with nothing to do but endure the painful bone regeneration and contemplate the day's events. The rogue bludger wasn't random. Someone wanted him injured, possibly even killed. Was it connected to the Chamber of Secrets? To Lucius Malfoy's plans? Or was it a separate threat altogether? Hours passed. The castle grew quiet. Harry dozed fitfully, waking frequently as shooting pains jarred his regrowing bones. Around midnight, he awoke to find he wasn't alone. Dobby the house elf stood at the foot of his bed, his tennis ball-sized eyes filled with tears. Harry Potter came back to school, the elf moaned miserably. Dobby warned Harry Potter. Why didn't he heed Dobby? Harry stared in disbelief. Dobby? What are you doing here? Wait, was it you? Did you charm that bludger? Dobby's guilty expression confirmed it. Dobby is most sorry, sir. Dobby had to iron his hands afterward. He showed Harry his bandaged fingers. But better Harry Potter injured and sent home than stay here with the chamber opened. History is repeating itself, sir. The horror is coming. I know about the chamber, Harry said quietly. I know about the basilisk. And I suspect I know who opened it last time. What I don't know is how. What's controlling it now, Dobby? The elf twisted his pillowcase in agitation. Dobby cannot say directly, sir. But Dobby has learned that the dark object Master gave to young Master has moved. It is not where it should be. The diary? Harry sat up straighter despite the pain. Draco doesn't have it anymore. Young Master complains of it being stolen, Dobby whispered. Master was most displeased. This was a significant development. If Draco no longer had the diary, who did? Who was the new heir of Slytherin? When was it taken, Dobby? And how does it work? How does it control the basilisk? Before the elf could answer, sounds from the corridor silenced him. With a panicked squeak, Dobby vanished with a crack just as the hospital wing door opened. Dumbledore entered backward, wearing a long woolly dressing gown and nightcap. He was carrying one end of what appeared to be a statue. Professor McGonagall appeared a second later, carrying the feet. Together, they placed the figure on a bed. Get Madame Pomfrey, Dumbledore whispered, and McGonagall hurried past Harry's bed. Harry lay still, pretending to sleep. Through barely open eyes, he could see the rigid form on the bed. With a jolt of horror, he recognized Colin Creevey, his camera still raised before his face. Petrified, whispered Madame Pomfrey as she examined the boy. Yes, said Dumbledore. And I believe he was trying to take a photograph of his attacker. McGonagall carefully pried the camera from Colin's grasp. When Dumbledore opened the back, a jet of steam hissed out, filling the air with the smell of melted plastic. What does this mean, Albus? McGonagall asked fearfully. It means, Dumbledore replied gravely, that the Chamber of Secrets is indeed open again. After they departed, Harry lay awake, guilt and fear churning within him. Colin had been taking photographs at his suggestion, exploring the castle for signs of the chamber. Had Harry inadvertently sent him into danger? More urgently, the situation had escalated. A student was now petrified, not just a cat. The basilisk was becoming bolder, venturing further into the castle. And somewhere, someone new possessed the mysterious diary, someone now controlling Slytherin's monster. Harry needed to accelerate his plans. The Shrieking Shack headquarters would be completed next week, providing a secure base for operations. His creature network had gathered substantial information about basilisks and possible chamber locations. Now he needed to identify who had the diary and stop them before anyone else was attacked, or worse, killed. As pain shot through his regrowing bones, Harry made a silent promise to Colin. He would find the chamber, confront the basilisk, and end this threat, not just for his friends, but for all of Hogwarts. The gathering storm had arrived. And Harry Potter stood at its center, ready to fight. The weeks following Colin's petrification were a blur of activity for Harry. By day, he maintained his cover as a normal student, attending classes, completing assignments, practicing Quidditch. By night, he coordinated his increasingly complex creature network from the newly completed headquarters in the Shrieking Shack. The renovation had transformed the supposedly haunted building beyond recognition. From outside, it still appeared dilapidated and forbidding, a deliberate deception. Inside, Goblin craftsmen had created a state-of-the-art command center connecting to the Potter Sanctuary and various outposts throughout Britain. The main room housed a massive table with a magical map of Hogwarts, showing real-time movement of all inhabitants, a more sophisticated version of the Marauders map Harry had discovered in the Potter family archives. Underground chambers provided meeting spaces for various creature delegations. A communications room contained crystal arrays linked to sanctuary outposts. The entire facility was protected by goblin wards, making it one of the most secure locations in magical Britain. Impressive, Ron whispered during their first visit. Bloody impressive. Harry had finally revealed the full extent of his network to Ron and Hermione, including the Potter Sanctuary's existence and his status as heir to a magical creature alliance stretching back centuries. After initial shock, both had committed completely to helping, Hermione providing research expertise, Ron strategic thinking shaped by his wizard's chess mastery. Their priority was locating the Chamber of Secrets and identifying who controlled the basilisk. Harry's investigations had narrowed the chamber entrance to Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, specifically the circular sink area that had replaced an older fountain. But confirming this theory required Parseltongue, something only Harry could provide. Equally challenging was tracking the diary. If Draco no longer had it, who did? And how exactly did a diary control a basilisk? I've been researching magical artifacts that can possess or influence users, Hermione reported during one headquarters meeting. The closest match is something called a Horcrux, but information is extremely limited. Most books mentioning them have been removed from the library. Removed by whom? Harry asked. Dumbledore, I think. One reference I found in Magic Most Evil said Horcruxes were so dark that the text wouldn't even explain them. Just that they involve splitting one's soul through murder. Harry shuddered. That sounds like something Voldemort would be interested in. Could the diary be connected to him somehow? Timing fits, Ron noted. You know who would have been at Hogwarts around when the chamber first opened. If he was the heir of Slytherin back then. We need to find out who Tom Riddle was, Harry decided. Myrtle said a prefect was involved. If that was Riddle, and he later became Voldemort. Their theory crafting was interrupted by an urgent communication from the castle. A house elf appeared in the headquarters with a soft pop, looking agitated. Master Harry Potter, sir. Terrible news. Another attack. Double attack. Who? Harry demanded, jumping to his feet. Justin Finch Fletchley from Hufflepuff and Nearly Headless Nick. Both petrified in corridor near library. A ghost petrified? Harry hadn't thought that was possible. If the basilisk's gaze could affect even the non-living, its power was greater than they'd realized. Thank you, Harry told the elf. Keep monitoring the situation. Report any unusual activity, especially near Myrtle's bathroom. As the elf disappeared, Harry turned to his friends. We need to move faster. Tomorrow night, we check the bathroom, confirm if it's the entrance. If it is, we make plans to enter the chamber itself. That's mad, Ron protested. Going after a basilisk? Even if you can speak Parseltongue, it's still a giant killer snake. I'm not suggesting we fight it directly, Harry clarified. But we need to know exactly what we're dealing with. Where the chamber is, how large, what it contains besides the basilisk. Intelligence gathering. And if we encounter the person controlling it? Hermione asked quietly. We'll be prepared, Harry said grimly. I'm bringing backup. The following night, Harry led a carefully selected team to Myrtle's bathroom. Ron and Hermione provided human support, while Griphook represented the Goblin Nation, interested in both the chamber's historical significance and the basilisk threat. 2 house elves accompanied them for emergency evacuation if needed, and Harry had a communication crystal linked directly to the Centaur Council. The sinks, Harry directed, examining the circular arrangement. Look for snake carvings or symbols. They found it on a copper tap, a tiny serpent scratched into the metal, barely visible until viewed from the correct angle. When Harry turned the tap, nothing happened. That one's never worked, Myrtle said helpfully, appearing through a toilet stall door. Harry studied the serpent carving, then focused intensely, imagining it as a real snake. Open, he commanded. Nothing happened. You said it in English, Ron pointed out. Harry tried again, concentrating harder on the serpentine image. This time, he felt the difference, a slight hissing quality to his voice as he said, "Open." The reaction was immediate and dramatic. The tap glowed bright white and began spinning. The entire sink descended into the floor, revealing a large pipe wide enough for a person to slide down, or for a massive serpent to ascend. By the gold vault, Griphook breathed. Slytherin's chamber exists. That pipe looks slimy, Hermione observed nervously. And who knows how deep it goes? Harry peered into the darkness. Only one way to find out. Before anyone could stop him, he lowered himself into the pipe and let go. It was like rushing down an endless, slimy, dark slide. The pipe twisted and turned, branching occasionally, carrying him deeper beneath the school. When he finally shot out the end, he landed on a damp stone floor in a dark tunnel large enough to stand in. His friends followed, landing beside him with various degrees of grace. Griphook arrived last, looking distinctly uncomfortable with this method of transport. Lumos, Harry muttered, illuminating the tunnel with wand light. Stay close. Remember, if you hear anything moving, close your eyes immediately. They proceeded cautiously, wands raised. Griphook carried a goblin-made lantern that cast blue light. The tunnel floor was covered in small animal bones crunching beneath their feet. As they rounded a bend, Harry froze. Something massive lay ahead, a curved, greenish object spanning the tunnel's width. For one terrible moment, Harry thought it was the basilisk itself. Then his wand light revealed it was a shed snakeskin, at least 20 feet long. Merlin's beard, Ron whispered. Look at the size of that thing. Recent shedding, Griphook observed, examining the skin with professional interest. Within the past month. Indicates growth or regeneration cycle. They continued past the skin, the tunnel becoming increasingly elaborate with carved stone supports and ancient runes adorning the walls. Finally, they reached a solid wall bearing 2 entwined serpents with emerald eyes. The chamber entrance, Harry guessed. Once again focusing on the serpentine image, he hissed, "Open." The serpents parted as the wall cracked open, the halves sliding smoothly out of sight. Beyond lay a vast chamber with towering stone pillars entwined with carved serpents, supporting a ceiling lost in darkness. Greenish light illuminated the space, giving it an underwater quality. Stay here, Harry instructed. Keep watch. I'll scout ahead. Harry, no. Hermione protested. It's too dangerous alone. I'm the only Parselmouth, Harry reminded her. If the basilisk appears, I might be able to communicate with it. The rest of you would just be targets. Before they could argue further, Harry moved forward between the serpentine columns. The chamber extended for what seemed like hundreds of yards, culminating in a colossal statue of an ancient wizard, Salazar Slytherin himself, his beard falling almost to the bottom of his sweeping stone robes. Between the statue's feet lay a small, black book, exactly matching Dobby's description of the diary. And beside it, face down on the stone floor, lay a small figure with flaming red hair. Ginny! Harry gasped, recognizing Ron's younger sister. He ran forward, dropping to his knees beside her. Her face was deathly pale, her body cold to the touch, but he could detect shallow breathing. "Ginny, wake up." "She won't wake," said a soft voice. Harry spun around. A tall, black-haired boy was leaning against the nearest pillar, watching. He was strangely blurred around the edges, as if viewed through misted glass. Tom Riddle, Harry identified immediately, recognizing the Slytherin prefect badge and the era of his robes from his research. Riddle looked surprised. "You know me?" "I know enough," Harry replied cautiously, standing to face the apparition. "You're controlling the basilisk. You opened the chamber 50 years ago and framed Hagrid. And somehow, you're using that diary to do it all again." Riddle's handsome features sharpened with interest. "Clever boy. Much cleverer than I expected. But not clever enough to save little Ginny Weasley. Her life force is draining away. Soon, it will be gone entirely, transferred to me." "You're possessing her," Harry realized. "Using her to open the chamber, control the basilisk." "She poured her soul into my diary," Riddle confirmed, smiling coldly. "Her fears, her woes, her pathetic little secrets. And I responded, sympathizing, understanding, being the friend she so desperately needed. Until she trusted me enough to let me in." As Riddle spoke, his form became more solid, more real, while Ginny grew paler. The diary beside her seemed to pulse with dark energy. "You're Voldemort," Harry said suddenly, the final piece clicking into place. "Tom Marvolo Riddle. That's your real name, before you became Lord Voldemort." Riddle's eyes flashed scarlet momentarily. "Very good, Harry Potter. I wondered if you'd make the connection. Yes, I am Lord Voldemort. The greatest sorcerer who ever lived." "Not according to Dumbledore," Harry countered, buying time while he assessed options. His friends were still in the tunnel entrance, unaware of the confrontation unfolding. The basilisk was nowhere to be seen, yet. "Dumbledore has been driven from this castle by the mere memory of me." Riddle laughed. "And now, I think it's time for you to meet my pet. Let's match the power of Lord Voldemort, heir of Salazar Slytherin, against the famous Harry Potter." Riddle turned to the statue and hissed in Parseltongue, "Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four." The statue's mouth opened, creating a black hole from which something massive began to emerge. Harry backed away, eyes averted, feeling rather than seeing the enormous serpent uncoil itself onto the chamber floor. "Kill him," Riddle commanded in Parseltongue. Harry closed his eyes, listening intently to the basilisk's movements. He could hear it slithering toward him, its massive body scraping against the stone floor. Making a split-second decision, he attempted something no one had tried in centuries, speaking directly to Slytherin's monster. "Stop!" Harry hissed in Parseltongue. "I am also a speaker. Why serve a memory when you could have a living master?" The basilisk paused, confused by conflicting commands from two Parselmouths. "Ignore him." Riddle snarled. "I am Slytherin's heir. You obey me." "He is a memory," Harry continued, keeping his eyes tightly shut. "A shadow. I am flesh and blood. I can provide what you need, food, freedom, respect." The basilisk's confusion was palpable. It had been conditioned for centuries to obey Slytherin's heir, yet Harry's argument resonated with its serpentine nature. Live prey was more appealing than ghostly commands. "Enough!" Riddle shouted in English, his control slipping as the basilisk hesitated. "If you won't obey, I'll finish Potter myself." He pointed Ginny's wand at Harry, but before he could cast, chaos erupted at the chamber entrance. Ron and Hermione charged in, accompanied by Grip Hook and, most surprisingly, Fawkes, Dumbledore's phoenix. The magnificent bird soared above their heads, carrying the sorting hat which it dropped at Harry's feet. Then Fawkes attacked, diving straight for the basilisk's deadly eyes. The basilisk screamed in pain as Fawkes gouged out its eyes with his sharp talons. Blinded, the King of Serpents thrashed wildly, no longer a petrification threat but still enormously dangerous. "Your bird may have blinded my basilisk," Riddle sneered, "but it can still hear you." Indeed, the basilisk was now orienting by sound, turning toward Ron and Hermione who were trying to reach Ginny. Harry grabbed the sorting hat, desperate for any help it might provide. To his astonishment, something heavy fell into his hands, a gleaming silver sword with rubies the size of eggs embedded in its hilt. Godric Gryffindor's sword. Armed with a legendary weapon, Harry faced the blinded basilisk. The situation had shifted from negotiation to combat. He couldn't reason with the serpent while Riddle maintained partial control, and his friends were now in immediate danger. "Hey!" Harry shouted, drawing the basilisk's attention. "Over here. Follow my voice." The massive snake turned toward him, jaws gaping to reveal foot-long fangs dripping with venom. Harry waited until the last possible moment, then dodged sideways as the basilisk struck. He swung the sword with all his might, slicing through scales and flesh. The basilisk recoiled, wounded but not defeated. It struck again, faster this time. Harry couldn't completely avoid the attack. One poisonous fang grazed his arm, tearing through flesh and embedding itself deeply. Searing pain spread from the wound. Harry knew basilisk venom had no cure, that he had minutes at most before it reached his heart. But Ginny was still dying, Riddle still materializing, and his friends still in danger. With the last of his strength, Harry staggered toward the diary lying beside Ginny. Riddle realized his intention too late. "No. Stop." Harry plunged the basilisk fang directly into the diary. Ink spurted from the book like blood, and Riddle screamed, a long, terrible, piercing scream. His form writhed, distorted, then shattered into nothingness as the diary's dark magic was destroyed. Immediately, color began returning to Ginny's face. She would live. Harry collapsed beside her, the venom spreading rapidly through his system. His vision blurred. Death approached with cold certainty. Then Fawkes landed beside him. Great pearly tears fell from the phoenix's eyes onto Harry's wounded arm. Where they landed, the pain vanished. The wound closed. The venom neutralized. Phoenix tears, the only known antidote to basilisk venom. "Harry!" Hermione cried, reaching him at last. "Are you all right?" "Fine," Harry managed, sitting up shakily. "Phoenix tears. They heal. Ginny's waking up." Ron called, cradling his sister who was stirring feebly. As Ginny regained consciousness, confused and terrified, Harry took stock of the situation. The basilisk lay dead, the sword of Gryffindor gleaming with its blood. The diary was destroyed, Riddle vanquished. And most importantly, everyone was alive. But questions remained. How had Riddle's diary come into Ginny's possession? What exactly was that dark magic that allowed a memory to possess a living person? And how did it all connect to Lucius Malfoy's plans? Harry suspected the answers would be far more disturbing than the chamber itself. The aftermath of the chamber incident unfolded in ways Harry hadn't anticipated. While he, Ron, and Hermione had planned to keep most details secret, Griphook had other ideas. The Goblin, as an official witness to the discovery of Slytherin's chamber, filed a comprehensive report with both Gringots and the Ministry of Magic. What followed was a whirlwind of activity. Ministry officials descended on Hogwarts to investigate. Historians and archaeologists begged for access to the chamber. The Daily Prophet ran sensational headlines about the boy who lived slaying Slytherin's monster. Most significantly, Lucius Malfoy's role in the affair became public knowledge. Dumbledore, armed with the destroyed diary and Ginny's testimony about finding it slipped into her schoolbooks after a confrontation with Malfoy in Flourish and Blots, presented evidence to the Board of Governors. The result was stunning. Malfoy was immediately removed from the board. The creature monitoring charms were declared an unnecessary security measure and deactivated. And a formal investigation was launched into dark artifacts previously found in Malfoy Manor. For Harry, the most satisfying outcome was Hagrid's exoneration. With proof that Tom Riddle had framed him 50 years ago, Hagrid's expulsion was officially overturned, his broken wand replaced, and his right to perform magic fully restored. "Yeah, did it, Harry," Hagrid sobbed during a tearful celebration in his hut. "Cleared me name after all these years." "You never should have been blamed," Harry said firmly. "Riddle was the guilty one all along." In the weeks following these events, Harry focused on strengthening and expanding his creature network. With the monitoring charms removed, he could operate more openly within Hogwarts grounds, meeting regularly with centaurs, merpeople, and other allies. The Shrieking Shack headquarters became the coordination center for a nationwide magical creature advocacy movement. Representatives from various species regularly gathered there to discuss issues affecting their communities, from ministry regulations to habitat preservation. Most promising was the formation of the Magical Being Alliance, a formal organization representing sentient non-human magical species. With goblin legal expertise, centaur diplomatic skills, and house elf insider knowledge, the alliance began pushing for reforms in creature classification and rights. Harry served as the alliance's human liaison, the bridge between the wizarding establishment and magical beings seeking recognition. His unique abilities as a speaker made him the perfect intermediary, trusted by creatures who mistrusted most wizards, respected by wizards who wouldn't normally listen to creatures. As the term drew to a close, Harry met with Dumbledore for a private conversation about the chamber and its implications. The headmaster's office, with its whirring silver instruments and sleeping portraits, provided a surprisingly comfortable setting for their discussion. "You've had quite an extraordinary year, Harry," Dumbledore began, blue eyes twinkling behind half-moon spectacles. "Defeating a basilisk, uncovering Voldemort's past, exposing Lucius Malfoy's plot, and building what appears to be a rather extensive network of magical creature allies." Harry tensed slightly at the last part. "You know about that?" "I am not completely oblivious to the activities of my students," Dumbledore replied with a small smile. "Particularly when those activities involved considerable goblin construction projects in supposedly haunted village landmarks." The Shrieking Shack, Harry realized. "You know about the headquarters. I know you purchased the property through a complicated series of shell organizations eventually traceable to the Potter Conservation Trust. I know magical creatures from centaurs to merpeople have been meeting there regularly. And I strongly suspect you've established something similar at the old Potter property in Wales." Harry considered denying everything, then decided against it. Dumbledore clearly knew more than he was letting on. "Are you going to shut it down?" he asked directly. "On the contrary," Dumbledore leaned forward, "I find your initiative fascinating. A network of magical beings working cooperatively across traditional boundaries. A sanctuary system providing safe havens for endangered magical species. These are revolutionary concepts, Harry. Concepts that could change our world for the better. You're supportive." Harry couldn't hide his surprise. "Cautiously so," Dumbledore qualified. "I have concerns about security, about political implications, about potential dangers to you personally. But the fundamental vision? Yes, I support it." The headmaster stood, moving to a cabinet from which he withdrew a familiar-looking crystal, identical to the communication orbs Harry used with his network. "Your grandmother, Euphemia Potter, was a remarkable witch," Dumbledore said, handling the crystal gently. "She shared her vision of the sanctuary system with me shortly before her death. She believed magical beings and wizards could achieve more together than apart, a philosophy I've long championed myself, though perhaps less effectively than she did." "You knew about the Potter Sanctuary all along," Harry realized. Why didn't you tell me? Would you have believed me? Dumbledore asked simply. Or would you have suspected an old man of trying to manipulate you, perhaps trying to control your inheritance? Trust must be earned, Harry. I chose to let you discover your legacy yourself, to make your own decisions about how to use it. Harry absorbed this, unsure whether to be grateful or frustrated. And now? What happens now that I've discovered my legacy? Now, Dumbledore smiled, we discuss how Hogwarts might contribute to your vision. This castle has always been home to many magical beings, house elves, centaurs, merpeople, and others less visible. Perhaps it's time we acknowledge them more formally. They spent the next hour discussing possibilities, a more diverse curriculum for care of magical creatures, visiting lecturers from non-human communities, student internships with magical being organizations, even an exchange program allowing young centaurs limited access to Hogwarts education. By the time Harry left Dumbledore's office, his mind was spinning with possibilities. The headmaster's support opened doors previously thought permanently closed. With Hogwarts as an ally rather than an obstacle, the creature network could achieve legitimacy in the wizarding world that Harry had thought might take decades. Yet challenges remained. Lucius Malfoy, though disgraced, was far from defeated. The Ministry still classified many sentient beings as beasts unworthy of rights. And somewhere out there, a bodiless Voldemort plotted his return, a return that would threaten everything Harry was building. On the Hogwarts Express returning to London, Harry shared these thoughts with Ron and Hermione. They sat in a compartment with the door locked and privacy charms active, reviewing the year's events and planning for the future. Dumbledore's support changes everything, Hermione said excitedly. With his influence, we could start changing public perception of magical creatures. I've already drafted outreach materials for next term. And the headquarters network is expanding, Ron added, surprising Harry with his enthusiasm for the project. Fred and George want to establish a branch near the Burrow. Turns out there's a gnome civilization under our garden that's way more sophisticated than we realized. Harry smiled at his friend's commitment. What had begun as his personal mission had become their shared purpose, creating a better, more inclusive magical world. We've got a busy summer ahead, Harry warned them. The sanctuary network needs strengthening. We need contingency plans for when Voldemort returns, because he will return. And we need to prepare for whatever Lucius Malfoy tries next. One thing at a time, mate, Ron advised. We've faced a three-headed dog, possession by you-know-who, and a bloody great basilisk. Whatever comes next, we'll handle it together. Beside, Hermione added with a mischievous smile, you've got an army now, Harry. An actual magical creature army spread across Britain. I almost feel sorry for anyone stupid enough to challenge you. As the train sped toward London, Harry gazed out the window at the passing countryside. 2 years ago, he was a lonely boy discovering he could talk to garden gnomes. Now he was the coordinator of a nationwide magical being alliance, heir to an ancient sanctuary tradition, and recognized as the last speaker, a bridge between worlds long separated. The gathering storm hadn't passed. In many ways, it was just beginning. But Harry Potter was no longer simply weathering it, he was harnessing its power, directing its energy toward positive change. And when Voldemort eventually returned, he would find not a frightened boy, but a leader with allies beyond counting. A wizard who understood that true strength came not from domination, but from cooperation. A speaker whose voice united those long silenced. Harry smiled at the thought. Let the storm come. He was ready. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.